Hello everyone and welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thank you for joining me. Happy July. These are going to be the Western rising sign horoscopes for the 12 signs. Boy, oh boy, we have got an action-packed month, guys. It is going to be a lot. I'm really excited to kind of get into it with you guys today. Obviously, if you guys are new here, welcome. I'm Candice. I'm a Western astrologer and a tarot reader. I like to use tarot, astrology, the Sabian symbols to try to make sense of what's going on in the cosmos. Please don't forget to give me a thumbs up and like this video. Definitely come back throughout the month. I love reading your guys' comments at the end of the month to see how some of my predictions land for you. Leave me your rising sign below and don't forget to click the bell button and subscribe. You can catch more of my videos here on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays. We do long format. I talk all about the new moons, the full moons, and obviously I feel like my prized piece on this channel is definitely my horoscope. So I hope you guys enjoy it. For those of you guys who are coming back, welcome. I'm glad you're here. All right, just a few reminders. This is gonna be for the rising whole sign system. So I do recommend that you listen to your rising sign first. If you don't know that information, check out astro.com. You can put in your birth details and you can figure out what sign your rising sign is. Consider listening to your sun and your moon sign as well to get a bigger picture of what is going on in the month of July. All right, so we're gonna move to the next slide. Just so you guys know, if you haven't been here before, the way that I like to do this is I show you the slide of all of the transits on the side next to me. These are all the transits that I'm going to be going through for each and every one of the 12 rising signs to give you a masterclass on how to plan the month ahead. You can take a screenshot of it. You can also find it below in the description. And while you're there, check out my website at beyondtheveiltarot.com. I am taking new clients live on Zoom calls. I'm booking in September and October right now. So if you have a birthday coming up in the fall, definitely check out my services. I also have my Astro 301 course that is on sale. We're having a summer solstice sale here if you guys are watching in June. So if you've been wanting to pick up my series of astrology classes or if you're wanting to listen to my master class, definitely check that out. All right, well, we've got a lot going on. So I want to give you guys a little bit of a preview before we kind of get into the 12 rising signs. If you guys don't want to listen to this, that's totally fine. You can skip forward to your sun, moon, or rising if you want to listen. But for those of you guys who listen to my video all the way through, this one's for you. So this month is an absolute roller coaster, okay, in some of the best ways. And I mean that there's going to be a lot of change, there's going to be a lot of excitement, there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be lighting up. And I want you guys to kind of think of June as the calm before the storm. So if you guys are listening to this in June, you're getting a little bit of like an opportunity to kind of prepare for some of the changes that are coming. Because July, this is when the storm hits. We're gonna see lightning strikes. We're gonna see by the end of the month, we're almost kind of standing in a very transformed landscape. Now, this is a month where the universe is kind of saying it's time to wake up. And I think all of us are gonna feel that in different parts of our chart. We are going through some of the most potent transits of the entire year this month. And honestly, some of the most significant that we've seen in a while. July is also the month before we get into eclipses in August. Crazy, I know. But by the end of the month, we're going to start feeling the effects of the incoming eclipses that will be taking place in August, which will be happening in, obviously, Leo. We're going to see a big old beautiful eclipse with Jupiter and a solar eclipse in Leo. And then we're going to see towards the end of the month a lunar eclipse in Pisces. So if you've got any planets in those signs, you may start feeling the rumblings of change by the end of July. But here's the thing. I really feel like with great intensity comes the opportunity to make big change. So this month is going to be kind of the power, giving us the power to fundamentally shift how we show up in the world. So grab your chart, we're gonna get into it. We're gonna talk about all of these transits. And I kind of broke this down into 3 different acts because I feel like it's easier to kind of digest and also to have a better understanding of the monthly vibe. So what I'm going to talk about first is like the bird's eye view of what's happening from the kind of first half of July. So like the 1st through the 13th. Now the month is going to kick off with an absolute bang. Okay. We're going to see Mars and Uranus form an exact conjunction right around the 4th of July, actually. and that's going to be around 3 degrees of Gemini. Please, I'm going to put this disclaimer out there now. If you guys are playing with fireworks this month, particularly, I would say the first week of the month, please be very careful. I can only imagine how many people are going to blow their hands and fingers off lighting things on fire, because Mars is about things that are hot, Uranus is things that spark, and Gemini is our hands and our limbs. So please be careful with all of that stuff. Be mindful of driving, be mindful of kind of explosive situations and things that can kind of manifest. It's very electric and obviously unpredictable. So we're talking sudden breakthroughs. This can be shocking revelations, rebellious energy, and the potential for either brilliant innovation or kind of unexpected chaos. Now, this is one of my marked periods, the early July, of when I feel like there can be some alien disclosure. So we're probably going to see some of that. We're going to continue to see some really wild storms. So Mars is heat. Uranus is going to represent kind of things that swirl around and pressure. I think we're going to see a lot of tornado related activity that's going to be happening here in the United States. So if you live in any of those areas where you know that there is tendencies for massive storms or for tornadoes or for windstorms, pay attention, keep an eye on what's going on with your alerts, because it's going to be pretty significant at the beginning of the month. Now, with that being said, right on cue, a few days later on the 7th of July, we are actually going to see Neptune station retrograde. So it's going to be going retrograde around 4 degrees of Aries. And Neptune retrogrades are kind of like the fog rolling in, and then suddenly things seem to kind of become a little murkier. So it's harder to get clarity when we have Neptune retrograde. We have to kind of turn within, tap into our intuition, and it can be also in a way unveiling things and kind of showing us where we got lost or we kind of lost the plot. Now, dreams, spirituality, boundaries, illusions, anything that deals with water, pharmaceuticals, the oceans, all gets to go under review. So it's not the best time for making permanent decisions about spiritual matters, maybe diving into escapism. It's really more time for inner reflection. Now, also on the 7th, we're going to see the last quarter moon, and this is going to be adding a little bit of intensity to this release energy. Obviously, the last quarter moon is going to represent a time to let go of what no longer serves us. And then we get to the 9th of July. So on the 9th, we're going to see Venus enter into Virgo. If you're a Virgo sun, moon, or rising, you're going to love it because you're being kind of graced with the goddess Venus. But for everybody else, Venus moving through this sign, it is a little difficult to navigate. It's not as warm and fuzzy as what we've had with, Venus in Leo. It's less romantic. It's more practical. It's more detail oriented. And it's about kind of cleaning up things in our love or financial life. Now, it is shifting into a sign that's more discerning. It's more practical. It's service oriented. And it's really focusing on using or applying some of those perspectives to love, money, and creativity. Same day, Venus conjuncts the South Node in Virgo. So this is a deeply karmic transit, and it's really about release and completion. It's interesting that it's happening right before the nodes change signs, and I think it's really asking us to kind of surrender to outdated patterns around love, self-esteem, money, harmony, and how we kind of seek perfection, particularly in the Virgo house in your chart. Some of you guys are going to hear from exes. Some of you guys are going to have fated encounters or realizations that circumstances might be arising that are helping you let go of unbalanced dynamics, maybe being overly critical in love, maybe attachments to things, maybe where we've been kind of playing it small. But this clearing is essential for soul work because it's creating space for a much more authentic, compassionate kind of expression of Venus. Now on the 12th, we're going to see the Mercury Cazimi in Cancer. That'll be basically the midway point through the Mercury retrograde. So usually if we're like, what are we missing? What are we not seeing? What am I needing to go back and work on in the Cancer area of your chart? This is going to show you, okay, this is what's changing. Now, mid-month, this means that it can give us some opportunities for clarity. And Mercury forming this exact conjunction with the sun is taking place around 20 degrees of Cancer. So check and see if you have anything in your chart around those degrees. Cazimi is when a planet is in the heart of the sun. And so it's kind of supercharged, it's purified, but it's also dying and being reborn. So this is seen as a really powerful window for mental clarity. Important messages come in, emotional insights, and realizations around home, family, memories, belonging, and emotional intelligence is likely going to come up with this transit. Even though Mercury is retrograde, this is actually considered a positive transit, and it is kind of the superior kind of conjunction with the sun. So I'm thinking aha moments, maybe resurfacing of important kind of emotional truths, or getting clarity on nurturing and communication and inner security. So it's kind of like a gift of illuminated thinking when it comes to Cancerian themes. Now, mid-month, this is Act 2. So this is kind of like what I'm calling like the crucible. This is the period of intense transformation, and simultaneously things are kind of burning away, and doors are closing and new things are kind of coming in, and we're opening up to expansion. On the 13th of July, we're going to see Venus in Gemini form a square to Uranus we're going to see Venus in Virgo forming a square to Uranus in Gemini. So if you have anything 3, 4, 5 degrees of the mutable signs, pay attention. Obviously, this is adding a bit of a curveball and kind of unpredictability when it comes to love and money, as well as creative pursuits. So one thing I would say about this is that think about how Venus conjunct the South Node. It was like, ooh, this doesn't feel good anymore, or this isn't working, or this relationship's not hitting the spot, or this financial situation has to change. We're cleaning our act up. Then when it squares Uranus, we're having to adapt to some of those changes. So this is kind of like an anything goes day where we can see some tension in relationships, some unconventional relationship themes coming up, and obviously just a tendency to kind of break free of old outdated ways of relating. Now, the new moon is also going to be coming in right after that on July the 14th. This will be a new moon in Cancer. So it's a reset button for home, family, emotional security, and nurturing. This is a powerful time to plant new seeds around your inner foundations, and you want to see where Cancer is in your chart. I just want to remind you guys that by this time, Jupiter's not there anymore. Now it's in Leo. Mercury is still retrograde, so we're still rethinking some of the new intentions that we're going to have in the Cancer area of our chart. And then comes the weight, I guess, of like mid-July. July 18th, we see Uranus in Gemini trine Pluto in Aquarius. This is kind of an ongoing theme that we're going to see throughout the summer, but basically innovative breakthroughs, deep transformations, opportunities to socialize, connect, and learn in new ways. And then July 20th, there is several big things happening at one time. So this is a very significant day. One, we're going to see Jupiter in Leo trine Neptune in Aries. This is like where idealism meets compassion, dreams can manifest, we can feel more creative, more self-expressive, more romantic. Then we see Jupiter in opposition to Pluto in Aquarius, and that's going to be at 4 degrees. This is where growth meets power struggles, and there will likely be some kind of transformation through intensity. By the way, this is at a 4, so there's a lot of Cancer themes that are kind of coming up here. And then obviously this creates this kind of powerful feeling of, things being faded and everything getting highlighted, and Jupiter makes everything feel bigger. So there's like a seesaw going on between Aquarius and obviously Leo. We're going to see that as the eclipses start to come in and the nodes change signs too. Then on the 21st of July, we're going to see Jupiter in Leo sextile Uranus in Gemini, where expansion is meeting innovation. And basically there is a big, bisextile that's happening where Pluto in Aquarius sextiles Neptune in Aries. Neptune in Aries sextiles Uranus in Gemini. Uranus in Gemini sextiles, Jupiter in Leo. And they're all either opposing, sextiling, or trining each other. So this is all air and fire, guys. Things are going to massively start kind of heating up. This is a masculine energy. It's external. It's about doing things, connecting, learning, and creating. And then on the 22nd, the sun enters into Leo. So we're actually going to be starting Leo season. So happy birthday to my July Cancers and my July Leos. Basically, this energy is kind of bright. It is about confidence. It's going to be about things kind of becoming illuminated, because we're shifting from Cancer's more introspective energy to Leo's more kind of self-confidence and expression and kind of like, just like pizzazz. And then on the 23rd, Mercury goes direct in Cancer around 16 degrees. So the Mercury retrograde is over. However, I'm just going to remind you guys, it's still an aspect to Saturn. It's only within a few degrees of a square to Saturn in Aries. And we're feeling the shadow basically through the end of the month into about like the first or second week of August. So yes, things can move forward. We're most likely going to see mental clarity returns. Plans that were kind of stuck during the retrograde can finally move forward. I think it's been more internal and emotional before we make some bigger decisions as we get into kind of Leo season this and next month. And then Act 3, we're going to see another 2 massive events. And this is some really significant things. On the 26th of July, you guys are going to see Saturn is going to station retrograde in Aries around 14 degrees. If you have anything between, I would say, 7 and 15 degrees of Aries, you are actually going through a Saturn transit this year. It's going to be several months that it's going to be retrograde. So this means that structures around independence, around leadership, self-assertion is all kind of under review for the next 5 months. It's going to be that long that Saturn's going to be retrograde. And then also we're going to see right around the 26th, this is when the North Node is shifting into Aquarius. Things are gonna get weird. I'm so excited for it. It's my nodal return, so I feel like I've been preparing for this for some time. This is a major karmic turning point, and I just want you guys to think about what happened back in February of this year. We had a solar eclipse that was in Aquarius, obviously. No, excuse me, I take that back. We had a new moon that was, what was it in? Yeah, no, it was in Aquarius. What am I saying? Okay, hold on. I'm going to go back. I'm going to double check this. Because I could have sworn it was in that sign. Let's see. I feel crazy. Yeah. I was right. It was in Aquarius. Okay, you guys are going to be like, Candace, come on. This is your job. All right, sorry, guys. But basically, yeah, we had a solar eclipse that happened in Aquarius. We are now seeing the North Node that's going to be moving into Aquarius this month, and we're going to see a full moon in Aquarius. So a lot of the things that were seeded back in February of this year, you're going to now see it kind of come full circle. Anyway, it's a long-winded way of kind of saying major karmic shift. This is shaping up the better part of the next 18 months for the collective. So the North Node goes into Aquarius, South Node goes into Leo. We're moving into an era of individual kind of achievement and ego, right, through Leo, and then collective progress, innovation, humanitarian ideas with Aquarius. We have not seen this particular North Node in Aquarius, South Node in Leo for about 18 and a half, 19 years. You're gonna have to put on your thinking caps and kind of think about what was going on back then. I'm going to talk about the nodes going into the signs in this video, but I'm going to do a whole deep dive on it in another video. So make sure you guys are subscribed if you want to see that. Really significant if you have anything in like the 25 to 29 degrees of Aquarius, Leo, and the fixed signs. So Taurus and Scorpio, you as well. Then we're going to see on the 27th is a powerful day. The sun is going to form an opposition to Pluto in Aquarius. And this is kind of significant because it's very similar to what happened earlier in the month where Jupiter was opposing Pluto. Jupiter wants growth, life, and abundance. Pluto wants kind of doom and gloom and also massive change and transformation collectively. So when the sun opposes Pluto, we're going to see power dynamics, transformation, confronting shadow, needing to kind of deal with all of that stuff. And we're going to see on the same day that the sun in Leo is going to trine Neptune in Aries. So this is about spiritual flow, creative inspiration, compassion. Usually sun opposed Pluto is where we have to confront something that's been kind of brewing since February of this year. It does go hand in hand with kind of unearthing of where people are abusing power, where there's sometimes the death of a significant leader. The sun in Leo is going to be a celebrity. It's going to be an athlete, a star, maybe somebody who is like a leader or a prime minister or something. And there is some corruption issues that are coming up, or there is some kind of confronting, the shadows. You're going to see a lot of like leaders and almost like these hero type archetypes, Leo, that are coming in that are challenging like the swamp, or they're challenging anything that's being hidden or kind of corrupted. So that's going to be big. And then on the 29th, we are going to see a full moon in Aquarius. I have been looking at this moon for probably the last 6 months. Not because it's a full moon that's going to be kind of completing the solar eclipse that we had in Aquarius earlier this year. That in its own right is significant. But this is happening as the sun is coming into conjunction with Jupiter. What? Like the next day, you're going to see the sun and Jupiter conjunct, which all the astrologers are going to tout, luckiest day of the year, and the sun's in its own sign, and sextiling or, making trines to this or that. But this is like a do or die full moon because you have the Sun and Jupiter coming into conjunction in Leo, illuminating some opportunity for growth, joy, and abundance. You have the full moon in Aquarius opposing the Sun, conjunct Pluto. So really this is a month that's like, are we going to choose the light or are we going to choose the dark? And there is this sense of really needing to step up and kind of acknowledge and see what's been lurking in the shadows, what we've been afraid of, what we need to collectively overcome. And essentially this is a big deal because it's really illuminating the fact that we're getting ready to see the, the north and the south node shift. Actually, it will have already shifted by the time that we have the full moon. So this will be the first full moon with the north node in Aquarius, likely illuminating where you're going for the next 18 months. Anyway, this particular full moon brings culmination and release around community. It's around innovation, authenticity versus kind of ego and drama, and there will be drama. And then on the 30th, we're going to see, Jupiter coming into conjunction with Leo, and that's going to be, Jupiter and the Sun coming into conjunction in the sign of Leo around 6 degrees. So 5, 6, 7 degrees of Leo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. You guys are going to feel that. Basically a moment of expansion, a moment of optimism, potential lucky breaks. Unfortunately, I'm not as optimistic about this. I think that with the sextile to Uranus, anything goes. With the opposition to Pluto, it's going to be a bit difficult. And I think we're going to see a lot of like polarity in terms of people being like, this is amazing, and other people are like, oh my God, it's all melting down. So obviously it's all perspective. It's also how things are kind of aspecting in your chart. But definitely pay attention if you have anything, I would say 3 to about 7 degrees of the air and the fire signs, because you guys are really going to be feeling the effects of this. My goodness. July kind of feels like a pressure cooker to me that eventually by the end of the month it releases and then there's something entirely new. And maybe early in the month, like the, volatility shocks, wake us up, and it makes us realize that by mid-month, we have to kind of burn away everything that's old. And by late July, we're kind of stepping into this fundamentally kind of different paradigm. But that nodal shift on the 26th, that's really a standout day for me. It's not just a daily transit. This is a game changer for the next, like I said, 18 months. And the themes of community versus ego, innovation versus stagnation, collective progress versus individual spotlight become kind of like the dominant narrative. So my advice here is to stay flexible amid some of the surprises, do that inner work, work with Saturn and Neptune retrograde. We really need to reflect on a personal level and kind of prepare to step into a more future-focused, community-oriented chapter of our lives. This is not the month to cling to old patterns or resist necessary changes. The universe is literally reorganizing itself so that way we can do what we need to do, okay? So that's the overview. We're going to get into the 12 rising signs in just a second, and I hope you guys enjoy them and they're really helpful for you for the next month, okay? All right. What is up, Aries and Aries risings? Welcome to your July 2026 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you're thriving. Excited to talk to you about what you got going on for the month ahead. We're going to start first with just kind of talking about what's happening with Mars, and then we'll get into the breakdown. But yeah, this month is going to be electric for you for sure. Your chart ruler Mars is actually moving through the sign of Gemini. Okay, so as it moves through this house, it's lighting up short distance travel, communication, anything that's connected to learning, writing, siblings, vehicles, short trips, moving, anything that deals with communication. And you are going to see around the 4th of July, Mars is coming into conjunction with Uranus. So while the chaos feels kind of real, it's also very much connected to your mindset, your communication, like I said, your daily environment. So I'm thinking for you guys, this is going to materialize as, sudden insights, surprising news, maybe some tech glitches or impulsive decisions about how you're expressing yourself. My advice is, because Mars also rules your 8th house, it can bring up themes around intimacy, conversations around shared resources, and psychological depth can kind of get activated here too, but in a sudden, unexpected way. Block parties, road trips, hang out with your siblings, connecting with new community. These are all things that can kind of happen, but I would just say watch what's coming out of your mouth, right? Because things can just kind of blurt out of your mouth. And also be mindful of your speed and driving, anything that's hot, anything that's sharp, anything that's electrical. If you don't know how to fix something on a car, take it to a professional. If you don't necessarily know, how to work a saw or use anything that's hot or sharp, be very careful, because some of you guys can actually have burns and injuries and cuts and things on your hands. It can also kind of prep and prime the neighborhood to be very lively, and there could be some really obnoxious kind of like house parties and things going on. I would just say, if you can't beat them, join them, go out there, hang out and have fun with them and have a good time, and try not to be kind of agitated about it. All right, so we're gonna start off with the beginning of the month. Basically, in early July, that Mars-Uranus conjunction is just maybe unexpected conversations, breakthrough ideas, maybe potential arguments, but your mind is very hyperactive, okay? And then you're also going to see on the 7th, Neptune is going to be stationing retrograde in your sign, in your first house. So if you have anything, I would say 0 to 5 degrees of Aries, pay attention, because this Neptune retrograde is kind of adding that foggy layer to your identity. And maybe you're asking yourself, who am I? What do I believe in? What is my purpose? Why am I here? But I would be asking myself, what do I stand for? And then you will also see around the same time, the last quarter moon is going to be kind of supporting releasing old self-images that no longer fit. Now, on the 13th of the month, you're going to see Venus that is going to square Uranus. And then actually right before that on the 10th, you're going to see Venus conjunct the South Node. So there's some Venus things kind of going on. So starting on the 10th, when Venus enters into Virgo, it's going to be moving into your 6th house of health, habits, work, and routine. And this is going to be interesting because it's kind of like a powerful karmic culmination that's taking place for you, your daily habits, maybe your place of employment, your physical health, and your service to other people. And what you may find is around this time, there's faded realizations or events that kind of highlight outdated patterns of being overly critical, maybe unbalanced when it comes to relationships or service, or kind of just rigid health regimens that drain you. And so I really feel like the South Node conjunction is supporting surrendering to your self-sacrificing kind of tendencies, or maybe nitpicking that blocks your opportunity to have better connections. Trust the clearing. It's making room for more compassionate, kind of sustainable and spiritually aligned ways of working and also caring for your body. Now, then you're going to see on the 13th, Venus is going to come into a square with Uranus in Gemini. And so remember, Venus deals with your self-esteem, money, resources, your relationships. So with this square coming in between your 6th and your 3rd house, it creates tension between your work and your health routines and how you communicate or process information. And sudden changes at work or in daily habits may require you to kind of adapt your messaging or learning style very quickly. It's also possible there can be sudden surprising conversations with coworkers or siblings that can really challenge your perfectionist kind of tendencies. So use the friction to kind of innovate your routines and speak your truth, I think, more authentically about what you need, how you feel, and also your productivity. Avoid impulsive arguments. You want to channel this into kind of inventive problem solving. Then on the 12th, you're going to see the Mercury cazimi that'll be taking place in Cancer in your natal 4th house. Now, this is a beautiful moment, I think, to kind of illuminate and bring clarity around your home, your family, emotional foundations, inner security. Because it's playing off of that Uranus and Gemini, it might mean that some of you are moving, others are reconnecting with relatives, others are going back home and visiting. But that cazimi is likely going to bring profound insights and important conversations, or like those aha moments relating to your living situation or your sense of belonging. Now, since it's happening during the retrograde, these realizations might involve revisiting past emotional patterns or receive messages from family or home that can help you kind of nurture yourself and your foundations in a more conscious way. And it's a powerful window for emotional intelligence and healing or communication at home. It can also be a time where things that need to be worked on, or fixed or updated at home, will come up, right? So I've seen a lot of Aries and Aries risings that are like, oh my God, my, dishwasher broke down, or, we have issues with the tiles on the ceiling, or, my garage door spring broke. And I would be like, yeah, if it hasn't happened, this might be the transit it does, because it's showing you what needs to be fixed. You may have family that comes over to actually help you kind of solve or work on a housing situation. Then on the 14th, you'll see a new moon in Cancer taking place in your 4th house of home and family. So this is gold because not only do you have the retrograde, but you also have this new moon that's coming in, and the moon's in its own sign. So it's almost like resetting things when it comes to home, family, and emotional foundations. Jupiter's more kind of supportive aspects that are kind of happening mid-month might bring expansion also to creative self-expression. And then we're going to see Jupiter coming into an opposition with Pluto, okay? And that's going to be really kind of highlighting where there's some intensity maybe in your romantic life. Maybe there's some drama with friends or with children. And it's almost like you're trying not to let yourself get consumed by other people's crisis. And I would just say to you guys, like, your mindset is everything this month. You know, Jupiter and the sun going into your 5th house is what makes me happy? What am I creating? What do I love? My romantic relationships, my hobbies, my children, my joy. Don't let other people kind of squash that is what I would recommend. And somebody else's kind of like conflict or crisis does not necessarily mean that you have to let it affect you. You can't absorb that. Now, the sun will also be entering into your 5th house on the 22nd, and this is where you get a boost for several weeks where you're feeling more creative, you're more confident, there's more visibility. Mercury is going to station direct on the 23rd, and that's bringing that clarity in regards to home matters and creative direction. It's all going to kind of return. So if you've been waiting to move, if you've been waiting to buy a house, sign a lease, renovate, I would recommend waiting at least until after the 23rd to kind of do some of those things. And then as we get into later in the month where things get really transformational, the North Node is going to be moving into Aquarius in your natal 11th house, and the South Node is going to move into Leo in your natal 5th. So for you guys, you know, with that North Node going into your 11th house, your long-term path is now shifting towards community, friendships, future-oriented goals. You're being called to contribute to something that's kind of larger than yourself. But Saturn is going to be retrograde in your 1st house on the same day. So that's telling me that your identity and your personal direction requires a little bit more serious restructuring. Saturn rules your career through your 10th house and your goals and your future and your kind of networking in the 11th. So I think a lot of you guys are going to be going, okay, you know, your personal direction requires you to be more serious, to be reviewing what your goals are, what your place is in the world, what you want to be when you grow up. And you can't move forward into the collective if you're not solid within yourself. Now on the 27th, you're going to see the sun in Leo trining Neptune in your sign. Great day. I feel like this brings inspiration, creative expression, romance, and it's very soulful and it's good for self-expression. Then by the end of the month, on the 29th, we're going to see that there will be a full moon happening in your 11th house. And that full moon, like I said, is conjunct Pluto, so it can be bringing up a powerful transformation in your social groups, a big change with one of your friends, a realization of your goals, and it's going to be opposing the sun and Jupiter in the 5th house. So it can be a lot about how other people are reacting and responding maybe to your creative, you know, kind of outlets and maybe your own business or, you know, romantic partners. Really, it's about seeing what's real when it comes to your future goals. I would say this month, Aries, it's really just about grounding yourself before you're engaging with other people. Because Mars and Uranus is hitting early in the month, don't make any impulsive decisions like moving, signing contracts, buying a car, getting into arguments, you know, that kind of stuff. Channel that energy into brainstorming, not like reacting. Go for walks, go for a drive, do some journaling. Those things will kind of help you transmute some of the more kind of disruptive energies of Mars and Uranus. And use the new moon for home rituals. So you're planting seeds for emotional security, maybe clean your space, set intentions around what home means to you, and balance your identity with community. As the North Node's going into your 11th house, you're being pulled towards group involvement, joining networks, joining online groups, starting clubs, being a part of communities or like country clubs and stuff. And this is where Saturn retrograde is reminding you, you have to know yourself first before you can actually figure out where your future and your life is kind of going. And then obviously towards the end of the month, you know, with that South Node going into Leo, I think this is really asking you to release the need to always be first or to always be the hero or to always be right. Maybe you're becoming a little less dramatic, you know, and maybe some of you guys are tapping into the South Node in Leo, where you're like going back to old hobbies and you're reminiscing about things that you used to do when you were a kid. And maybe you're returning to things that you used to like to do. So those of you guys who are into acting, performing, if you're into comedy, if you are into painting or dancing or just performing, you can go back to some of those things, and you'll probably see some of that kind of pops up throughout the month, just with the sun going through there and kind of meeting with Jupiter. Now, days for you, I think, is actually the 12th, when you have the Mercury Cazimi, where you get on home. I also like the new moon on the 14th for, planting new seeds of intention when it comes to your home life. Then as you see the Jupiter aspects that are going to kind of play out from the 18th through the 21st, very supportive energy for you guys, very creative, very fun, very romantic. And then on the 23rd, obviously when Mercury stations direct, you can have better clarity about your home and family situation. Maybe if you've moved, you feel like you're finally settled, you're unboxing, that kind of stuff. And then on the 27th, when the sun trines Neptune, it's a very inspired, very soulful, very creative day. But the challenging days, 100% is going to be like basically the 3rd through the 7th, because around the 4th, you're going to see Mars conjunct Uranus. So personal volatility, sudden changes are likely. The 5th through the 7th, we're going to see the sun square Saturn. We're also going to be seeing the Neptune stationing direct. Actually, no, it's not sun square Saturn. It's just Neptune that's going to be stationing direct. So it's identity fog, reality checks. And then on the 10th, you're going to see Venus conjunct the South Node. So there's a lot of karmic release going on in your daily health routines. And then on the 13th, you're going to see Venus square Uranus. So that's where there could be some more communication tension. And then obviously the 26th, when you see like Saturn retrograde, which is bringing some kind of identity pressure for you, and obviously a call to join a community. So that is your month ahead. Let's take a look here and let me share with you what the tarot has to say for you, Aries, what the advice is for this next month, and what you should be expecting. I love this. You get the Magician. This is like Uranus, right? So it's really kind of talking about like, okay, and I would say, yeah, words are spells in themselves, right? So like things that you're manifesting is very much like the 11th house, and you've got Mars and Uranus. Uranus rules your 11th house, trining Pluto. And it's like, how badly do you want to change and transform your future? How badly do you want to change and transform your community? How bad do you want to reach your goals? Well, the Magician is saying as above, so below. So whatever it is that you're hoping to achieve, you have all of the, like the necessities in front of you, right? He's got the wands for creativity, the swords for intellect, the cups for emotions. He's got the pentacles for resources. And so if I were an Aries rising, I would be doing affirmations every day in July. I would be writing down the 3 things that I am actively doing. This is words and action, right? Mercury, Mars kind of energy. And with the sextiles to Neptune, if you dream it, you can make it happen. With the trines to Pluto, it's dramatically transforming what your goals are, and it's about going after them. So really focus on your mindset. You're almost like a little bit of a maverick this month, and I think that you might see things speed up exponentially, especially when it comes to travel, learning, moving or relocating, and obviously some support that you can kind of get from, collaborators. Gemini could be your close friends, it could be your family, it could be your neighbors. But it's almost like you're going to be talking to somebody about something, and you're going to be like, I just really want to do this thing. And then somebody's going to be like, well, let's go do it, and it's not going to be planned. It's going to be like an excitement. So I hope you guys enjoy this month. It's definitely very zippy for you. Pay extra attention to the, stuff that's going on with Neptune and Saturn retrograde. It's very important for you to take a little bit of time of reflection and be tapping into your inner kind of creative. So I hope that's helpful, Aries. I'll catch you guys back here next month. What's up, Taurus and Taurus rising? Welcome to your July horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to talk to you about what's going on for the month ahead. Obviously, we're going to start by talking about what's happening with Venus, and then we'll get into all the other transits. But Taurus, this month is really asking you to kind of balance material stability with, I think, a little bit more spiritual depth. And trust me, this is a dance that I think that you guys are going to master. Obviously, you're ruled by Venus, so there's going to be a huge emphasis on where Venus is. She's going to be moving through the late degrees of Cancer, and then she's going to be popping into Virgo, which is good because it's a fellow sister Earth sign. So my Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Risings are really going to feel supported, I think, throughout the Venus and Virgo transit. And really, after leaving Leo, not Cancer, after it's been leaving Leo, now it's moving into your 5th house, which is much more of an emphasis on creativity, maybe, anything that is a little bit more discerning or detail-oriented when it comes to creativity, dating, or even romance. That could be another theme. And you're going to see that Venus is going to make a couple aspects. So she's going to come into the 5th house and conjunct the South Node. This likely might have you a little sentimental about an old love. It might be feeling disconnected from a romantic partner, changes that involve children or that your children are going through. It can also represent going back to an old hobby or an old creative project. And then you're going to be seeing just shortly after that, Venus will come into a square with Uranus, which can be kind of disruptive for you, Taurus. So you definitely want to pay attention to that little bit when I get into it. Something I didn't bring up during the June horoscopes, and I was kind of kicking myself, was Chiron in Taurus. And so I apologize, Taurus, I overlooked that one, but I did do a video on it just recently if you didn't see that. And I'm going to do another video that's going to be a deeper dive. But I just want to remind you guys that Chiron is now in your sign. It's going to be about 3 months, so it's going to be short. But there's definitely this waking up to healing yourself, accepting yourself, really feeling good and comfortable in your skin, feeling confident. But usually when Chiron ingresses, there's things that come up where you don't feel that way. So I would really encourage you guys, with Venus ruling that and conjuncting the South Node and squaring Uranus, to change the way that you look at playtime, change the way that you look at creativity. Maybe go back and do things that are earthly. Maybe you want to make jewelry, you want to paint, you want to draw, you want to sculpt, you want to spend time outside. And I think that will help kind of lean into this healing process that you guys are kind of going through. Now, we're going to start by kind of working from the beginning of the month on. You're going to notice right at the beginning of the month that there's some rather disruptive energies around like the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of July. This is because Mars and Uranus are going to be meeting in your 2nd house of income, spending, or what you value. Uranus is connected to your career, while Mars is connected to your relationships, and it's also going to be directly connected to hidden enemies, blind spots, things that are kind of private. So it tells me that there can be sudden changes to income. Unexpected financial developments are very likely. And then you're going to be seeing that, Venus is kind of finishing up in Leo. So she's finishing up anything connected to your 4th house, which is maybe bringing home flair, focusing on family, decorating your space, spending time at home. And then on the 7th of the month, you're going to see that there will be a last quarter square that's going to be happening. And we're also going to see Neptune stationing retrograde. Whoa. So Neptune goes retrograde in your 12th house, really asking you to kind of deepen your inner world and focus on spiritual review. And that same day, you're going to see the last quarter moon that's going to be taking place, where the moon's going to go through there, and it's going to be kind of coming into a square with the sun. So you're releasing maybe hidden patterns, maybe you're going to be releasing old karma. And then on the 10th is when you see Venus enter into Virgo and conjunct the South Node in your 5th house. So this is kind of like a karmic alignment, and it signals a time of release around old patterns in romance, creativity, joy, or children. So you may be feeling called to let go of performance-based kind of romantic connections, maybe being overly critical when it comes to the standards for your partners or even your own kind of creative output. Attachments to past pleasures that no longer kind of light you up, and fated encounters or inner work can reveal where you've been seeking validation, really through drama or perfectionist kind of tendencies with creativity, children, or love. So really it's about surrendering these to bring in a much more authentic kind of playful, soul nourishing creativity, and you'll see that connections can kind of emerge. Yes, past life people can come in, romantic connections from the past can kind of come in, but you'll see just after that on the 13th, Venus is then going to square Uranus in Gemini. Now, this is the more disruptive energy for you, my Tauruses. What's happening is you see friction between your money house and the house that deals with creativity. So it creates like this unexpected energy of developments in love or creative projects that could impact your income or your sense of security. Maybe it's going to be surprises in how you receive or give affection that may prompt a reevaluation, or changes with financial boundaries or kind of worthiness. But breakthroughs will come when you release the rigid idea about what love or creativity should look like, and it's allowing more kind of innovation in. This is also very freedom-oriented expressions that support your authentic kind of self-worth. You're going to be feeling a little bit more willing to take risks, but I would say, like with the South Node stuff, you know, you might put yourself out there and take a risk, but you might not feel like it immediately kind of pays off. Now you're going to see on the 12th of the month, we are then going to have the Mercury Cazimi that's going to be happening in Cancer in your third house. And this is bringing, I think, a powerful flash of like clarity around communication, around learning, siblings, in your daily environment. Mercury is about your money. It's also going to be about creativity. And the Cazimi in your third might mean that you have like a new idea or a new concept for something creatively, or you have a breakthrough when you are writing a blog or you're learning something. Keep an eye on your vehicles. Be mindful also of just those intuitive messages that kind of come in. And this is really illuminating important conversations, messages, or realizations about how you express yourself, how you process information, or connect with siblings or neighbors. Since Mercury is retrograde in Cancer, this insight might also involve revisiting past emotional conversations or gaining clarity on how you can be more nurturing in your communication style. I think it's a very wonderful window for just really heightening your emotional intelligence and really tapping into how you can better connect your emotions when it comes to how you think, speak, and also learn. Now on the 14th, you're going to see a new moon in this house in Cancer. So now you can set intentions, you know, or reset intentions connecting to communication, learning, and sibling relationships. Keep in mind, Mercury is still retrograde here. So for those of you guys who are like, I want to publish a blog, I want to launch a website, I want to sign a lease, I want to buy a car, I would be like, let's wait until the retrograde is over. Then you will also see Jupiter in Leo in your fourth house, where it's expanding things connecting to your home, family, and emotions. You're welcoming change in this department, is going to oppose Pluto. Now, if you happen to have anything, I would say 0 to like maybe 5 or 6 degrees of Taurus, sun, moon, or rising, oh, this is a lot, because Jupiter is saying, hey, it's time for home to expand or to move or new developments. But that's going to come with some major changes or transformations in your career and outer life. Simultaneously, this has also been squaring Chiron in your sign. So it's really highlighting that, you know, you're like, okay, I'm feeling like growing pains, and it's like, what can I do? I can only do so much. And like the trying to balance work versus what's going on with home, it can leave you feeling a little bit more sensitive. It can leave you feeling a little bit more aware of just the toll of the back and forth is kind of taking on you. And my advice is with the Jupiter-Pluto opposition, pay attention, because it does want to bring home expansion, but there's going to be intensity around family dynamics and emotional kind of foundations and emotional needs versus what's kind of going on within your home, within your work or your career. Now on the 22nd, you're going to see the sun enter into Leo. So it's going to be dancing through your fourth house, where it's further emphasizing home, family, you know, and any type of activity that's going to require you to be more tapped into your living situation. Then on the 23rd, you're going to see Mercury go direct and the Mercury retrograde ends. So mental clarity, communication can return. I think I've seen a lot of Taurus and Taurus risings that are like dealing with housing dilemmas. It's a lot of like, okay, you know, do we stay in the house that we're in, and do we just decide that we want to improve that house? You know, do we want to add additions? Do we want to, you know, do what we need to do? Or does it make sense to move? And I think a lot of the retrograde has been about that, or trying to sell property and experiencing, you know, hangups and delays with that, or trying to communicate, you know, with relatives about changes with home and family. And some of you guys are feeling like, you know what, you need to scale back on work with the opposition to Pluto, or it's hard to communicate with partners, be that business partners, clients, you know, spouses, because you may be on two different kind of ends of the spectrum in regards to how to navigate the home and family situation while work is just continuing to press on. So it is a pressure cooker moment, but it's very quick. Like by the end of the month, you're not going to be feeling it anymore, and Jupiter and Pluto won't be opposing any longer. But definitely take care of your bodies, you know, ground yourself so that way you're not kind of taking all that in. And then you're going to see on the kind of the end of the month, so it's kind of like the 26th to the 31st, you're going to see the North Node is going to enter into Aquarius in your 10th house. Okay, so if you're like a 25 to 29 degree Taurus Sun, Moon, or Rising, you know, the North and South Node are coming into a square with your planets, and it's kind of reinforcing some of the things that we see with Jupiter squaring Chiron, with Jupiter opposing Pluto, with the Sun that's going to be, you know, coming into a conjunction with Jupiter, and then that full moon in Aquarius. It's like, oh my gosh, you know, Taurus placements of all kinds are just kind of like, man, you don't know which end things are going to come from. Usually Jupiter and the South Node, you know, going into your 4th house is like moving to a bigger home, you know, and then the North Node going into the 10th house is like super focused on work. And it's paradoxical when you look at the nodal changes that are going to happen this year, that there has to be expansion in both areas. So my thoughts on this is, at least with the North Node going into your 10th house, you're coming into a period that's going to be very big for your career, right? You want more growth, more expansion, more, you know, kind of visibility. And it's almost like your career, your public reputation are being redirected, and they're being redirected towards Aquarius themes. So innovation, community impact, and what you contribute to the collective becomes more important than traditional achievement. There is no I in team. That's something that I think about when the North Node goes through the 10th house. It's especially in Aquarius. It's how we all kind of collectively work together. Now, Saturn is going to station retrograde in your 12th house at the end of the month. You're going to see that retrograde in Aries. Saturn's not really messing with you, so I think that's good. It does still represent your blind spot. So maybe this is going to be about, all right, inner work, rest, and spiritual review become necessary. And you've been kind of running on fumes perhaps, and maybe it's time to retreat and kind of rebuild for a little bit. And it'll be several months of you doing that. So if you have fallen out of your meditation practice, if you have fallen out of going to, you know, yoga class, meditation, even going to the gym, going to church, you will return and you will go back and you will get back into those things. Therapy, hypnosis, that kind of stuff can be good too. Now, on the 27th, you're going to see the Sun in Leo trining Neptune in Aries in your 12th house. And these are water houses, even though they're in fire signs. So this basically means that there's more emotion, there's more conclusions, there's completions, there's things flowing. And this is offering you inspired healing around home and emotional foundations, followed by the full moon, which you're going to have in Aquarius on the 29th in your 10th house, which brings some kind of culmination around your career and your public life. This was seeded in February of this year when we had a solar eclipse in Aquarius. So this is kind of the bookend to that, on top of the fact that the North Node's going into Aquarius. So this is a difficult full moon. I'm not going to candy coat it. I think that some of my Taurus and Taurus risings may find from this full moon, because it's going to conjunct Pluto, that there is a big announcement about something changing about your status. So it could mean, you know, Pluto is your clients, it is your spouses, your relationships, your business partners. You know, some of you guys might make this announcement that's like, hi, not associated with this person anymore, not working with this company anymore, you know, or I'm letting my partner go, or I'm not taking any more clients. And I think a lot of it's just trying to balance out what's going on in the first and the 4th and the 10th house. Now, with that being said, this can be a big, powerful change, a good change, a release that could be happening. But I think just due to the nature of the opposition with Jupiter and the Sun, I think a lot of you guys are going to be like, I've got stuff going on, you know, just letting you guys know, and I'm going to be spending more time at home. And it could be that, you know, there's a change with the boss, or maybe there's a big launch and then you're like, I've made the launch, now I'm going to kind of rest and recuperate. But I'm just giving you the forewarning, it's a little intense. You are also going to see at the end of the month, no, that's pretty much it. So that's the full moon. So that's it. So my goodness, Taurus, some advice that I would give you guys this month is review your values. I think that literally needs to happen. With Mars and Uranus affecting your 2nd house, yes, unexpected financial shifts are possible. I know some of you guys have already been experiencing it since the North and the South Node were squaring Uranus in June. Don't make any big purchases or investments in early July is my recommendation, because some of you guys are going to feel very impulsively that you want to make a move, and it's going to be like, oh, I'm going to buy a new car, I'm going to buy a laptop, I'm going to, buy a camera, and Mercury is influencing this, and it's kind of saying like, no, it's not the time to do that. And it might be something that you have to return or you regret, so just be mindful with your budgeting. And then also create sacred space at home. With Neptune, I think retrograde in your 12th house, it's asking you for that inner retreat. Even if you're busy, you have to carve out quiet time for meditation and journaling or sleep. And you've got Jupiter that's saying it wants you to kind of do the same thing. And there's probably going to be more family gatherings or, positive happenings within the home or the family that's going to be kind of, pulling on your energy a little bit this month. I think it's also a good time to just really reassess what success means to you. And, the North Node shifting in your 10th house means that your traditional kind of career achievements will suddenly matter much less to you. And you want to ask yourself, what impact do you want to make in the world? What do you want to be known for? And this is a big deal. And you have, almost 2 years to figure this out. But I think that some of what's coming up with the squares to Chiron, the opposition between the 10th and the 4th house, it's kind of like, and I've seen this for Tauruses. It's like, okay, you can work, you can have success, you can have these things, but like at what cost? Are you missing on time with your family? Are you not getting to spend time with your kids? Are you not making the important home changes or home moves that you need to? That's the cost that a lot of this stuff is going to be coming at. And you have to find a way to budget differently, or you have to find a way to maybe really radically shift your values in order to have better work-life balance. Also, channel Venus in Virgo wisely, because this placement loves discernment and it loves quality. So I would recommend using this to kind of refine your creative projects. Don't beat yourself up. Don't criticize yourself. Maybe go back to an old creative project that you love. Go back to an old hobby that you love, and watch out for some stuff with people from the past potentially circling back. Now, your best days, Taurus, are going to be the 12th, when you have the Cazimi in your 3rd house, where you're going to have better clarity and communication. The new moon, which is setting intentions for communication, learning, contracts, anything that deals with media or websites or travel. The 23rd, when Mercury is finally direct, where you're going to have a little bit more clarity when it comes to some of these topics in the 3rd house. And then I like the Sun trine Neptune for emotional and spiritual healing. That's going to be taking place. Ancestral healing when it comes to, your emotions and also your family. But yeah, around pretty much the 3rd through the 5th with that Mars-Uranus conjunction, watch for the financial surprises. It could be unexpected expenses or things you have to pay for. And then around the 5th through the 7th with Neptune, that is going to be stationing. This is bringing up maybe some needs to kind of retreat, reassess, maybe release. And then the Venus South Node conjunction is definitely a karmic release when it comes to relationships or children. And Venus square Uranus, obviously on the 13th. It can create some creative, romantic versus financial tension, or tension revolving around children or self-employment. And then obviously from the 26th on, you're going to see major emphasis on career shift and inner work pressure. I think that's going to be kind of coming up for you. Now let's ask the cards and see what they have to say about this month ahead for you, Taurus. What do you need to know in July? I get the 2 of Swords. You're not helping me, Tarot. So the 2 of Swords is kind of like, you have to make a decision, but you don't want to do it yet. And you're waiting. You're just weighing it, going back and forth. And the blindfold is kind of feeling I don't know. I'm not connecting. With the Saturn and Neptune retrograde in the 12th house, once again, if you're taking time off, if you're resting, if you're recuperating, if you're not on all the time, the answers will come very clearly for you, right? Especially with Jupiter trining, Neptune. It's going to be well, what needs to change? Maybe this is the Mercury retrograde in your 2nd house, where you're I know there are conversations I have to have. I don't want to have it yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready to make that announcement, or I'm not ready to make that change. But when that card comes up, it's you must feel you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. And I've seen enough Taurus rising charts to know that, work has just been killing it, and you guys are really going to start to see yourself rising to the top. But the emotional stress and the things that are kind of connected to things that feel disjointed personally, either at home or like with family stuff, like inevitably you're going to have to kind of acknowledge like the elephant in the room that something's going to have to give. And I feel like maybe you have a couple of weeks to kind of work this out. Maybe you're waiting till after the Mercury retrograde to make some of these decisions or to kind of have an important conversation, but do not get too comfortable, right? You're a fixed sign. So I know that sometimes you guys can kind of dig your hooves in a little bit, but there are some really amazing, beautiful, exciting things coming for you, for your home life, for your family, for your finances. But yeah, sometimes taking a step back and like working smarter, not harder is like the answer. And it's going to teach you that like you need to take your downtime just as seriously as your work, and some of your best ideas and things will come from when you're kind of like away from it all. So hopefully that's helpful for you, Taurus. Let me know how this lands. I will catch you guys back here next month. What's up, Gemini and Gemini rising? Welcome to your July horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to connect with you. Gemini, my goodness, you guys are like the little fire starters this month. You're gonna be nice and sassy. Excited to talk to you about what's going on. Obviously, in many ways, this is kind of like your main character energy for some of the stuff that's gonna be happening. The big theme is your chart ruler is still retrograde, right? At least until like later in the month. So you're still reworking, reassessing, you know, working through financial delays, budgeting themes, reevaluating your self-esteem, maybe getting rid of stuff, you know, lightening the load, changing your budget. And then you're also going to see Mars coming into conjunction with Uranus in your sign. So if you were like the first 5 degrees of Gemini, Sun, Moon, and Rising, pay close attention around the 3rd, 4th, and 5th of July. Because conjuncting in your sign, it's almost like you're like the spark that's going to be kind of igniting the entire month. Now, like I said, Mercury's still retrograde. It won't station until about the 23rd. And because Mercury rules your 1st house of self and also your 4th house of home, some of you guys might be trying to figure out financially what you need to do to kind of swing moving, or what you are needing to adjust with your budget. If you do want to make a big change in, you know, your home, your appearance, your values, your resources. And so that's still kind of under construction. You will also see that it's about reviewing your self-worth and your emotional foundations. And then when Mercury goes direct on the 23rd, things start to kind of lighten up and they become a little bit clearer for you. But once again, that Mars-Uranus conjunction is like, it's a lot. So it's making this very bold, electric energy, and like you're like a little unpredictable this month when it comes to your identity, your body, and your presentation. So you're kind of like high voltage. All right, so going through some of the other transits that are going to be really important. I guess the only other one I would say is the Cazimi, and we'll talk about that when I go through the whole month. But that's probably going to be a period where you're going to have a breakthrough and a realization about your financial goals, or whether or not you're going to be purchasing a vehicle, or whether or not you're going to be, you know, paying for travel, or if you're going to be making some bigger decisions about documents, contracts, kind of like learning. So yes, we kick off at the beginning of the month with Mars and Uranus conjunct in your 1st house. Gemini, this is good for sudden changes in your appearance, maybe your approach. Obviously perception is really important here. Likely you're going to be feeling quite restless and impulsive and almost like you're vibrating at a higher frequency. Uranus is connected to the 9th house. So a lot of you guys are going to be feeling wanderlust, like you're like, I need to get away, I need to travel, you know, I need to go somewhere. Or you're getting really excited about something you're learning, or about something you're teaching, or there's like a big breakthrough moment when it comes to like your belief and your philosophy about the world. And you're going to see on the, on the 7th, Neptune is going to be stationing retrograde in your 11th house. So this basically means there's a reevaluation and reassessment of your friendships, your networks, your ideals. And around the same time, you're going to have the last quarter moon that's going to be supporting releasing outdated friends and kind of affiliations or false hopes. Now on the 10th of the month, we're going to see Venus enter into Virgo, and then she will conjunct the South Node. Venus is like your blind spots, things that are hidden. It could be also your closets, anything that deals with spirituality and creativity, children, or romance. So with Venus conjunct the South Node in your 4th house, it basically means that this is a really significant karmic release point when it comes to your home, family, your ancestry, your emotional security. And you might find that there's circumstances or realizations that might kind of highlight outdated patterns. Being overly critical of family dynamics, perfectionist standards for your living space, or maybe attachments to past wounds that kind of keep you playing it small in your private world. Now, this supports letting go of self-sacrificing roles within the family or kind of rigid ideas of what nurturing looks like, and faded clearings around property, parents, or kind of inner child healing that makes space for more compassionate and authentic emotional foundations. Then you're going to see on the 13th, Venus will square Uranus in your sign. So it may feel like it's almost impossible to either get along well with somebody in the family. Venus could be one of your children. Venus can also be some unexpected kind of family conflict that's going on, or something of that nature. And the square is between yourself and your home. So this is creating tension between home and family matters and your personal identity and how you show up in the world. There can be unexpected events at home or with family that could prompt sudden shifts in how you see yourself or how you express yourself individually. And Uranus in your first is already kind of encouraging this authentic reinvention. And so the square is adding pressure around beauty, relationships, or values that affect your domestic life. Embrace the unconventional approaches to home and self, and maybe release old familiar kind of expectations or like critical inner voices that kind of limit your authentic presence at home. Now, there will be that Mercury cazimi in Cancer on the 12th, and this is important for you. Mercury obviously rules you. It's in your house of money and resources, and it's conjunct the sun, which is the third house. So likely there's going to be an important conversation, email, piece of mail, conversation with a sibling or something, or like a breakthrough about money. And I would watch for that. So this is a very potent moment of clarity around your values and your self-worth and your income or your relationship with money. And the cazimi is really meant to illuminate insights about what nourishes you emotionally and materially. So since Mercury's retrograde, you'll probably receive an important message or have a realization about a financial decision, and maybe self-worth patterns kind of come up, or how you nurture yourself and a sense of security. It's a nice window for aligning your mental energy with your emotional intelligence, and it's about bringing in abundance and kind of renewing your sense of self-worth. Followed by the new moon, which is going to be in the same house. So this is your once a year opportunity to set intentions revolving around finances, abundance, making more money. And I think that with this new moon coming in, it's powerful for resetting your relationship with money, renewing your values, reevaluating your self-worth. And you want to plant small seeds around abundance and also consciousness. Now, Mercury will be retrograde, so I think you're still figuring some of that stuff out at the time of the new moon, but still nevertheless do your abundance work. Then you're going to see Jupiter is going to be moving into your third house. So it's now expanding communication, learning, local connections. And Jupiter rules relationships, partnerships, clients, and your careers. So some of you guys might, if you're single, you're going to start getting out and mingling, especially locally, going to local bars, clubs, kind of scenes and meeting people. Others are going to be like, oh, I'm getting a new vehicle, or I'm going to be going on a road trip, or I'm going to be learning a new language. But definitely traveling for work, traveling to meet partners, traveling with partners. These can all be themes that kind of come up. And, you'll see mid-month, there's quite a few Jupiter aspects. There's going to be like Jupiter sextile Uranus in your sign, which might prompt you to be traveling. You're going to see Jupiter that's going to oppose Pluto, where there's going to definitely be a little bit of like a meeting of the minds, and it's more about local travel rather than international travel right now. And you'll see Jupiter sextile Uranus on the 21st, which brings supportive kind of opportunities for you for learning and also self-expression. Now, on the 23rd, the Mercury retrograde ends, so hopefully that does well for you. It means clarity can kind of return, especially when it comes to money or values or resources, and it's almost like the fog lifts. So if there's been some money hangups, likely things will start to kind of move forward after that. And then obviously later in the month, like the 26th or the 31st, you're going to see the North Node's going to enter into Aquarius, which I actually really think you guys are going to like, because it's a fellow sister air sign. And so we already see like Pluto and Uranus trining, and we're going to see the North Node that's going to move into here, and it'll kind of play well with Gemini placements. And this is where I've told all the signs, it's a little bit like of a conundrum, because usually when Jupiter's in the third house, there's a lot of short distance travel, moving and learning, and the South Node's going into that. And then usually when the North Node's in the ninth house, there's a lot of international traveling, there's college, there's learning, there's publishing, and like you have to learn how to do both. And so we're integrating the two because you're going to see, you know, oppositions between these two houses. And this is what we learn and this is what we believe in. And so there's a little bit of a reworking of that over the next 18 months. I would just be saying with the North Node in your ninth house, your beliefs, your worldview, your travel, your educational path is shifting towards innovation, collective ideals, you know, and the question is what do you believe in? Does it align with your authentic self? Now, Saturn's going to retrograde in the 11th house later in the month, and that's going to be really a time to reevaluate friendships, long-term goals. These are all being restructured. Some groups may feel draining or outdated. It's time for them to go. You'll see on the 27th that the sun is going to trine Neptune, which is a wonderful day, I think, for you guys with the trines between the 3rd and the 11th, because it can bring some kind of inspired communication, especially within groups or like announcements that you're making. And you'll see the full moon on the 29th is going to be in Aquarius in your ninth house. And so if you're an early degree Gemini, sun, moon, or rising, it's going to be trining you, but it will be making an opposition, you know, to Sun and Jupiter in the 3rd. So for me, it kind of feels like, all right, well, you know, the full moon is bringing opportunities for culmination around travel. But it's going to be conjunct Pluto. So I'm predicting that there could be some drama revolving around travel, education, legal matters, and just kind of getting around while the Sun and Jupiter are conjunct in your 3rd. So I'm just going to put this out there for Gemini and Gemini risings. If you are going somewhere and a flight gets canceled, rent a car, right? You may not want to drive, but you'll enjoy the drive with the Sun and Jupiter going through your 3rd house. This might also mean that some of you guys are transforming the way that you look at education, and it doesn't need to be traditional education. It's kind of like, well, I'm going to take an online course, or I'm going to go to a local city college, or I'm going to, you know, like teach myself, and not feel like you have to be overly burdened by, you know, like what your old beliefs have been. My advice for Gemini this month is just be careful with impulse, okay? Like Mars can bring accidents. It can also bring conflicts and issues with pets, with coworkers, and friends. And then Uranus is going to be talking about excitement revolving around travel, learning, and education. So it's like you might be like, come on, let's go. And like you're not waiting for other people to join you. You know, you're not giving them an opportunity. Yes, you're going to be excited, but this can lead to accidents. It can lead to burned bridges. So think before you act, especially the first 5 days of July. Use Mercury retrograde wisely, okay? Because Mercury retrograde is about you revising, not initiating things. Wait until after the 23rd for major financial decisions. And this is a good month to start questioning your beliefs. As the North Node is shifting, you know, it's really about old belief systems that are going to come up that might feel kind of like constraining, and explore what you really believe, not necessarily what you were taught, and embrace authentic communication because you're being called to speak your truth, not perform for approval. Neptune retrograde is going to help you, I think, kind of distinguish who the genuine friends are, you know, and who you're meant to kind of connect with. And the Saturn retrograde is going to do a lot of the same thing. All right, so your best days are going to be the 12th with the Mercury Cazimi, where there's going to be values, financial, and self-worth clarity. The new moon in your 2nd house, powerful money reset. The 18th through the 21st, where you see Jupiter in your 3rd. That's kind of highlighting some other aspects like a sextile to Uranus, a trine to Neptune, where I feel like it's going to be good for your mental clarity. And then you're also just going to feel like it's about feeling inspired, okay? Inspired, maybe self-expression with the Sun trine Neptune. And things that you can write or you can create or you can share with friends or with groups. And then for challenging days, definitely the first 5 days of July, because Mars transits come in hot. They can sometimes be a little early, they can be a little late. So that is the period where you're going to have personal volatility. The 5th through the 7th with like the Neptune stationing retrograde, there might be some identity or like group confusion. And then obviously around the 9th and 10th when Venus conjuncts the South Node, there's some kind of karmic release at home with home foundations or family. And then the 13th when Venus squares Uranus, where there's like home versus, you know, kind of like personal tension. And then the 26th where you're going to see that this is all about changes in regards to your belief system. Maybe social circle pressure starts to kind of kick in as the nodes change signs. So that being said, Gemini and Gemini risings, quite the month. Yes, everybody's definitely getting their fair share of warnings. It's not just you. But let's ask the tarot and let's see, what are your kind of major themes? What do you need to watch out for? What do you need to know for the month ahead? Ooh, interesting. The Hermit card. So, I mean, let's talk positive, right? Positive is that the South Node, which is, this is associated with Virgo, right? The Hermit, is about to leave your 4th house. And I think that it's good because all of the mutable signs are now not as under as much pressure. Granted, Uranus is still in Gemini, so it's going to keep things lively, but it's not going to be squaring you by sign. So now it's going to shift into a sign that's going to sextile or it's going to trine you. And I think with the South Node and Venus, Venus can be things connecting to, you know, stuff that you're cleaning out of closets, stuff that's about your past, old money issues, old family karma, old karma revolving around lovers or children is kind of getting cleared out. And I really feel like with the Hermit card coming up, it's saying you personally need to do some unearthing and some releasing in this area, okay? And I think it's time to release any issues with your inner child, or there's a need to release any concerns that you have about stability. You are being redirected, and a lot of this stuff you have to do internally. So it's a good time to like go and clean out your kitchen cabinets, your closets, to donate things, to get rid of things. The Mercury retrograde is saying the same thing, by the way. Mercury is influencing Venus, and it's also influencing Mars and Uranus. So if you're not one of those Geminis that can, you know, go wild and, you know, go on a world tour, you're like, no, I'm a real person, I'm, you know, stuck at home. I'd be like, you can easily become the tornado this month. And so to kind of work against that energy, take some time alone to organize, purify, clear, cleanse. And I think it's going to be good for you to just declutter. And also I think that this is about finding inner peace and not getting wrapped up in some of the drama that can happen with a family relationship. Okay? So reflect, reflect, reflect. I hope that this is a good month for you. I definitely want to hear comments from my Gemini risings about just what happens with the Mars-Uranus conjunction. Please, with anything hot, anything sharp, anything speed related, okay? Or anything impulsive, just pump the brakes a little bit, have fun, and let me know, and I'll catch you guys back here next month. What's up, Cancer and Cancer rising? Welcome to your July 2026 horoscopes. If you happen to be a July Cancer, happy birthday to you guys. I hope it's a good one. I hope you have a beautiful year ahead. We got a lot of terrain to kind of cover today. Obviously, this is your month, so things are very personal for you. The ruling planet is the moon, so we're going to talk a lot about the new and the full moons and kind of my thoughts on that. And just for the highlights, the new moon actually on the 14th is going to be in your sign. Okay, so this is your once a year new moon, new you. So make a note of that. If you happen to, have any planets that are around the degree of this new moon, definitely pay attention. Or if your birthday is within about 2 or 3 days of this new moon, it's going to be a really amazing brand new year for you. You guys are also still going through the Mercury retrograde in your sign, so that's going to continue until about the 23rd, and then things should kind of ease up in terms of communication. And we're going to see that the sun is in Cancer only until the 22nd. So then it's going to be moving into Leo, which is going to be kind of dropping into your second house of money, resources, and values. The full moon that is going to be at the end of the month is very, very, very significant. Okay, and we'll get to it, but a lot of financial stuff happening with that full moon that's going to be taking place. And also a lot of financial stuff because Jupiter is going into your second house of income and it's opposing Pluto in your 8th house of other people's money. So let's get into it. Let's talk about what to be expecting in the month ahead. Basically, one of the other major highlights that we're going to see, there's several, is going to really start with the first transit of the month, and that's going to be the Mars-Uranus conjunction. Honestly, I feel like for Cancer risings, this is probably like one of the easier places to have this particular conjunction. Maybe not for your sleep schedule, maybe not for your dreams. Some of you guys might have some nightmares or some anxiety, or you're like, ooh, something's coming. But it's not hitting you as directly as some of the other planets, so be grateful for that. This will happen around like pretty much like the first week of July, but it's going to be right around like the 4th and the 5th. And Mars and Uranus are going to meet in your 12th house. So this is like a behind the scenes energy. It's about subconscious insights, spiritual breakthroughs. or anxiety. And I think it's going to be more anxiety related. I hope I'm wrong. You're also going to see that there will be retrogrades in Aries, both Neptune and Saturn. So if you're anywhere, I would say between 5 and 0 degrees of Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising, or 10 and about maybe 16 degrees or so of Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising, these retrogrades, you're under a Saturn square this year. So a lot of you guys have really felt this over the last month. I would imagine the Mercury retrograde in your first house squaring all of this is you kind of being like, okay, I'm like a little stress ball, or there's things changing with my health, or I'm changing the way that I communicate and kind of deal with authority figures. So it's about managing that. And I think that with Mars and Uranus in the 12th house being connected to the Mercury retrograde, I would really like my Cancer and Cancer risings to go to a hot yoga class. Maybe it's a good idea to go and do some acupuncture. This can be also a really great time for you guys to actually learn some breathwork exercises. And to just kind of like cycle the breath, or just go for a walk, by yourself in nature. I mean, that can kind of help clear your head too, because Gemini is movement. But I think there's going to be definitely a big rumble that's going to be happening for you intuitively. And maybe you're feeling restless. Maybe there's disruptions kind of going on, things that's disrupting your sleep. This is actually good because it's almost like you feel like something is bubbling up from below. And this is about trusting that process. Now, also at the beginning of the month, Neptune is going to station retrograde, and it's going to be on the 7th in your 10th house of career. And this is really helping you really reevaluate what is your vision when it comes to your professional life. What do you think your purpose is? What direction are you going in? And you're going to see that there will be a last quarter moon that's going to be happening as well. That's kind of supporting, releasing that whatever doesn't support your subconscious. It's also going to be about making some changes in terms of like your personal life direction. Now, on the 10th of the month, you're going to see Venus is going to enter into the sign of Virgo, and it's going to move into your 3rd house and conjunct the South Node. So this is a big deal because it's in the part of your chart that deals with your mindset, your siblings, your communication, how you travel, how you learn, and it's like releasing something. So it's releasing how you communicate in love, or your relationships with siblings, or changes around your mental patterns. You may experience a faded conversation, or there could be realizations about how you express care or criticism. And old patterns where you're kind of like nitpicking can come up, maybe unequal exchanges in learning environments, or just kind of mental overwork that affects your nervous system. It can surface so you can surrender. It can be harder to keep the peace with siblings, particularly like sisters, aunts, or nieces. And this space is kind of clearing for more intuitive, compassionate, and spiritually aligned ways of really kind of connecting and learning. So profound for healing sibling wounds, or kind of like rewriting your inner narrative. And then just after that, on the 13th, then you will see Venus square Uranus in Gemini. So this is like your 12th and your 3rd house that's kind of like at odds, and it creates this tension between everyday communication and like mental activity in your inner spiritual world and hidden patterns. So once again, it's kind of unearthing unexpected messages or learning experiences that trigger deep subconscious release or spiritual insight. There could be tension between wanting clear practical dialogue and like wanting time to kind of be quiet and kind of process things. So definitely taking a break from like social media, or like putting your phone on airplane mode that day can be good. And breakthroughs can come in ways where you're kind of allowing communication and your inner truth to surface on its own, or maybe you're doing some writing or some journaling for healing. Just release being overly critical, kind of try to quiet down the mental chatter that's kind of disrupting your peace. Now, on the 12th of the month, there will be a cazimi happening in your sign right around 20 degrees of Cancer. And this is that halfway point through the Mercury retrograde. And it's so interesting to see how this kind of aligns, because it's kind of saying with like the South Node Venus, the square to Uranus, you're anxious because you don't know how to express your feelings, or you don't know whether or not you should say something, or if you should have a conversation. And then boom, Mercury conjunct the sun, it might just slip right out. Mercury retrograde in your sign can represent a secret you've been keeping. It can also mean that's when you're like, that's it, now I need to say something and I need to kind of speak up. So in your first house, it brings profound insights about your identity and like how you present yourself and what you truly need to feel emotionally secure and nurtured. And this is about listening to that inner voice, because Mercury is retrograde, and you might find that these realizations involve revisiting past versions of yourself or important internal messages about self-care and emotional boundaries. A beautiful opportunity, I think, for illuminating self-understanding and aligning your mind with your heart. If you're somebody who is a journal keeper, like if you have journaled throughout your life, go back and read your own journals. That's what I would recommend doing. If you're not, I recommend starting one. And if you're feeling like you're going through something, you're going through a tough time, or anything like that, journal about it. Because you will come back and you will look at this and you'll be like, I got myself out of this, and I was continuing to encourage myself to move forward. Really powerful dreams too, and kind of downloads and realizations. Some of you guys, now that you have Uranus in your 12th house, you're going to have precognitive dreams, and it's going to be about precognitive dreams about your kids. It's about your work. It's maybe going to be about your friends. And you're going to be like, I had this crazy dream. And I'd be like, write it down, because there's symbolism in that. And some of them can be quite literally, future events that are kind of coming. So let me know if you guys are dreaming about aliens, because that might be part of it. Then we're going to see the new moon in your sign on the 14th. And this is a very strong personal reset. You only get one of these per year. So new moon, new you. This will be your moment to set intentions for yourself. Now, it's interesting that Mercury is still retrograde, so you're still thinking about it. It's taking a little bit of time for that to still kind of marinate. But I'd be asking myself, what identity are you stepping into? What seeds do you want to plan for the next, 6 months before this becomes a full moon? Make the intentions about yourself. Take some time alone to reflect and set those intentions. Now, here's the big news. You're also going to see Jupiter moving into your second house. Now, this is supporting income. This is supporting your values, your self-worth. It's all expanding. So yes, Jupiter can bring more money, but if you're having money challenges, it can make them bigger. Got to put that disclaimer. Jupiter is about education, travel, training, legal matters, your belief system, your philosophy, and health habits and work. So if you're somebody who's wanting to invest in certifications, training, education, yes. If you're somebody who is wanting to improve your style or your wardrobe, or wear warmer colors or gold or new prints, or you want something that's like, summer ready, you're going to see throughout the year that's going to happen. But really, this is about bringing, I think, better self-esteem in. And what you're going to see is mid-month, there's a lot of Jupiter aspects that's bringing opportunity for financial growth, because this is going to be sextiling Uranus, where you might have bright ideas about making money, and then boom, the wealth comes in. You're also going to see Jupiter start trining Neptune, where if you're feeling more inspired and connected to what you want to do, you're going to build the confidence and invest in yourself, and there in turn, you'll make more money throughout the year. But Jupiter is going to oppose Pluto. And this is an interesting aspect, because I feel like Jupiter going into your second house is about going, I know my worth, right? Or this is what I need to make, or this is my bottom line. Or this is, what I want to evolve into. This is what I want to spend. And you're going to be working hard, because Jupiter's connected to work, for the money. So it's not going to come easy. Not all of you guys are just going to have some windfall. You're going to have to work for it. And part of the challenge is that it's opposing Pluto. So it can mean there's some power struggles that kind of come up around resources and what is yours versus what is others. And some of my Cancer and Cancer risings might be dealing with whether or not they're going to get paid for disability, or whether or not they're going to get unemployment, or whether or not they're going to have a settlement, or if a spouse who they're separating from is going to give them something. There could be drama also over gambling or taking risks, or financial drama with kids. So if you have adult children, it's like, well, I'm giving them money. Like, what are they doing with it? That kind of stuff. And so just watch for some of that intensity between what is yours and what is somebody else's. Watch for the haters who may be jealous of how you're carrying yourself, or how you're presenting yourself, or just your confidence, and people might try to kind of knock that. All right, Mercury stations direct on the 23rd in your first house, so you'll have better personal clarity, and I think you'll be able to kind of know what direction you're going in and better communicate. I just want to remind you guys also, like with Mercury continuing to go retrograde in your first house, do not act impulsively to make changes to your appearance. I could see some of you guys that will do this, and you're going to have some kind of nervous tendency that's going to come up, and you're going to be like, that's it, I'm cutting off all my hair, or like, that's it, I'm just like running away. And I would be like, no, Just if you take time to be alone, you're not going to be as likely to make some really dramatic changes to your appearance that you might regret. All right. Then we have towards the end of the month, like the 26th to the 31st, the North Node is going to be entering into Aquarius in your 8th house. That's kind of a big deal. The South Node is going to be moving into your 2nd house, which I've said to all the signs is completely bizarre to me, because we are going to be seeing planets that are going to be in the same sign as the South Node and planets that are going to be the same sign as the North Node. And usually the South Node talks about what we are releasing or what we're tapping into from the past. And then the North Node talks about what we're growing towards for future kind of evolution. So what's interesting is like the North Node in the 8th house over the next 18 months, a lot of you guys are like, you're going to get inheritances, money that you've invested is going to pay off. There's definitely going to be some changes going on with mutual resources, with taxes. And then the South Node going through the 2nd is trying to get you to focus less on material things, which is kind of ironic because Jupiter is going into your 2nd house. So a lot of my Cancer risings are going to be like, oh, I'm going to make all this money. And I would be like, careful what you wish for, because Jupiter opposing Pluto is like sometimes more money, more problems. It can also mean that you're being asked to detach from the idea of, oh, something has to come my way, right? And that the money doesn't necessarily mean it's coming from you. You will receive it. But with the North Node here, it's going to be like sudden kind of windfalls, or maybe it's going to be merging money with somebody else. It could be investments, it could be loans, that's going to increase what you have. So the catch here is to not become super materialistic, which is going to be hard to do with Jupiter in the 2nd house. But where do you spend your money? Well, 6th house on health, habits, pets, 9th house, traveling, education, spend it on those things, not just kind of being gluttonous and like spending money, which some of you guys are going to want to do. Anyway, the North Node in the 8th house is bringing up themes of intimacy and transformation, and that's being redirected towards innovation and collective values. And what you share with others becomes more important than what you possess alone. Now, Saturn's going to station retrograde in your 10th house late in the month. This means that your career, your public reputation, your relationships with authority figures is requiring some serious restructuring. And so I think with like Saturn and Neptune both in this house, you're looking at things going, okay, traditional achievement paths maybe feel a little constraining, and that you're like rethinking something about your work or your professional kind of goals. On the 27th, you're going to see the Sun trine Neptune. So this is a good day for like getting tapped into what you're meant to do and like how you're meant to make money, and like optimism about a future professional goal. And you're feeling inspired between your values and your career. And then on the 29th, there's going to be a full moon in Aquarius happening in your 8th house. Now, listen to me. This is a very intense full moon. I'm not going to tell you the same things that other astrologers are going to tell you, where they're going to say, oh, the Sun and Jupiter are in your 2nd house. You're going to make a ton of money. Something amazing is going to happen. I don't think so, as much as I hate to say it. Because an 8th house full moon off the bat is quite intense, because something gets kind of extracted and unearthed, and you're going through some kind of dramatic power struggle. You are the moon with another person. Now, it could mean, obviously, touch wood, somebody passes away. Pluto could represent you receiving some, powerful connection to somebody else's funds, or maybe you win a lawsuit. Maybe you have an insurance claim that decides finally they're going to pay out on something. Maybe you get disability, or you end up kind of getting unemployment, or a loan goes through. In that sense, yeah, but it's not the money you have made. It's money that's given to you from somebody else, but there's going to be strings attached. Pluto. Now, also, the Sun will be conjuncting Jupiter. So in theory, yes, that's a good day to make money, but it's going to come at a cost, right? And it's also kind of squaring Chiron. So, money issues revolving around friends or goals or borrowing or lending from other people, or somebody begrudgingly kind of pays you and you get the money, but there's some drama. So watch for that. I think it's just bringing a culmination also around shared resources, intimacy, change. And with Uranus being the ruler in your 12th, it's quite unexpected. So unexpected changes with siblings, with relatives, maybe your mindset revolving around money. And that's the month. So the advice I would give to Cancer and Cancer risings this month would be, you have to honor your inner work. Between a Mercury retrograde in your sign, also a Mars-Uranus conjunction in the 12th house, it's kind of saying like, all right, you might feel like things are chaotic, but it's really kind of, I think, catalyzing deep transformation. And this is about journaling, dreaming, processing. And I would use the, sorry guys, I would use the new moon deliberately because this is your reset. So you want to set clear, heart-centered intentions for who you're becoming. Release your financial fears, okay? Because there's going to be a lot of financial things happening this year. Between an eclipse that's going to be there in August, you've got, you know, Mars will come into your second house later in the year. Mars and Jupiter will conjunct. My intuitive feeling on this is that Cancer risings are going to see windfalls. That big swing where they're going to have a lot of like money suddenly coming in over the summer, and then they're going to feel like, oh, I want more. I'm going to spend more. I want more. And then as you get into the fall, it's going to meet the South Node, right? So it might be big rise, big fall. Really be conscious of how you're spending money, and really be mindful of what you're buying, what you're putting your resources into. I'd be investing in education. I'd be investing in travel. I'd be investing in my health, not just material things. And I think that, you know, this is really with Jupiter coming into your house, it's going to be expansive, but Neptune retrograde is asking you to release, I think, you know, old visions when it comes to your work and your career. And you have to trust that the abundance is going to come in, but you still have to kind of show up for work. And then this is about balancing career and intimacy as the North Node kind of moves into your 8th house. Obviously, that connection to Saturn, with Saturn in your 10th and then Uranus in your 12th. It's basically saying, okay, you're being asked to transform how you merge and connect with other people, but not at the expense of like your maybe public, you know, kind of reputation. So it's a give and take month, but you need to make sure that there isn't any like carrots that are being dangled over you for what you're receiving, and really be reassessing and reevaluating what's going on either professionally or in terms of your status out in the world. Now, your best days is going to be on the 12th when you see the Cazimi in your sign, where that's a moment of personal breakthrough and clarity. The 14th when you have a new moon in your sign, so that's going to be your personal reset. The 18th through the 21st where you see Jupiter, that's going to be kind of expanding through your finances and your career. And then the 27th where the sun is going to trine Neptune, where you're feeling some kind of inspired, you know, value and career alignment. But on the 4th and 5th-ish, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Mars and Uranus is quite disruptive. So anxiousness, volatility, subconscious storms, restlessness is expected. The 5th through the 7th, when Neptune is stationing, there can be some career fog or inner pressure. And then on the 10th, when Venus conjuncts the South Node, this is a karmic release in communication, siblings, or learning. And when Venus squares Uranus on the 13th, so there can be, you know, tension about what you say or what you do not say and how to have a conversation with someone. And then obviously as the North Node, you know, goes into Aquarius, there's going to be much more of a pressure, much more of an emphasis on merging with people, changing, transforming, endings, new beginnings, right? Quite the month. So especially if it's your birthday month, this is quite the month, because a lot of you guys are going to have these transits that are going to be baked into your solar return. So let's ask the cards, what do my Cancer and Cancer risings need to know about the next month in July? Oof. 5 of Coins, not the card that I wanted to see. Especially considering the fact that it's quite the opposite of Jupiter going into your second house. And I'm going to tell you guys, just because Jupiter comes into the second house does not mean that the money immediately shows up, okay? The sun will meet it, so maybe there's something good around the full moon, but it sometimes can bring up bigger problems, right? And then the sun's also going to be influencing Jupiter. And so what is Sun Jupiter? Big. What is Pluto? Problems. So it could mean you get a ton of money that comes in and you're like, well, now I got to pay, you know, inheritance tax, or now I got to pay, you know, some significant tax, or now I got to give something, you know, to my kid, or I got to give something to somebody else. And so the 5 of Coins is interesting because this is actually about feeling stuck, left out in the cold, not getting what you need, having challenges, struggling, financial related issues. It's almost like the Mercury retrograde is you going, please God, answer my prayers. Like I need a breakthrough. Like I need something that's going to kind of help me. And sometimes the Sun Jupiter is just about a renewal of your confidence. It doesn't necessarily equate to cash in the bank, right? And so for some of you, it's about overcoming some of the financial issues and kind of mustering up the strength to be like, I don't want to be in this situation anymore, I know I have the capability of bringing in more, having more confidence, having more stability, and you'd lean into the trines with Neptune and then eventually Saturn, which is, I believe in myself, I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna build something. I'm gonna look for a new job. I'm gonna, be the person who's gonna show up. And yes, I know I will have some Cancers that are gonna comment and they're gonna go, well, the money didn't show up, but I'm gonna say, well, listen to the tarot card. The tarot card is saying that if you're feeling like you're at the bottom, then what you need to do is focus on getting out of that situation and more about the confidence and the warmth, because you've got two people that are out in the cold, right? So this could also mean that, you're doing things that are going to be about illuminating stuff. You're lighting candles, you're burning your intentions, you're writing down your wishes. Maybe you're deciding that, you want to sit down and make it a ritual. Jupiter can be rituals. That's an abundance ritual. If you guys think that there's going to be one transit that's going to set you up for the year, you're crazy. Jupiter is in a fire sign. That's action oriented. This means that you could make money through service, through helping people, or through teaching, or through traveling. But I really feel like this is about you guys recognizing that you can make money in a way that feels fun, that feels creative, that feels good. And you have to overcome all of the fears, like Pluto in the 8th could be naysayers, debt, family responsibilities, financial kind of obligations, and be very sensible with some of your resources, because you will see throughout the year that sometimes more money creates more problems. So hopefully that's helpful, Cancer. Let me know how these land for you at the end of the month. Okay, my Leos and Leo risings. Have you guys been waiting for this video? I would be if I was a Leo rising. Welcome to July 2026, and happy birthday to those of you guys who are Leos that were born in July. This is going to be your monthly overview. Pull up a seat. We have a lot of terrain to kind of cover in this video. Obviously, we will see the sun go into Leo this month, so Leo season is going to begin. And the universe is really putting you in the spotlight. And this isn't just about celebration. It's about deep transformation of oneself. I think that's really what's kind of going on. As you know, you're ruled by the sun. So things like the Mercury Cazimi are going to be hot topics. The new moon that's going to be happening in Cancer. And we have a lot of energy where there is quite a few aspects between Jupiter in your sign to Uranus in Gemini, sparking up new communities, Neptune in Aries, where you're feeling more divinely inspired and connected, and you're shifting your beliefs, and obviously the big bad opposition to Pluto in Aquarius. So this is a big month for you guys, and it's going to be kind of finished off with a full moon in Aquarius, which was seated in February of this year. It was an eclipse. So many of you guys have been going through quite a few changes in your relationships, changes when it comes to business partnerships, clients, how you relate to other people, how you relate to friends. And it's almost like there is a huge, this is when the glow up starts to begin. The glow up happens, and who you're becoming, how you're evolving, how you're growing, and you're choosing joy, you're choosing happiness, you're choosing romance, creativity, resonates very much with your social connections, resonates very much with your beliefs, is not resonating so much with partnerships. And you are going to see that you're growing and evolving to a point where you're like, can I actually connect with this other person? Or has it potentially run its course? Now, if you're single, easier to navigate. It could mean that Jupiter in your sign is just acting like a vacuum or a magnet that's pulling people in. But I want to tell all my Leo risings, be very mindful of the drama that can come up with other people this month. Don't let other people put out your fire. All right, well, your ruling planet is the sun. So we're actually going to start the month with the sun going through the 12th house in the sign of Cancer. It'll stay there until the 22nd, and that's when you're going to see the sun come into your sign. So the first few weeks of the month is a more reflective phase, both because you have the sun going through there, but also the Mercury retrograde. And I would just say for my Leo risings, like, enjoy the peace and quiet before you lose it, right? Like once the Mercury retrograde's over and like the sun goes into your first house, come, the beginning of August, you don't get that rest and recuperation the way that you have for some time. Jupiter has been in your 12th house, Sun and Mercury have been there for a while. So just soak it up and get time to rest before it's like, lights, camera, action. Now on the 22nd, the Sun enters into your sign, so it's your season. This is a strong personal reset. It doesn't matter if you're a Leo, Sun, Moon, or Rising, and Mercury is going to be stationing direct around the 23rd in your 12th house, and that's going to bring, I think, better clarity to your inner world. You'll also see a Cazimi that's going to happen there, but I'll get to that in a second. But essentially, if we start at the beginning of the month, we're going to be seeing that Mars and Uranus are going to meet in the sign of Gemini in your 11th house. Now, honestly, this is like a really wild, rambunctious group of people you're either going to be hanging out with. It might be an amazing 4th of July party and it's just loud and there's fireworks and there's lots of fun. And it can also mean that you just become a little too mentally stimulated. There's just too much going on in your social group and you're kind of like looking around going like, I'm overwhelmed, because it's playing off of Mercury in your 12th. So you might have friends that are pushing you, come on, let's go out, let's do something, come to this get together. And then you're there and you're like, I really just want to go to bed, and that's okay if you end up feeling that way. But you can also see that there's sudden developments around friendships. There's new groups or new long-term goals, and innovative ideas or rebellious energy in collective settings is very strong. There can be some family or friend dynamic drama, okay? That can happen at somebody's house or in like a social situation. And then you're going to see Neptune that's going to station retrograde in Aries around the 7th in your 9th house. And this is really initiating a review of your beliefs, a review of your faith, your worldview. And that'll go hand in hand actually with the last quarter moon, which is going to be squaring the Sun. And this is really initiating review of maybe beliefs of your faith and your worldview. Maybe it's supporting releasing outdated kind of perspectives. On the 10th of the month, you're going to see Venus conjunct the South Node in Virgo, and this will be, Venus entering and then hitting the South Node. Put a note with this day, Leo. I feel like on the 10th, not the best day to be making any really big investments. If you're like, I want to buy a watch, I want to buy some jewelry, I want to buy a car, I'd be like, no, Venus is not in a sign that's good for luxury. Venus is hitting the South Node, which is actually saying it's time to give something up or release something. It could be there's a change with a relationship with a sibling. Maybe you're selling a car. Maybe you're finally determining that, you know what, it's not the right time to buy a new cell phone. Like something like that may happen. And like, I have to give you this disclosure. There can be a financial loss that can happen with this conjunction. What I think it's going to be is just like a karmic release around self-worth and core values. Maybe faded events or inner work that highlights where you're too attached to something or attached to perfectionism or criticism of your resources. Maybe unbalanced giving and receiving in finances come up. And I would say this is a time to let go of old stories like I must earn love or security through being perfect. This is also critical for you to pay attention to self-talk about what you have or whether or not you're valued. And this really supports surrendering to scarcity mindsets or overly material definitions of worth. And it's clearing space for a more generous, intuitive relationship with abundance to come in. Now, that's happening anyway because, Mercury is retrograde. Mercury rules your money. So you might be really reevaluating and reassessing, what am I losing? What am I giving away? What am I letting go? And I would just say, clear stuff out. Clear stuff out of your closets. Go and make space. That's something that somebody told me a long time ago, like a very long time ago. They were like, if you want that change to come into your life, you have to physically create the space in your home. If it's a relationship you want, go and clear out some of your closet, go and clear out some of your drawers, make space for somebody's jackets and, give them a little drawer on a bedside table on the side of your bed. Leave it empty because you're literally signaling to the universe, I'm ready to welcome somebody in. So if you're wanting to bring in wealth, if you're wanting to bring in abundance in anything, I would say, go clean up your wallet, right? Your second house is your wallet. Go clean out your fridge. Maybe it's a good time to, get yourself something new. And it doesn't have to be fancy. It has to be practical. Venus in Virgo is practical. But some of you guys are going to say, well, I'm actually clearing out my wardrobe. I'm getting a new wallet. I'm getting a new purse. That's fine too. It's just something's not really resonating because you're supposed to be releasing. Then you're going to see on the 13th, the Venus in Virgo is going to square Uranus in Gemini. So that's interesting because you got tension between your 2nd and your 11th house. So this is about between your resources and also, your self-worth and your social circles and your long-term goals. So unexpected changes in income or spending could impact like a party, a group dynamic, community involvement, can bring surprising financial opportunities, and maybe surprises in how friends value you or how you value them may prompt you to release, more transactional dynamics where you're just friends with people just because there's some kind of benefit. And then breakthroughs can arise when you embrace unconventional income streams or freely express your unique values within groups without needing perfection or kind of like external validation. Now we've got a Mercury cazimi taking place in your 12th house around the 12th of July. This is interesting. I love cazimis in the 12th house. I always have really wild dreams, and they're usually pretty bang on. Like there will be symbolism and things that I will see during a cazimi in my 12th house in a dream, and then it manifests like weeks later. So keep a dream journal. This is about that profound inner clarity moment, but it's where you find it in meditation. You find it in a psychic reading, astrology reading, a tarot reading, something that might be also just about quiet reflection. Mercury rules your money. And it's also about your friends, and you might kind of recognize like, yeah, it's time for me to let go of this outdated relationship or let go of this, physical kind of tangible object. I don't need it. And this message will come in deep spiritual or subconscious ways. So realizations about hidden emotional patterns, behind the scenes matters, secrets even. And since Mercury is retrograde, it's about revisiting these past wounds or receiving intuitive messages that help you kind of nurture your inner world. So a powerful window for illuminating inner work and emotional and spiritual intelligence is likely going to appear. Keep an eye on this too. Sometimes I notice when I have like Mercury retrograde in my 12th, I'll have dreams about like my grandparents or like deceased relatives or like pets. And sometimes they'll kind of come in and they'll have a visit. And so that's just because the 12th house is kind of like the spirit world, but that's a fun thing that generally happens. All right, you've got a new moon in Cancer on the 14th. And this is also in your 12th house. And so it's interesting because, Jupiter has already gone through your sign, but it's almost like the Mercury retrograde and like the sun is still kind of holding you back. And this is the last moments of your cocoon period before it's like I said, lights, camera, action, and you're suddenly, main character energy. So this is about maybe releasing subconscious baggage, spiritual resets, inner healing that's taking place. And this is the time to do that deep inner work before you step into your season. And it's very common right for your birthday, like the 2 weeks or so for your birthday, especially as we see Jupiter coming into your sign, there's like a clearing out. So there's big changes maybe happening with your finances, your emotions, your family, all that stuff. Now, Jupiter is in your 1st house. Hopefully you guys are digging it. You're going to see that's going to continue to bring you expansion, luck, growth, and changes to your identity. Jupiter can be about pregnancy, children. It could be about creativity, romance, having fun. And it's also very much tied to your 8th house of change and transformation. So you might say, well, okay, if I'm having a kid, yes, I'm changing and I'm evolving. But it could mean that you're getting more in touch with your artistic side. You're kind of feeling a little sexier. You're feeling a little bit more adventurous too with Jupiter in your sign. And Jupiter wants everything to kind of glow when it's in Leo. So what you're going to see is it's going to make a ton of aspects. Like I said, the sextile to Uranus makes you main character energy within your group of friends. It helps you also kind of diversify some of your goals. And with the trine to Neptune, it's really helping you feel inspired, travel, and tap into your new belief system that's emerging. I've talked to a lot of Leo risings that are telling me that they're like, I'm just seeing so much symbolism, and I'm seeing where the universe is like aligning me with the right people. And like, it's bringing me this sense of like confidence, and like, you should feel that. And here's where it gets sticky. Jupiter in opposition to Pluto. Now it's quick, but it is going to be very intense. So what I want you guys to know is that with Jupiter opposing Pluto in your 7th house, this is really bringing up some kind of power struggle where it's like other people want to be intense, they want to be destructive, they want to be doom and gloom. And it could be anybody. It could be your spouse, it could be a family member, it could be one of your friends. It could also just be like your, some kind of public, reputation issue that's coming up, especially with Chiron being in your 10th. A lot of people are going to have a lot of things to say about you, and you have to be like a duck and let it just roll off your back, like literally, because Jupiter is about growth, joy, and optimism. And like, you might be trying to approach some of these changes happening in the world in a positive way, and you're not letting anybody dim your light, but other people are just going to want to get your goat, and like they're going to create some power dynamics. I mean, I lost count, but over the last week or two, just the amount of Leo risings that I'm talking to, I will say you guys have been very optimistic and very positive about being like, yes, my marriage is ending, but you know what? They weren't faithful and I got to do me now. Or people who are like, yeah, I'm breaking up with a business partner and I think it's going to be for the best, and you know, I'm going to figure it out and I'm going to get creative and do my own thing. You guys have to maintain that sense of optimism, because other people's inability to get out of their toxic ways, negative behavior, inability to want to doom and gloom or sabotage cannot include taking you down with their ship. And this is very, 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 very important. Okay. So even though it's hard to sometimes put a happy face on, you have to realize that it's almost like the Tower card, like the universe is coming in and it's giving you everything you're asking for, but it's going to clear certain people out of your life. And you know what? Just stay optimistic. So you're going to see the sun enter into your first house around the 22nd. And it's going to be really putting an emphasis on you. I mean, with Jupiter and the sun there, I mean, it's basically saying you're glowing, you're happy, you're being creative. There's a lot of really positive things happening for you. And then you'll also see Mercury retrograde end on the 23rd. So there's going to be better inner clarity that's going to return. It's about getting ready to step into your power before Mercury goes into your sign. And maybe you're getting ready to make a big grand like reveal, or, you know, or share some kind of information with people, but you're just waiting a little bit before that happens. And then in late July, so we're talking like the 26th to the 31st, we're going to see the North Node enter into Aquarius for the first time in like 18 and a half years or so. This is basically highlighting for the better part of the next almost 2 years where your relationships and partnerships are being redirected towards innovation, towards equality. This is huge for your one-on-one dynamics. If you are single, likely over the next couple of years through the eclipses and some of the transits, you're going to meet new people. So it could be a future spouse. It could be somebody who's going to be a prominent business partner. It could be a solid group of friends. Maybe there's just really important people are coming into your life. And this could be therapists, managers, astrologers too, through your 7th. And you'll notice that your partners are going through changes too, with the North Node being there. And the South Node's going to go into your sign, which is kind of paradoxical because the South Node wants you to release and let go of old, outdated identities. It wants you to shed your old skin. It wants you to lose weight or, you know, change something about your appearance. While Jupiter is saying, no, I'm not going to do that. Like, no, I'm not going to make myself small. So you have to know where it's other people who are putting that pressure on you versus like you who's doing it because you're, you know, trying to kind of, I guess, make other people happy, right? And stay small. And then you've got the North Node and Pluto that are going to be in your 7th house where it's like, yes, driving you towards new relationships and future connections. But Pluto is saying that you have to kind of bulldoze some of the old ones in order to get there. It's wild. And you guys will deal with that over the next like 18 months. But Saturn's going to station retrograde in your 9th house. This is going to happen, really bringing a huge emphasis with both Saturn and Neptune retrograde here, where your beliefs and your life philosophy are requiring a little bit more of a serious review or restructuring. What do you actually believe in? Saturn is connected to your health, habits, and work, as well as relationships. So some of my Leo and Leo risings are going to go back to school. They're going to return back to places that they have vacation. They're going to be going back to teaching, going back to writing, reconnecting with mentors, gurus, or legal matters. Okay, so reconnection with lawyers can be possible with that too. And then you're going to see with that retrograde, you have to ask yourself, you know, what your beliefs are, right? What do you actually believe in? And then the sun, which will be in Leo around the 27th, will form a trine to Neptune in your 9th house. Likely this is where there is a download where you feel like, okay, I'm more so inspired. I have this alignment between my identity and what I'm meant to learn, where I'm meant to go. Followed by a very dramatic full moon in Aquarius in your opposite sign in your 7th house, which is bringing culmination around relationships. This is big because, you know, you're ruled by the sun. So when the moon is in opposition to the sun, it's highlighting something you didn't know or something that was a secret. And so with the moon in the 7th house, you will be confronting people, particularly partners in some way, about things that you are becoming aware of. It's like, I found this out, I knew this thing, you know, you didn't tell me. Or, you know, a friend says something kind of behind the scenes and it gets back to you and then you confront them. The seventh house is about confrontation. And that doesn't mean drama. It just means that you're going to basically be like, hey, I know this is going on. And Sun and Jupiter is going to be very much about truth. It's like, this is the truth. This is what I believe in. And it doesn't have to be a knockdown drag out. But I think that because this is a full moon that was seated during a solar eclipse earlier this year, now we've got the North Node in your seventh house. Now we've got a full moon in your seventh house, and Pluto represents your fourth. It might mean that you have to confront a family member or a roommate about a living situation, or a spouse about, you know, your feelings and like needing to kind of get closure with something. As much as I want to say this is a beautiful full moon, it's not. Like, the conjunction to Pluto means that you guys are going to literally have to have a backbone, and you're going to have to basically go, I know what's best for me. I know what makes me happy. I know what I need. And, you know, this isn't it. And that doesn't mean you have to crash your relationships or your marriages or your business partnerships, but like, you need to really kind of show up and basically be like, this isn't working for me. And that you have an awareness of some of the things that have been going on, and somebody or something will take you by surprise. Do not miss your opportunity to tell somebody what is up. All right. You know, can it bring good things? Yeah. I mean, the positive is that the Sun's conjunct Jupiter in your fifth house. You know, what's going to make you happy is probably confronting somebody or wrapping up a relationship or deciding that something is not working and it's out of sight, out of mind. And it's helping you embrace that Sun-Jupiter conjunction where you have a new beginning. But there's going to be some intensity there. All right. My advice for Leo this month is obviously use the 12th house time wisely. I know it's either going to be your birthday this month or it's going to be your birthday next month. So a lot of you guys are kind of clearing stuff out, or things go through Cancer. So that inward Cancer season before your birthday is really about clearing inner baggage. Please don't skip this step. The Mercury retrograde wants you to do the same thing. This is also about really owning your visibility. With the Sun entering Leo, with it conjuncting Jupiter, you're tapping into your personal power. You've done the inner work. Now it's about owning it and not letting other people dim your light. Now we're transforming relationship patterns now that the North Node is in your seventh house, and you might start noticing that partners start acting unconventional, they start acting different, or you're not seeking romantic relationships, you want platonic connections or community. And old patterns in partnerships like dominance, the need for attention, ego dynamics are now being released. So it's about leaning into equality, collaboration. The seventh house is known for its diplomacy, but I think Aquarius is just very matter of fact. So you may feel the need to get dramatic about things, but I think you're being asked to be more about, this is the matter of the situation. This is where you're meeting me or not meeting me halfway. This is how I feel. This is how I'm perceiving it. And then ultimately what needs to change. And so if you lean into collaboration or just being matter of fact, it's going to be, I think, easier to navigate. And maybe it's a good time to question the beliefs that you took for granted, because you're going to have Saturn and Neptune retrograde in your ninth house. So it's asking you to examine your worldview in an honest way. Now, your best days, I think, are going to be the 12th with the Mercury Cazimi, where you have some profound inner clarity, and it's spiritual, or it's like a dream. The new moon on the 12th, which is really about healing your inner child or healing your inner emotions, or something kind of connected to releasing things that have been hidden. On the 18th through the 21st, with Jupiter making all its aspects, it's really personal expansion. And like I said, it's like the glass is half full, silver lining kind of perspective. Then you're going to see on the 22nd and the 23rd, the Sun goes into your first house, and you're going to see Mercury go direct. So there's going to be a lot more confidence in how you're communicating and connecting and just being seen. And then on the 27th, the Sun will trine Neptune. So this is really helping you focus on travel, education, philosophy, and just some things that are really aligning about your beliefs about yourself. Your challenging days will be around like the 4th, 5th, and 6th, when Mars and Uranus meet, where there could be some social volatility and drama online or with friends. The 5th through the 7th, while Neptune is stationing, and this could create some kind of confusion about your beliefs, or inner pressure, or confusion about education or travel. The 10th, when Venus and the South Node meet, this is about karmic release in self-worth or resources. Watch your money that day. And Venus square Uranus, where there is some values versus social tension dynamics going on. And then obviously as of the 26th, the North Node's in the 7th. So it's really about changes in your relationships and updates maybe to your beliefs about relationships as well. Leo, quite a dynamic month. I think you guys are really going to feel it because all of the changes are happening before that solar eclipse comes into your sign next month. So there can be feeling like a lot of things are getting shaken out with others. I promise you there is a pot of gold on the other side of this. And let's take a look and let's see what the cards say for my Leo and Leo risings for the month of July. There's your pot of gold. What did I tell you? No, that's not a magic trick. I really just pulled that. Queen of Coins. If I were a Leo rising and I had these transits, I would be like, I need to know my worth, right? Venus in the South Node in the 2nd house. I would be like, if I'm willing to let something go, I need to truly inherently believe that I'm going to receive something all that much better, all that much more valuable. Okay, so you got Queen of Coins coming up. So this could be you, even though you're a fire sign, it could be you embodying that sense of knowing your worth, knowing your values, really focusing on yourself, focusing on health, business, anything kind of connected to wellness. And maybe that's part of the Venus transit. It's like, hey, I need to be eating better. You know, I need to be taking better care of my finances. I need to be more mindful of how I treat myself. But this could also be an earth sign like a Taurus, Virgo, or a Capricorn that comes in that's here to help you with something. And so could it be your career? Could it be your finances? Sure. Yeah, that could happen. You know, somebody who's helping you kind of redirect things and making you remember who you are. And I think that's an important lesson, you know, with the oppositions to Pluto is like, there are some people who are underestimating you. There are some people who are taking you for granted. There are some people who are not making it easy to collaborate or cohabitate. And so you have to basically be like, I know my worth, I know my value. You're not going to shake that, and I'm not going to make myself small for you. And whoever this person is that you have this situation with, you must confront it. Trust me on this. Down the road, when you start seeing stuff in Scorpio squaring it this fall, or next year, when you start seeing things conjunct it, this is the one opportunity where you have Jupiter and you have trines to other planets where you know that your faith is in alignment, your friends got your back, and you have to kind of tackle whatever this boogeyman is. And I don't know who it's going to be, but stand your ground is my advice. Okay, Leo? I hope it's a good one. Obviously, let me know what happens. You're one of the signs that I'm kind of most curious about. So I want to see what some of these things kind of manifest as. So don't forget to come back and leave me a comment and how some of these predictions played out for you. If it's your birthday, happy birthday. I'll catch you guys back here in August. What's up, Virgo and Virgo rising? Welcome to your July 2026 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to connect with you and talk about what's happening for the month ahead. Virgo, this month is really emphasizing healing, both inner and outer, and kind of like an integration of your more analytical mind with a little bit of spiritual depth. Now, obviously your chart ruler is Mercury, and we're going to be starting the month off with Mercury retrograde in Cancer in your zone that deals with your goals, your friends, your community, your networks. So that will continue to be retrograde until about the 23rd. And Mercury rules you, so wherever Mercury is where you are, and it also rules your 10th house of your career and anything that deals with your reputation. So the retrograde is really focusing on reviewing your identity, maybe your career direction, maybe your role in groups or future plans. Some of you guys are reorganizing your groups, reconnecting with friends, you're networking, you're reevaluating what your professional goals are. We will see throughout the month, a Mars-Uranus conjunction, which I'll get into, especially if you have anything like around 0 to 5 degrees of Virgo, Sun, Moon, or Rising. It is squaring you, so you're going to see some disruptive things that are going to be going on at work. You will also see Venus go through your sign, which is good. But right when it goes through your sign, it's first going to come into conjunction with the South Node, and it can mean that you're having to give something up, and we'll talk about that. And by the end of the month, the Mercury retrograde goes direct. We will see a Mercury Cazimi, and there's a whole bunch of other transits that are kind of peppered in between. So let's go ahead and start with the 1st of July. So it's like the 1st through the 13th, somewhere around like the 4th, 5th, or 6th. you will see Mars and Uranus meeting in your 10th house. Now, I've been watching your comments. There are some Virgo and Virgo risings that are like, I'm juggling 2 jobs, or like, I'm never going to get fired. And then they come back and they're like, I got fired, and then there's other people going, I quit, or, my company's going under, all kinds of crazy stuff. So I feel for you guys, but I'm also going to tell you that, this energy is not over yet. It will not really be fully over until the fall. Although after this month, it's going to calm down. Really, I think with Mars and Uranus conjuncting in your 10th house, sudden developments around career, reputation, or public life. Things can break down just as easily as they can actually be launched and kind of be these new, bright, exciting ideas in how to navigate your professional life. Now, with that being said, it does bring unexpected career shifts. So maybe there's some innovative personal or professional breakthroughs. There's some rebellious energy around your public path, and some Virgo and Virgo risings are going to want to rage quit. Or you're going to see that there's going to be changes with, partners at work, or with, superiors. It's playing off of this Mercury retrograde. So Mercury retrograde is like, some of you guys, your career goals are changing. So there in turn, you're taking on another job, or you're building a side hustle. For others, it could mean that, there's layoffs, and then suddenly you're having to reorganize the way that you're doing work. And now you've got, certain employees that are missing and other people that are picking up the slack. So anything goes with some of those conjunctions early in the month. Now, Neptune is going to station retrograde on the 7th. That'll be in your 8th house, which deals with a deep review of intimacy, shared money, and psychological depth. So it's a good time to look through your debt to savings ratio, be reevaluating what you need to pay off, checking in with partners in regards to balancing budgets, dealing with credit cards, and also just reevaluating your intimacy, right? And some of you guys will return back to therapy with this transit, or you're going to be reevaluating whether or not you feel safe in a relationship, because Neptune rules your 7th. There will be a last quarter moon that is releasing control issues around resources. So I would watch for that. And then we're going to see on the 10th of the month, Venus moves into your sign. Okay, Virgo, pay attention. Venus is money, values, self-esteem. It's also going to be connected to travel, education, and your belief system. From the time that Venus enters Virgo, this does not necessarily mean you go out, you buy new clothes, you take your photos, you do all of your, beauty rituals, okay? Because even though Venus in your sign is good for you, because you want to be blessed with Venus, and you are every year, Venus has to go through a little bit of an obstacle course, and she's also in a debilitated sign. So Venus will hit the South Node right around the 10th. That means we wait before we make any big changes to our appearance. I'm fine if you want to sell old clothing, go through your closet, get rid of stuff, donate stuff. That's what I would do with the Venus South Node. And then what you're going to find is that this is a profound karmic reset where you may feel called to release outdated versions of yourself. So perfectionist tendencies, self-criticism, patterns, how you're tied to your self-worth, needing to be flawless, or overly service-oriented at the expense of your needs. Faded mirror moments on health and appearance realizations help you to surrender to what no longer reflects your evolving identity. So this clears a space for compassionate, authentic self-presentation and powerful soul work for stepping into the next chapter with greater acceptance. Venus South Node, it's like, the sweets don't hit the spot, spending the money doesn't necessarily feel good, and you may not even feel like you have it. There can be feeling like you just don't recognize yourself, and that feeling where you have to go somewhere and you have an outfit and usually you love wearing it, but then you put it on and you look in the mirror and you're like, it's just, I don't recognize myself, or this isn't me, or this doesn't feel like me anymore, and then you take it off and you change 12 times. That's kind of the feeling of this. So you can't really be beating yourself up over maybe not feeling 100% put together on this day, and you're going to be a little bit more self-critical, so take it easy. Then you're going to see a few days later on the 13th, then Venus is going to square Uranus. And when Venus squares Uranus, there's friction between you and your work or your professional identity. And this creates dynamic tension between your personal identity and self-presentation and your career and your public role and reputation. So unexpected professional developments or goals shift may prompt you to reassess how you present yourself. Going to interviews or going to your job, people can be very critical of your appearance. And they can be like, well, you know, they didn't look like they, you know, really cared about coming to this interview, which I know you would never do, right? You're a Virgo or a Virgo rising, but some of them might be like, no, they're just going to judge you off of your appearance. So you have to actually be mindful of how you're presenting yourself. Sometimes the South Node makes you feel disheveled. Been there. I'm a Libra rising. I had that, you know, 2 years ago. And now it's getting ready to go into your 12th house. So it's not going to be as prominent. It's going to be more mental at the end of the month. My point is that with Venus square Uranus, there could be conflicts over money at work, values, you know, belief system conflict over what you're doing versus what you value, whether or not you can be yourself at work, and, you know, unexpected shifts that are going to happen. And Uranus in the 10th house is already full of surprises, right? Mars and Uranus are meeting, so that's the surprise. And the friction is pushing you to release overly critical judgment of yourself or maybe rigid professional personas in favor of more authentic, flexible self-expression that really serves your soul's purpose. So yes, you'll see some breakthroughs that come through embracing your unique quirks, but you also see people who can be kind of judgmental about your appearance. I don't want you guys making any big changes to your appearance, any big changes to your clothes, to your resources until after the 13th. Let's get out of the square. Now on the 12th of the month, you're going to see a new moon in Cancer, which will be taking place in your 11th house of friends, goals, and allies. You know, you are going to see that that's picking up the energy of the 11th house. So some of you guys are the 10th house. So some of you guys are going to be kind of going, okay, there's been this reorganization at work, or there's been this change with my job or change with my status. And the new moon is a perfect time to network. Okay, so it's good to go out there, meet people, to be applying to jobs online. It's also a good time to join professional associations. And this is the house that deals with your goals as well. So I feel like with this new moon that's going to be coming in, it's really helping you focus on being able to set intentions in regards to meeting new friends, joining new groups, new networks, your long-term goals. Now, at the same time, right before that, kind of jumping around a little bit, so the new moon's going to be on the 14th, but on the 12th, you will have a Cazimi. And the Cazimi happens right before the new moon. So that makes me feel like you're receiving some kind of information about from a friend about a potential job opportunity. Or maybe somebody's saying, hey, I want to introduce you to someone, you know, you might be perfect and they might want to hire you. Or maybe there is going to be an important meeting with the team at work about the changes that's going on with the direction, you know, of the company. So there's going to be some insight that you're going to get that's like, hey, by the way, they're about to, you know, like can the boss or something like that's going to happen. And you're like, oh my God, you know, somebody told you ahead of time. This is going to bring also clarity around your friendships and your groups. And it's important because it brings you messages and realizations or insight about how you communicate in collective efforts. It's also about having more emotional intelligence in social settings. And since Mercury is retrograde, it's about going back to past group dynamics or gaining clarity on, you know, community connections. And it's a good window for mental breakthroughs that support your future goals, but there can also be a little bit of gossip here too. So watch out for that. Then on the 14th, you have the new moon there. And on later in the month, you're going to see Jupiter in your 12th house, where it's really bringing growth to hidden spiritual or behind the scenes areas. Jupiter rules your home and your family, and it also rules your partnerships. So some of you guys might be going, I want to travel away from home, or I need a little bit more privacy, you know, from my family or from my spouse. There can be things that are hidden about your relationships that are becoming more visible. There can even be a sense of feeling like, okay, well, it's actually more about me traveling, and I'm traveling, or I'm going to be going into a foreign land with a partner. Some of you guys might be traveling this summer and you meet somebody. Others might feel like it's a little bit of like taking a break from a relationship or from your home base. And the 6th and the 12th houses, which get highlighted quite a bit this month, are interesting houses. We can kind of get stuck here. I feel like the 12th house is more spiritual rest, meditation, reflection, intuition. 6th house is more about our habits, what we're eating, how we're working. So this is very physical. This is very metaphysical, very spiritual. And what you guys are going to find is with Jupiter being in this house, mid-month, there's going to be a lot of Jupiter aspects. So positive is that Jupiter is going to sextile Uranus. So let's say there is sudden changes that are happening at work. You know, it's actually a blessing in disguise. You're also going to see Jupiter trine Neptune. So you've got both of your 7th house rulers trining each other Only challenge here is that they're in water houses, so it does spell out some big intimacy changes, financial changes, need to reflect on relationships, and you're going to see the big bad opposition of Pluto. So Pluto rules your mindset, how you communicate, how you think, your health habits, and your work. And the fact that it's opposing Jupiter means that work stress can equate to feeling like you want to isolate yourself. And that could be isolating yourself from your family, isolating yourself from your relationship. There could be power struggles that are happening in relationships with people at work, or people who unexpectedly kind of up and leave work or relationships. You can also see that it's really highlighting where you need to be better, and I don't like saying you need to be better about your rest, your reflection, and like your creative time alone, so you're not getting all consumed by either work crisis, issues with pets, or problems with your health. And this is about balancing out the spiritual and the physical. So with it being in your 12th house, I think that it's almost like, I call this the guardian angel transit, right? Where like, yes, some of these aspects clear things out, but it's supportive as you go through this intense energy around healing, and you're having to learn how to do this kind of internally, or more so emotionally or spiritually. On the 22nd, the sun enters Leo in your 12th house, so it's now even further emphasizing work, spiritual depth. And then Mercury will go direct on the 23rd, so the retrograde is over. And maybe then you're feeling like you have clarity around your goals, your friends, maybe there's better connections socially. And then towards the end of the month, we're going to see the North Node enter into Aquarius. So it's going to be entering into your 6th house of health, habits, work, and routine. And you're being redirected towards innovating, how you work, how you work out, how you give services, and, and also old patterns or habits dying hard, right? Because the North Node is saying it's time to get healthy. It's time to eradicate, overworking, or, not getting up to speed with like changes with work and technology. And then the South Node is going to go into your 12th house, which is going to be more about subconscious kind of clearing, and a lot of, getting out of kind of isolating yourself from other people. Now you will see Saturn go, one other thing I'll say with the North Node in your 6th is that your daily practices really matter more than ever. And it's picking up the energy of Uranus, so it's at work, and also Saturn psychologically. I'm just coming out of this transit. I feel like the North Node granted, Saturn and Neptune were there, so it's a little different. But the North Node going through my 6th house, I worked my ass off. I feel like I have not worked this much in my entire life, even working for other people. I got a lot of stuff done, and I became very hyper-focused on health and wellness. So when people ask me what changed, the North Node and Saturn and Neptune in my 6th house, it was like, I'm not eating that stuff. I'm not drinking that stuff anymore. I got to work out. I have to be diligent with my schedule. And it's just, you work your tail off. And I think the one bit of advice I would give you is work hard, rest hard, with Jupiter going into your 12th. All right, you're going to see Saturn station retrograde in your 8th house of intimacy. So both Saturn and Neptune are retrograde. Saturn deals with creativity, romance, children, and health and habits. And when you have 2 retrogrades in your 8th house, intimacy, shared resources, and transformation is required. And it's a serious review if it's Saturn. So maybe old patterns around merging with other people, needing restructuring is coming up. And then on the 27th, you'll see the Sun in Leo trining Neptune in your 8th house, where this can offer inspired healing around hidden or intimate matters, needing to be alone, reflecting, feeling very spiritually or kind of intuitively connected. And then we've got a big bad full moon in Aquarius in your 6th. Now, why do I call this big and bad? And I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, and I've been honest with all of the signs, but I'm going to keep doing it. The Sun and Jupiter will be meeting in Leo, okay? So the Sun represents rest, recuperation, behind the scenes, closure, and endings. Jupiter represents relationships, partnerships, or family. So there's something going on, there's a big change where you're ready to phase something out in regards to relationships, or behind the scenes work, or just subconsciously feeling like you need to release it. And this is good, but it's not going to be action oriented. It's going to be more you going, I'm closing this chapter. And it's going to oppose the full moon in Aquarius conjunct Pluto. Moon is friendships, goals, and community. Pluto is communication, mindset. Sixth house is work, health, and habits. So some of you guys might be like, well, the full moon is actually like I'm dealing with health issues, or I'm dealing with habits or other things, and it's requiring me to take time off of work and like heal myself, right? Or I've been working too much, I'm going out of town, going on a vacation, don't call me. That kind of stuff. And this full moon was seated in February of this year. It was an eclipse. So now we've got the North Node going into Aquarius. We've got a full moon in Aquarius. We've got a full moon conjunct Pluto, which is like some pretty serious tummy issues. Keep an eye on your pets. Be mindful that jobs can change. Health issues can come up. And with the Sun conjunct Jupiter in the 12th, it could mean that you're in bed, or you're seeing a doctor, or you're going to a healthcare center or rehab. And Jupiter is about somebody helping you. So I think some of my Virgo and Virgo risings this month are going to realize that there's either a work situation that's got out of hand and you need to take time off, or it could materialize as you guys realizing you have a pretty bad habit, or you have a health issue or a psychological issue, and that you need to meet with a counselor or a therapist, or you're going into couples therapy. It could mean that you're really needing to take a step back and really reevaluate your kind of health, and whether or not there's something that's out of balance with just your spiritual and also your physical. So keep an eye on like the health related things. I think between the full moon in your 6th house and Mars and Uranus meeting in your 10th, even if you are employed, some of you guys are going to be like, yeah, the stress is just like too much, or there's too much back and forth. And like, Sun and Jupiter are saying it's time to take a step back and it's time to rest. All right. So my advice for Virgos this month, look, the career chaos is actually productive. I know you don't believe me, but Mars meeting with Uranus in your 10th house, even though it's going to feel destabilizing, or that work is changing very rapidly, it's breaking you free from outdated professional structures. Okay? The full moon is saying the same thing at the end of the month. This is also about healing and growing. Jupiter in the 12th house transits have always taught me that it's a time that's really about intense, deep inner work, therapy, meditation, shadow work, maybe, going to spiritual places, temples, church even, whatever it takes. That connection that you have with God. And what's interesting is that Leo is you, so it's within you, right? So you're having to kind of connect to that inner light and heal it. Daily rituals really matter now that the North Node is going into your 6th house, and you got that Pluto full moon that's kind of coming up too. So your everyday practices become your spiritual path. Don't overlook the mundane. They impact your mental health, and how can you use technology or new apps or other things to help you stay on top of your health and your habits? Are you tracking, how many steps you're taking? Are you making sure you're checking in at your gym? Are you, counting the food or the, the things that you're consuming? Technology can actually be really helpful in helping you really track some of your habits and your productivity, and I would lean into it. And also this is about releasing control and intimacy. With both Saturn and Neptune retrograde in your 8th, it's asking you to surrender to the need to control shared resources. It's about trusting and having deeper bonds and connections with other people, but also Aries within yourself. So your guys' best days are going to be the Mercury Cazimi on the 12th, where there's some group or future clarity. The 14th, where you have a new moon, where you can set new intentions and wishes. The 18th through the 21st, where you see a lot of Jupiter aspects, that's really bringing you closure and healing. And then the 23rd, where Mercury goes direct and mental clarity is going to be better. And I like the Sun trine Neptune on the 27th too, where there's some spiritual or psychological kind of healing for you. Now, your challenging days will 100% be the first week of July, okay? Around the 4th, 5th, 6th, you got Mars and Uranus meeting, where there's some kind of career volatility. And maybe your goals are changing around work, and maybe it's that. Maybe it's more about the people who you work with. And then you're going to see the 5th through the 7th, Neptune's kind of stationing. So this is going to bring up a need to review intimacy and shared resources. There could be some confusion or some pressure there. The Venus South Node connection around the 10th, where this is really about a personal karmic reset. You're releasing something, some attachment to something. And then Venus square Uranus on the 13th, where you guys are going to see identity versus career, public image tension. Look sharp, dress to impress is what I would say this month. So nobody's giving you any slack, even though you might be feeling kind of worn down. Make sure that you're taking really good care of yourself. And then on the 27th, you're going to see the North Node's going into your 6th house. So it's focusing more on things connected to, well, work, right? Work transformation, the future of where you're going with your health and also with your habits. And that's picking up the energy of Saturn, which is psychologically and financially, and Uranus, which is going to be about your job. Quite the month. Let's take a look. Let's see. What does Virgo and Virgo rising need to know this month? What do we need to advise them on? What to watch out for? Queen of Cups. Pretty good card. I can't complain. Perhaps maybe this is Venus that's coming through your ascendant, which is asking you to open up, to be receptive, to not resist love, to be nurturing, compassionate, and kind with yourself. But also this could mean your intuition's a little bit stronger than usual. And perhaps that's Jupiter going into your 12th house. Jupiter rules relationships, but it's also a therapist, a hypnotherapist, a psychic, an intuitive, an astrologer. These are people who I would want to have in my toolbox this year, you know, if I were a Virgo rising, because I feel like they're going to give me some insight. They're going to give me something positive to look forward to. They're going to talk to me a lot about how I can tap into my creative and my intuitive gifts. Perhaps this is a water sign, so it can be a Cancer, Pisces, or a Scorpio that's coming in that's helping you. Maybe the Mercury retrograde is reconnecting with a friend that's a Cancer and they're giving you some kind of advice or insight. But this is about feeling like you're open to giving and receiving love, relationships, connecting more deeply, and also healing and connecting to your intuition. Can be really good for relationships. And I think that some of you guys are going to be surprised. Next month, there is an eclipse in Pisces, the last one. So there can be karmic relationships coming in with Jupiter in your 12th, people who you're meant to kind of meet and connect with, whether that's in a relationship sense or in like a working kind of spiritual sense, somebody who can be a healer or somebody who can kind of help bring you clarity, okay? Virgo, I hope it's a good one for you guys. Definitely leave me some comments. Let me know what happens with that Mars-Uranus conjunction in your work zone and how you guys are navigating some of your health and your habits better this month as well. I'll catch you guys back here in July. Hey Libra and Libra rising, welcome to your July 2026 horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to be back with you guys talking about what the next month has in store. As always, we're going to start first with talking about your chart ruler and what's kind of going on with Libra. But Libra, I think relationships are taking center stage this month, both social as well as romantic relationships. And there's going to be some challenges, but there's also going to be some opportunities. So I think the key theme is learning to be in partnership without losing yourself. So obviously Venus is kind of kicking off the month of July, continuing to move through Leo. So you'll see it's going to stay there until about the 9th. So it's still a good time the first week to socialize, get together with other people, be with friends, focus on your goals. And then we're going to see Venus shimmy into Virgo. Now, this is a little bit challenging for my Libra and my Libra risings because wherever Venus goes is where you are. And Venus rules yourself, your identity, your body, your appearance, as well as change, transformations, and joint finances. So Libra, when Venus goes into Virgo on the 9th, you're going to notice just a series of transits pretty much between, like, let's say the 9th and the better part of like the 14th. That can be a little bit more disruptive for you. Now, the 12th house is about isolation, healing, your bedroom, sleep, recuperation. And it seems to me like early July is emphasizing your social circles, your future goals. And then as we get later into July, it's more private, it's more spiritual, it's behind the scenes, and everything is kind of coming up for review. Now, both between Venus hitting the south node, where you can be a little under the weather, you can also be feeling kind of like socialized out, and that you just need more alone time, and Venus squaring Uranus, there is a little bit of tension in the skies. And I think a lot of my Libra and Libra risings are contemplating travel. Maybe they're taking time to kind of be alone, to reevaluate, to reassess, maybe even to be studying. So studying things connected to health, productivity. There's also like a sense of you guys maybe feeling like you need to take a step back to kind of get a better evaluation as Venus is being influenced by Mercury retrograde in your 10th house. So those of you guys who are Libra risings who are looking for work, you might see a breakthrough this week. Those of you guys who are overworked or you feel like you need a break, definitely a good time to do that. Healing, cleansing, and anything connected to hotels, massage, private spaces, spiritual spaces is really recommended this month. And then as we're getting into August, when Venus goes into Libra, you guys are going to be feeling a little bit more yourselves. Now, we kick off the beginning of the month with pretty much like the 3rd through the 5th. We're going to see a little bit of a disruptive energy where Mars and Uranus are going to come into conjunction, and that's going to be happening in Gemini in your 9th house. Now, there's pros and cons to this. I want to make lemonade, and I would say if you guys are like 0 to about 5-6 degrees of Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, you're actually going to be experiencing a grand air trine. So that means that information kind of opens up, socializing, creativity, feeling like you're in better balance and better harmony can happen. So you want to lean into the trine. But the 9th house is going to be putting an emphasis on your belief system, higher education, sudden travel plans, and with Mars coming into conjunction, some surprising or unexpected educational developments, surprise trips, sudden travel, and possibly even a breakthrough when it comes to your belief systems. Now, the 9th house is also your mentors, your gurus, it's legal matters. So you can see some of these things that can speed up quite exponentially. And Mars represents your relationships, your partnerships, and your money. So some of my Libra risings will find that love can be found on the road, right? So if you're going on a trip, you're going to be at an airport, maybe you're going to do some continuing education or something that's kind of connected to certification or training, you might meet someone. It could also mean that just a chance getaway provides an opportunity to connect with a new romantic partner, or possibly you are considering traveling with a partnership, because Mars can be a partnership. And you might say, you know what, I need some time away, I need a break, I'm willing to kind of spring on going and taking like a short vacation or a getaway. So if you're wanting to do that, I highly recommend doing it. Even though it's going to feel like a quick weekend, it's definitely going to be really good for romance and also having a little bit of like a break in your routine. Now, you will see on the 7th, Neptune is going to start its retrograde in Aries, your opposite sign. So if you're Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, 0 to about 5 degrees, you're going through a Neptune opposition transit where relationships can feel like a hall of mirrors, things can be confusing, and retrogrades always represent re-evaluations. So as Neptune retrogrades, it's kind of peeling back all the layers in relationships and partnerships and any one-on-one dynamics, having you really reevaluate, are these relationships healthy? Am I seeing things clearly? Am I connecting more deeply with my partners? And then you will also see a last quarter moon that's going to be supporting releasing any imbalance of relationship dynamics. So that tells me that if something's not working, in a relationship, it's going to get flushed out. You're also going to see lots of changes in regards to your home and your emotions and how that's pressing for there to be an evolution in your one-on-one connections. Now, on the 10th of the month, this is when Venus goes into Virgo. So pay attention as it enters your 12th house. Like I said, this is a deeply spiritual house, and Venus will actually meet with the South Node. So this is a karmic release point. Most likely my Libra and Libra risings are going to find that this is just where hidden patterns, past life echoes, and subconscious attachments around love, worth, and service are asking you to surrender, to release and let something go. Like, this is definitely a mental health day. This is the day where you need a little bit more downtime. And this can involve releasing self-sabotaging tendencies in relationships, feeling like you need to be perfect, isolation, and where karmic ties are kind of draining your energy and you're feeling like you need more solitude. Faded dreams, intuitive hits, private realizations are going to help you let go and clear space for more compassionate and spiritual connections. And it's really about unconditional self-acceptance. This is a day for profound healing that prepares you for like soul and collective like nodal shifts that are going to be coming in. Now, then you're going to see a few days later on the 13th, Venus in your 12th house squares Uranus and Gemini in your 9th. So we've got some tension between subconscious, spiritual, hidden matters, philosophy, education, travel, and belief systems. This creates tension between your inner spiritual world and your beliefs and travel and your worldview. So there could be unexpected insights from travel, maybe from teachers, or big philosophical shifts that kind of trigger subconscious releases. There may be friction between wanting to perfect something and your relationships And I really just kind of feel like it's about embracing the unexpected changes that can kind of happen, welcoming in more innovative kind of wisdom and broadening your horizons. And breakthroughs come by releasing this overly critical inner narrative, or maybe even like dogmatic beliefs, and it's allowing you to be liberated and kind of expanded in the process. Now on the 12th of the month, we're going to see a Mercury Cazimi in Cancer in your natal 10th house of career, reputation, and status. So this is the halfway point through the Mercury retrograde. Like I said, I have some Libras that are overworked and they need time off. I have some Libras that are telling me that they're still trying to find work, or they're trying to find an opportunity to gain employment or have a breakthrough. Mercury is tied to travel, education, and what's kind of hidden in behind the scenes. So I have to put this disclaimer. Some of my Libra risings will see a pretty significant job change. And so it can mean that you quit one job, you start a new one. It could mean your perspective of your career changes and you realize you need to travel for work, or you need to go back to school for work. It could also just mean that you're reorienting yourself and taking some time off before you return, or there can be important conversations, communications, and messages that's being illuminated about your public path. Now, it's also highlighting how you communicate professionally, your emotional intelligence when it comes to leadership, and realizations about nurturing kind of your public path. So since Mercury's retrograde, this might involve, kind of like revisiting past career conversations or what you've done in the past, where you've worked, and obviously gaining clarity on how to be more authentic and emotional in your public roles. So it's a wonderful window for illuminated professional communication and direction. And just shortly after that, on the 14th, you're going to see a new moon in Cancer. Now, this will be happening in your 10th house. So this is where you plant new seeds, where you're like, okay, I want to launch this future business. I want to change my career. I want to change my status. And the moon's in its home sign. As with all of the other cardinal signs, so like my Aries, obviously Libras and Capricorns, you guys are experiencing like oppositions or squares. So with all this energy in Aries, which is relationship oriented, this energy that's in Cancer, which is career oriented, I really feel like for Libras, it's about you asking yourself what needs to be let go, what needs to change at work for you to be able to step into what it is you want to do. So you're going to be setting the intentions revolving around, new career, public image, and goals that you have for your future kind of endeavors. Keep in mind, Mercury is still retrograde. So just because you set intentions doesn't mean it's going to come immediately. There is a process that you're going to be working through when it comes to enhancing communications at work or your career direction throughout the month. Now, as we get to mid-July, you're going to see Jupiter now in your 11th house is bringing you lots of opportunity to have expansion and growth in your social life. So this will be here all year. Some of you guys will make new friends, you'll join groups, you're gonna become a part of community groups. Jupiter rules your community, learning and communication, and health habits and wellness. So some of you guys are like, hey, I wanna go to a local health club. I want to maybe join city council. Maybe you're saying you wanna start a new Facebook group. And I think these things are actually like really great. Courses, classes, and collaboration with community is key. However, you are going to see that mid-month Jupiter is making a whole bunch of aspects. So the positive, Libra, is that it sextiles you by sign. So you can socialize, you can harmonize, make friends, and you can kind of entertain and feel like you have togetherness through the sextile with your sign. It's also trining Neptune in your 7th house of relationships. So if relationships feel underwhelming, unfulfilling, or stagnant, it's trying to get you to get feedback, get assistance, and also just make friends that kind of get you out of that relationship funk. And you're going to see Jupiter sextile Uranus, so there could be opportunities for spontaneous travel with friends, for parties, for celebrations, I think like seminars and workshops and things where you can be connecting with friends and also learning. But the challenging aspect that we're going to see with Jupiter is it's going to come into an opposition with Pluto. And if Jupiter in your 11th house is your hopes, your goals, your dreams, anything revolving around your social status, that opposition to Pluto in your 5th is kind of challenging. Now, Pluto rules your values, your resources, your money. It can also represent your children, your romantic relationships, creativity, self-expression. And you're being asked, because Pluto is retrograde, to stop overthinking how you create, to stop overthinking You know, anything that's going to be involving children or maybe romance or anything that's connected to self-expression, and share it with a group. So there's something that's either kind of brewing or something that you've been thinking about creating. And it is possible with Jupiter in the 11th house that money can come from this, and like there's pressure. So there's either financial pressure or there's social pressure for you to perform or show up in a certain way. And that may not feel good. Go back and think about what happened in June when Venus opposed Pluto, because it's going to be kind of the same similar themes. And what you're going to find is just that with that opposition, you can't please everyone. And that's why I said no people pleasing this month. I know that people want to hang out with you, community wants you, but there's something that you're having to kind of work through in the heart space or in regards to your creative process where you feel like something's not just ready to be kind of shared quite yet. Now you're going to see the sun enter into Leo. So the sun's going to join and light up your 11th house, and that's going to be on the 22nd. So that's several weeks of emphasizing social energy, maybe being able to, you know, go to parties, go to connections, collaborations with other people. And then on the 23rd, Mercury is going to station direct. So, you know, the miscommunications, the misunderstandings, the delays revolving around clarity with your career or your public goals now start to kind of improve, and you have a better idea of what direction you're going in professionally. At the end of the month, we're going to see that the North Node is going to be entering into the sign of Aquarius. So this is a fellow sister air sign. If you happen to be 25 to 29 degrees of Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, it's going to start trining some of these placements, which is really friendly. But this is the beginning process of the next 18 months where we're going to see the North Node moving through your 5th house, Aquarius. This is all going to be good things, Libra. This is going to bring you creativity. You're going to start new hobbies. A lot of you guys are going to be really focused on having fun, taking chances, a huge emphasis on children. So if you have children, it's going to be putting an emphasis on your firstborn or your adult kids. And it's also going to be a huge signature for a lot of Libra and Libra risings that there can be kids on the horizon over the next year and a half. But self-expression is huge. And so with the North Node going there, these are things that are futuristic, projects you haven't done, romantic lovers you haven't met, and it's redirecting you towards innovation and also being more authentic in how you express yourself. Now, play matters more than performance. And this is where being a Libra rising is kind of weird because everything's kind of tipped, you know, like upside down. And you're going to notice with like Pluto in the North Node in your 5th house, you're just going to become more fixated on the idea of gambling, creativity, children, you know, passion. And then you've got Jupiter in the South Node that's going to go through the 11th house, which is really highlighting where you have friends, you have community, you have audience, and you have goals, and they're going to be adjusted. And there has to be this adjustment between what you give to other people versus what you would rather be working on or creating. Now, Saturn's going to station retrograde in your 7th house at the end of the month. Obviously, if you have anything between, I would say, 7 and 15 degrees of Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, you're going through a Saturn opposition. So watching Saturn and Neptune both retrograde through your 7th house can definitely be hearing from past romantic relationships, partnerships, or clients. But I also think that the Saturn retrograde is picking up the energy of the 5th. So it's like, am I really in love with this person? You know, do I really see myself settling down? Do I want commitment? Am I seeing that maybe the emphasis on children is impacting, you know, relationship dynamics and also family? So Saturn's connected to family. So you might be reevaluating your living situation, your family relationships, and your committed partnerships. The truth is that relationships and partnerships require a pretty serious review. And there's a reevaluation also of boundaries. Not all relationships will survive this. That's okay. You guys have 5 months to kind of work this out. Now on the 27th, you're going to see that the sun moving through your 11th house of friends and goals is going to trine Neptune. That's going to offer you, I think, perspective, support, and inspired healing when it comes to relationships. Followed by, at the end of the month, on the 29th, you're going to have a full moon in Aquarius in your 5th house. Libra, you know, if you're like 4, 5, 6, 7 degrees, this will trine you. And if you're an early degree Libra, you're going to pick up a grand air trine between Pluto, Mars, Uranus, and your sign. So that's helpful. But the thing is that this is a bit complex. So go back to February. Think about what happened in February when you had a solar eclipse in Aquarius. That was the very first new eclipses that were coming in that were a part of the Aquarius and the Leo axis. You have not seen the Leo eclipse. That's going to be next month. But something was seated here. And when that eclipse came in, it was squaring Uranus in your 8th house. So it was basically saying whether it was children, creative projects, self-employment, trading even, there were some kind of unexpected things that were coming up. There was a pressure to evolve and change. So when you have a full moon in the 5th house, yes, you can get pregnant, or you can find out you're pregnant, or there's a big change revolving around children. And it can be shocking because it's going to be in conjunction to Pluto. So for some of you guys, it can be a big payoff for your investments into your kids, your creative hobbies, your love life. For others, it can spell out some kind of crisis revolving around a creative process or dating, or potentially even, a project that you're trying to kind of give birth and put out into the world. The fact that it's trining Uranus and Mars makes me feel like it's just kind of you going, you know what, this is a part of the process, I'll work through it. But once again, like that full moon in the 5th house is not always romance if it's really close to Pluto. Now, on the other hand of the spectrum, the Sun and Jupiter are going to be sitting in the 11th house. So that can mean that it's highlighting where, people want more of you. They want to spend more time with you. They want to celebrate with you. They want to collaborate. And you're kind of having either a little personal mini crisis, or maybe it's a sense of you going, well, I'm feeling like I have my hands full taking care of my kids, or my hands full with business, or I'm really fixated or kind of obsessed in my own hobby. And it's making it more challenging or difficult to kind of connect and collaborate with other people. So making sure that you have a balance between what you're kind of curating or working on and connecting with other people is important. And remember, because this is an eclipse, it is kind of bringing forth some of the things that were seeded 6 months ago. All right, my recommendations for Libra this month. I would just say, once again, don't people please your way through chaos, right? Especially as you see kind of mid-month when Venus in Virgo squares Uranus and Gemini, it might tempt you to put yourself on back burner and to people please just for peace. And I would say, no, resist that. Also, it's really important with Saturn and Neptune retrograde in your relationship zone to know your deal breakers in relationships. Saturn retrograde is really defining non-negotiables, what you will not put up with. So that kind of factored in with like a full moon in the 5th. Those of you guys who are in casual relationships, they might need to be defined or set go. And you have to ask yourself, what can you accept and what you cannot? And if you're dealing with relationship issues, I would lean into the trines in your 11th house, and I would look for a support group. If you're getting divorced, a support group. If you are going through an issue where you've got a family member or a partner that's having mental health issues, addiction issues, a support group. It doesn't have to be in person, it can be online. And it can also mean that you're going to your friends to get support from some of that stuff if it's happening. And if you're not seeing any love on the horizon, it's about focusing on platonic relationships and how you can kind of connect with friends. This is also about expressing for joy, not for applause. This is coming from a Libra rising who has their North Node in the 5th house and the South Node in the 11th. I have had to learn, and this is getting easier now that I think the nodal return's coming in, that I'm like, I can't really care what other people say or think. Like, does it get to me sometimes? For sure. You guys have heard me say that the comment section on YouTube is like one of the several circles of hell. But I think that it's taught me that I just have to do what I want to do. I have to create in a unique way. I have to take risks. I have to have fun. I have to be unconventional. And I think with the North Node shifting into your 5th house, creative expression becomes authentic self-expression, not because you're seeking validation from other people. So you can't placate to the crowd what the crowd wants. And then obviously with Mars and Uranus in your 9th house, I feel like travel might actually significantly transform you in a very big way. It may feel like it's not the right time with your schedule, or you don't know how you're gonna get work off, or you don't feel up to it. But I would say in the 9th house, it can bring unexpected journeys. And obviously this is about staying open to the unexpected. So Libra, your best days are going to be the 12th when you have a Mercury cazimi. That's really good for career and public kind of clarity. When you have a new moon on the 14th in your 10th house of career, where you can have like a career and public reset. The 18th through the 21st, where Jupiter is making a lot of social expansion, it's helping you travel, helping you learn, and healing relationships, On the 23rd, when Mercury stations direct, and now you have better clarity with your professional life. And the 27th, when the Sun in Leo trines Neptune, where there can be friendship healing and opportunities to have breakthroughs in relationships. Your challenging days, obviously, I would say the Mars-Uranus aspect is challenging, and it is. But I think that the trine to Pluto and to Libra is a little bit easier to navigate, right? So like, just to give you guys feedback, like, you know, that's happening around 4th of July, and I've been looking at it and I'm like, I don't care. Like, we're just probably going to go and take a couple of days off and go and do something and have fun and not really have a plan. It's more spontaneous. So if you can do it, do it. But there can be travel volatility and issues in regards to airports, airplanes. So probably best to stick to, you know, doing car travel, right? Or taking a road trip. The 5th through the 7th, where you're going to see Neptune station, that can really bring up a lot of unhealthy patterns in relationships. There can be some partnership fog, so watch for that. And on the 10th, when Venus conjuncts the South Node and you have that kind of subconscious pattern release, I highly recommend making that a self-care day. Okay, like go and get a massage, go to the spa, go and soak, go and be in nature, go and be alone, because it's going to help you totally like reset. And then on the 13th, when you see Venus square Uranus, where there's hidden spiritual versus belief tension that's coming up. And then obviously on the 26th, where you see the North Node move into your 5th house, where you're focused on creativity, joy, and romance and having fun. It's picking up the energy of Saturn. So like relationships may change as a result of that. And Uranus, your beliefs about children, creativity, and also having fun is all being redirected. So the question is, for my Libras and Libra risings, what do they need to know for the month of July? What does the tarot have to say for them? The card that I get is the 7 of Coins, which I'm not mad at that. I kind of feel like the 7 of Coins is an interesting card because I think with the Mercury retrograde, a lot of like my Libra risings are going, what am I working so hard for? Or what am I working towards? Or what are my goals? And, you know, am I making any headway? And is it time, you know, for me to be planting seeds? And are they going to grow? And are they going to go somewhere? And I think that these are all things that I'm asking myself, you should be asking yourself too during this retrograde. You know, if you feel like you need to change careers, if you feel like you need to plant new seeds under the new moon in Cancer when it comes to your professional garden, and it's long-term goals, right? 7 of Coins is not about immediate gratification. It's literally a garden, and you have to plant these seeds and then wait until, you know, the season's up, and then you can go and get your crops. So some of the stuff that you guys are redirecting with work will actually play out over the next 6 months. I think this is about patience. This is taking your time and not rushing the process when it comes to work, and also when it comes to your kind of professional goals and redirection. So take time, really look at the details, think things over, be mindful and kind of pace yourself, because a lot of this work stuff is not going to get kind of up and running until you're getting closer to August, when we're coming out of the Mercury retrograde shadow, okay? Plant those long-term seeds, Libra. I hope it's a good month for you guys, and I'll see you guys back here in July. Excuse me, in August. All right, we've got Scorpio and Scorpio rising. What's up, Scorpio? How you doing? This is going to be quite an action-packed month for you, so I hope you're ready. So obviously, this will be your July 2026 horoscopes. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the overview. We're going to talk about your planetary rulers, because there's stuff happening with Mars. There's also stuff happening with Pluto, so you're going to feel the effects of that big time this month. I think that this month, you're going to really experience the intensity fully. And I don't say that in like an ominous way. Mars and Uranus are conjuncting in your 8th house, and it's about kind of you living the themes of transformation at the deepest level, whether that's change, endings, beginnings, psychological shifts, financial shifts. Big things are kind of happening behind the scenes. Now, your traditional ruler is Mars, and Mars is going to be moving through Gemini the entire month, and it's going to come into conjunction with Uranus around like the 4th, 5th of July. And so this is definitely a red flag day, because you guys are ruled by Mars. Mars is your body, it's your action, and it's also anything that deals with your movement, your presentation of yourself and your identity. It's also connected to your work, health, and habits. So naturally, when Mars and Uranus come into conjunction, just in general, that can be an accident transit. So it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be a Scorpio rising to experience that. Some of them will, some of them won't. But I would be very cautious around the idea of surgery. Okay, Mars is cutting, it's blades, it's lasers, it's heat, and then Uranus is electricity. So anything that deals with doing wiring, working on cars, particularly if you're trying to fix an electrical issue at home, no, call a professional. If you are dealing with a power outage, would not surprise me. If there is some sudden shock and surprise revolving around your home, your joint finances, or your family, I hope I'm wrong. I have a lot of Scorpio risings in my life and a lot of them in my practice. And something I've noticed pretty frequently the last month or so since Uranus squared the nose is a lot of Scorpio risings are like, oh my God, my brother died, right? Gemini in the 8th. My car, got totaled. I've seen some people that are telling me also that they're like, I had to have this unexpected surgery. So I don't know what your chart looks like. I'm just telling you, be very careful with anything hot, sharp, or anything that's like electrical or explosive. Now, with that being said, the 8th house also deals with psychological matters, taxes, insurance matters, your partner's money. So there could be a sudden influx of money coming in. There could be a sudden cut of money going out. Now, your modern day ruler is Pluto, and Pluto is going to be hanging out, obviously, in your 4th house. It's retrograde still, and it's still reevaluating, reassessing all these things that are kind of connected to your home, your emotions, your family, and your lineage. So a lot of you guys are feeling like you need to get out of the house, you need to move, you make a change with your living situation, or you're dealing with some kind of family drama. What's nice is that you will see both Mars and Uranus in aspect to Pluto. So like a financial situation can turn on a dime where suddenly money comes in and it can help you deal with a home or family crisis or help fund a move, or maybe a mortgage comes through or a loan comes through to help make it possible for you guys to move or change your living situation. And then we're going to see Pluto is going to be in a trine to Uranus, a sextile to Neptune, and an opposition to Jupiter. And I think the Pluto-Jupiter opposition, I don't know which one's going to be more intense, if it's going to be Mars-Uranus or Pluto-Jupiter, but boy, I would say, Jupiter wants growth, abundance, and it really wants you to feel more confident, wants you to make more money. It's also very much connected to creativity, children, anything that deals with romance. So a lot of you guys are feeling like you're ready to go to the next level with your career this year with Jupiter in your 10th. You'll have a whole year to work that out. But I think what's funny about Scorpio risings is that you guys are very private people. And I mean, I get it. I'm a Scorpio sun, but you have Leo on the midheaven. So it's like you can't hide from the spotlight. And Jupiter being there is really going to enhance your visibility. You're going to get more, I think, recognition. You're going to have growth in your career. You're going to be more confident. You're going to make more money. But I guess I would say heavy lies the crown with this transit. Literally, the crown is the top of the chart. But it's opposing Pluto retrograde. So it's saying for you to be able to bring in this glory, right, you're going to have to be able to get out of the house, reevaluate, get out of your past patterns, potentially move, and really put on your game face while you're dealing with a lot of growth in your professional life. And simultaneously behind the scenes, there's some intense emotional things going on or changes with your home. Factor that into the fact that now Chiron is in your 7th house of relationships. That can actually signal that if you're in a relationship, your partner can be going through a lot right now. Chiron in the 7th, it's going to bring up wounding in relationships, financial issues, self-esteem issues, body-related issues, and that is squaring Pluto and also Jupiter. So some of this can also mean that, whoa, partner suddenly is not feeling well or they're having health issues. That can disrupt what's going on with finances and puts you in a bit of a pickle between what's going on with your home life and also your career. It's a pinch, it'll be quick, but I want you to pay attention to what it's trying to teach you. Don't overextend yourself. Also, don't stay in places where you feel like you're outgrowing it, but you're resistant to change, right? Okay. So, it starts off the beginning of the month with Mars and Uranus conjunct. 4th, 5th, 6th of July is when you're feeling this, really the whole week. And this is intense because there can be sudden developments around intimacy, shared resources, taxes, insurance, inheritance, and major psychological transformation is likely. This is playing off of the retrograde, by the way, that's in your 9th. So it can be saying that suddenly there's a legal situation and, you know, you're having to maybe deal with trying to get reimbursed or settling some kind of payment issue. There can be unexpected expenses that are coming up as a result of education or travel. If you are doing any long distance travel, Scorpio, be very careful. Like, this is a month you want to make sure you have your car insurance, your health insurance. You want to make sure that everything's covered in the off chance that lightning strikes. And, you know, with Mercury retrograde in the 9th, some of you guys are going to have a change to your travel plans, and it's going to be hard to actually get a refund. Right? The 8th house is other people's money. So if you're like, oh my gosh, the weather is bad, I'm going to try to cancel, you know, this trip, or I'm going to try to get a refund, you may not get one, and there could be like a dilemma over it. Now you're going to see that Neptune is going to retrograde on the 7th in your 6th house of health, wellness, and habits. This is a review of your work routines, a review of your health and service. Same day, you're going to see a last quarter moon, and that's supporting releasing overwork and maybe like martyrdom around work and service. Then you're going to see on the 10th of the month, Venus is going to go into the sign of Virgo. So it's going to be in your 11th house. Venus rules subconscious, hidden patterns, things that are kind of behind the scenes, and relationships and partnerships. So as Venus goes into the 11th house, you know, usually love is found in social platonic situations. It's in groups, it's in parties, it's with kind of friends. And Venus is going through a sign that she's debilitated. She doesn't do as well in Virgo. So it's maybe this feeling with Venus meeting with the South Node that you're like, okay, this is like a karmic, you know, turning point where I'm releasing friendships. I'm detaching from community. I'm shifting my long-term hopes and dreams. And likely you'll experience fated shifts with friends or groups that reveal where you've been overly critical or perfection seeking in social settings, or maybe attached to old versions that no longer serve your evolution. And this is about letting go of unbalanced group dynamics, maybe people pleasing in communities, or hopes tied to external validation. This is really clearing space for more authentic, supportive, and like soul aligned connections and future visions. So it's powerful for detoxing your social world before the nodal shift. Really good time to go and like clean up your social media, clean up your friend list, maybe detach from social media. And it's possible some of my Scorpio and Scorpio risings will either have a reconnection from a relationship from the past, but they're wanting to be friends or they're wanting to connect online. Or it's possible that you run into like an old romantic partner, like in a social setting. So you've been forewarned. Now, a few days after that, we're going to see on the 13th, Venus will then square Uranus. Okay? Also a little disruptive. We've got the 8th house, which is intimacy, privacy, transformation. We've got the 11th house, which is going to be more about friends, networking, you know, kind of social opportunities. So it's creating tension between your social circles and your future kind of visions and deeper intimacy or shared finances. So unexpected shifts in friendships or group dynamics could impact intimate relationships or joint resources. Uranus in your 8th already is bringing sudden kind of awakenings in intimacy or shared money. And so this square is adding a little bit more friction, I think, to this area. And maybe it's adding social or value-based pressure. I think the friction is inviting you to release overly critical or controlling tendencies in relationships and in groups. And the breakthrough really arises when you embrace unconventional community connections where you can freely express your kind of transformative needs without feeling like you need to be perfect, at least according to your standards. Now you'll see on the 12th of the month, there's going to be a Mercury Cazimi. So Sun's connected to your career, Mercury's connected to groups and also transformation. And this is the halfway point through the Mercury retrograde. So if you're like, what is the purpose? What's going on? What am I redirecting? Where am I going? You know, you'll have a little bit more clarity at this point. And this could possibly bring a really powerful flash of clarity around your beliefs, around a travel or education matter, you know, insight in regards to publishing, your studies, connection with a mentor, something that's being unveiled in regards to publishing or teaching. And it's going to illuminate important insights, messages, or realizations about how you nurture your beliefs and how you communicate your truth on a larger scale. Since Mercury's retrograde, it may involve revisiting some of your past beliefs or gaining emotional intelligence about how your worldview supports or limits your growth. Great window for illuminated expansion of your mind and also your spirit. Now, mid-month, we'll see around the 14th a new moon in Cancer. So this is giving you an opportunity to plant new seeds in ninth house topics. So if you are wanting to plan a trip, you want to go back to school, if you are wanting to publish something, if you're wanting to start something legal, it can give you the opportunity to do that. I just want to remind you that Mercury is still retrograde at this time. It won't go direct until the 23rd. So you can make a list of the things that you want to do, but don't launch these things until Mercury goes direct later in the month. And you're going to see Jupiter in Leo, which is now in your 10th house for the next year, which honestly, Scorpio, it's really good. Once you get past the Pluto opposition, where you have to get outside of your comfort zone and put yourself out there, you're just going to breeze through this. You're going to start seeing, Jupiter trine Neptune. So you're divinely kind of having these breakthroughs at work, and the hard work and the determination and the long hours are now finally going to start to prove valuable. And later in the summer, you'll see Jupiter trine Saturn. So everything will stabilize. The feeling that I'm getting with some of these aspects is that Jupiter really wants to expand your career and your public life. And mid-month, it's making a bunch of aspects that's going to create significant opportunities. But it's the Jupiter-Pluto opposition power dynamics that can either destroy or transform your professional path. I always keep it real with you guys. I'm a Scorpio, right? And I've been thinking about this opposition a lot. And what I can tell you is that something's got to give. And you of all signs know that. Pluto is basically saying it's all or nothing. It's black and white. There is no in between. We have to destroy and break something down to bring something new in. And being that Pluto is retrograde, it basically means that you can't stop this train that's coming. Something's going to change with where you live, your house, your family. Do not resist it. And know that part of this change is helping you kind of start a new storyline about your 10th house. What your relationship status is, what you do for a living, what your career is, what your purpose is, what you want to tell people. It's also going to open up all kinds of avenues for better confidence and more money. But it may require you to be like, okay, well, to take this new job, I got to move. Or, I have to finally kind of put some of this family drama to the side and really focus on my direction, my life, and where I'm going. Also, Jupiter rules creativity, self-employment, children. So some of you guys are going to launch creative businesses this year. Others are going to become parents. And I think that it's just really about acknowledging, especially out of 4, where either emotionally or quite literally at home, something is not quite balanced. And so you have to kind of focus on balancing the power dynamics or, needing to put an end to one thing to let the other thing kind of grow. Now on the 22nd of July, you'll see the sun come into Leo. So it's going to be several weeks now of really highlighting and illuminating your professional zone. This is a strong career and visibility period for you guys. And you'll see around the 23rd, Mercury will station direct. So the Mercury retrograde's not over. The Mercury retrograde's over. It's going to bring about better clarity. You can plan trips, you can plan education, you can move forward with teaching, and everything starts to now kind of shift forward. Although the lingering Mercury-Saturn square is still around, the lingering post-shadow is still around, so it can still feel a little complicated, scheduling work or travel. But I think you guys will be fine as you move through that. And then in late July, you're going to see the North Node is going to be entering into the sign of Aquarius, and the South Node is going to be entering into Leo. So if you happen to be a late degree Scorpio rising, so let's say 27, 28, 29 degrees, Sun, Moon, or rising, now the North and the South Node are coming into a square with you. So you better be ready, because it's going to be putting you in the hot seat about making changes regarding your career and regarding your home. And the Jupiter-Pluto opposition is saying that. Later in the year, the Mars-Jupiter conjunction is saying the same thing. I mean, it's crazy the way everything kind of aligns. So with that being said, this is the first time in about 18 years that you have had the North Node going into your 4th house. You have to put on your thinking cap and kind of think about what happened back then. The North Node is about the direction that we're going in the future, right? So 4th house, home, family, emotional foundations, roots, all being redirected towards innovation, future-oriented living. Where you live and how you create emotional security will be evolving over the next 2 years. Now, something to think about is like, we had a solar eclipse there in February, and I know a lot of my Scorpio risings have been dealing with drama with their home life or their family life, since Pluto went into Aquarius like 2.5 years ago. But that eclipse really kicked something off. And that eclipse formed a square to Uranus in the 7th house, where a lot of you guys were like, well, I have to move for a relationship, or actually I'm getting divorced and they're moving out, or can't find harmony in terms of, my home zone. And I'm just letting you know that now the North Node is coming into that same sign, and it's going to be around those same degrees. So some of the same stuff can come up. You're going to notice that this is just the most ass backwards bonkers year ever, because usually when the North Node's in the 4th house, people are like, I'm not so focused on work. I want to move back home. I want to start a family. I want to buy a house. And when the South Node's in the 11th house, we're not as focused on our career recognition. But here's where it gets interesting. Pluto is going to force you to transform something about your home. And Jupiter is going to say, even though you're not super focused on your career, we're going to give you more expansion anyway. A lot of you guys will get raises and you're not really trying to get it, or you're going to get better jobs and you're not really looking for it. And it's like almost like this karmic payback, where all of the hard work that you guys have been putting in is now going to start to pay off. So you can actually have your career and your home life, and you can have both. But it's all going to require a sense of balance over the next couple of years. Anyway, Saturn's going to go retrograde in your 6th house. You're going to see that later in the month. And with Saturn and Neptune retrograde in your 6th, Scorpio, you got to keep an eye on your health. Watch your pets. Be mindful of your habits. Don't slip up and get back into being unproductive, or not going to the gym, or not taking care of your health. These retrogrades are going to slow things down, and your routines need to be seriously kind of reviewed or restructured. So old habits around self-care, work, and productivity are likely going to change. Now, the Sun in Leo in your 10th house will trine Neptune in Aries in your 6th, and that's around the 27th. This is a very inspired alignment between your career and your service and your purpose. And this might feel like everything's starting to come into alignment. Like if you've been asking for like a lifeline when it comes to your work, or if you need an assistant or a change with your schedule, likely you're going to start to kind of see that come through. And then later into next month, Sun will trine Saturn. You're going to get more of that. And then finally, at the end of the month, we have a full moon that's going to be happening in Aquarius. Now, the North Node is too far away from this full moon for it to register as an eclipse. That's why next month, the eclipse is actually going to be in Pisces. So it's going to be good for you guys. It's the last one. It's romantic. It's good for children, dating, yada, yada. But this is a full moon that was seated under an eclipse in February. So this is interesting because the North Node's here, the eclipse is here. Now we have a full moon, Pluto's here. So it's basically saying like, it's time for you to make big changes at home, around home and family. And I'm not going to candy coat it. It is not going to feel comfortable, okay? But you started the month off uncomfortable. Mars and Uranus is in your 8th. So there was something kind of shaking financially, psychologically. There was some ending and renewal. And you've got Jupiter and the Sun that are going to be meeting, which a lot of astrologers are going to tout as the luckiest day of the year. But it just happens to take place during a full moon in Aquarius. The North Node's in Aquarius, and the moon's conjunct Pluto. Perhaps, maybe, this is going to be illuminating where you're getting out of the house with the full moon, and maybe you're traveling and you're like, hey, taking a break from work, I've earned it, Sun, Jupiter in the 10th. But it could also represent where there's like a full-blown home or emotional breakdown, crisis, issue with the family, something that's going on that's forcing you to potentially have to go back home, travel, visit family. And the opposition between the moon and the Pluto to the Sun and Jupiter is like right when career stuff is starting to ramp up, you're like, that's great, but I have to go home for something. And I've seen some Scorpio risings that told me they have to go home for funerals next month. They are relocating to take a new job. The list goes on. And Jupiter in Leo is all about bright and things going really well. But it's almost like that can be too much at one time, putting pressure on Pluto, and then the full moon comes in. All of that also squaring Chiron within a couple degrees. Pay attention to this full moon, Scorpio. You could move, sell your house. You could finish renovations. You could make a big, family decision. But likely, I think for some Scorpio and Scorpio risings, it's going to be talking about having to travel back home or having to consider like a bigger relocation. Remember, change is good. This is still trining Uranus and Mars that are moving through your 8th house. So likely the changes at home can actually create a pretty significant change with your finances. I've seen some Scorpio risings too that have been telling me that they're like, yeah, you know, I think I'm going to like go and buy a property or a duplex like with my siblings, and we're going to invest in it, and then I'm going to move. And it's such a perfect example of Mars and Uranus in the 8th house, or having family invest in things and kind of like making it easier for you to kind of make this transition on the home front. Anyway, my advice to Scorpio this month is you guys do intensity better than a lot of the other signs. So lean into the 8th house transits, lean into the trines from Mars and Uranus to Pluto if you want to get out of the Jupiter-Pluto opposition trap. Trust the intensity. Mars and Uranus in your 8th is overwhelming, but it's almost this catalyst for deep transformation. And even if it doesn't feel good yet, it will be good for you in the long run. Boundaries around shared resources, I think, is important. You know, the Mercury retrograde is kind of tied to that. So it's saying you have to reevaluate your beliefs about intimacy, joint money, and finances. And Neptune retrograde is asking for clarity about your health, your habits, your work, and anything that's kind of connected to your daily routine. Career transformation is happening. It might feel like it kicks off with some kind of dramatic, oh my God moment, probably with like the Jupiter-Pluto opposition. And next month you're going to have a solar eclipse in your 10th house. But this is about expanding your public path. So you have to trust the process, even if it feels a little chaotic. And your home is evolving. I think you know that anyway with Pluto retrograde, but this full moon and the North Node going into your 5th house is really going to show you this. So your emotional foundations need to be rebuilt now. And your living situation might change. Go with the flow. Even if you're not seeing it now, likely within the next year, that's what's going to happen. Your best days are going to be the 12th with the Mercury Cazimi, where you can have some clarity about your travel, beliefs, or education. The 14th, when you have a new moon in the 9th, where you can have a beautiful reset when it comes to your belief systems and plan travel or education. On the 18th through the 21st, when Jupiter is really making some aspects and expanding your career, it's helping you focus on productivity and health, changes with your finances, but it's requiring you to get out of your old outdated ways at home. And then you're going to see the Sun in Leo in your 10th house with Mercury direct, the 22nd through the 23rd. Lots of career clarity. And then on the 27th, when the Sun trines Neptune, something that's aligning with like career in service, which seems perfect. Now, that being said, there are challenging days. I would say 3rd, 4th, 5th, maybe the 6th, when Mars and Uranus are in conjunction. Watch for intimacy issues, financial volatility, sudden endings, sudden change. I'm coming out of having had Uranus in my 8th house, and something I've said to some of you guys with this transit is keep an eye on your credit cards and your transactions. Every single time Mars went through my 8th house and it hit Uranus, I found that like somebody somehow like got into my credit card and was like making all kinds of like, you know, false charges and stuff. So keep an eye on your expenses, keep an eye on anything with joint expenses, especially if you're traveling. And then on the 5th through the 7th, when Neptune stations retrograde, watch your health and watch issues at work. July 10th, when Venus is on the South Node, it's a karmic release, I think, when it comes to a friendship or reconnecting with somebody from the past. The 13th, with Venus square Uranus, where there's some intensity around social groups and shared resources. And then on the 26th, when the North Node going into your 4th house is really highlighting time for you to get down to business at home. Maybe this is working from home, maybe it's working out for home, maybe it's a home office, maybe you're taking care of family. And definitely some big change with connections to Uranus. All right, Scorpio, quite the month, huh? Let's take a look and let's see, what are my Scorpio and Scorpio risings need to know about the month of July? Any advice that you can give them or insight? Knight of Wands, I like that. It's like, keep it moving, you know? And I think you're gonna feel like that anyway. I feel like Uranus is excitement. 8th house is change. Mars is like probably whatever feels scary, not risky, but whatever feels scary, wherever you kind of get poked, I would be like, lean into that. Ask yourself why you're afraid of these changes. Changing homes, moving, financial changes, intimacy changes. Like this is a time where there could be profound realizations that are kind of like holding you back, like things that you have been afraid of. And I like that the Knight of Wands comes up because this can be a fire sign. So it could be an Aries, it could be a Sag, you know, it could be a Leo. but somebody who is basically saying to you, you know, keep pushing, keep going, don't give up, because a lot of you guys are going to feel like doing that. I also think that it's good for like research. You know, certainly, you know, Mars going through your 8th house is going to have you guys very, very much doing research about financial things, esoteric topics, things connected to, you know, investments. And so you might be feeling like you're willing to take risks, right? And Mars conjunct Uranus means you might be willing to take emotional risks, home risks, family risks, financial risks. And I would say, well, thankfully, these planets are in a trine to Pluto. So if you're willing to do these things, obviously be bold, be confident, keep pushing on. Don't allow some of the things that can be coming up either emotionally or on the home front to hinder you from some of the success, which is right around the corner that you're going to start seeing in August, right? Be brave. Hopefully that's helpful. Scorpio and Scorpio risings, watch for opportunities for creative ideas, messages, and travel. That can all come from that card as well. Definitely let me know what's kind of shaking in your world. Leave me some comments. Follow back up with me at the end of the month to see how these land for you. I appreciate it, and I'll see you guys back here in August. All right, my Saggies and my Sag risings, what's going on, guys? Welcome to July 2026. I'm excited to be back with you talking all things July. We've got a lot of stuff going on this month. It's going to be very interesting for you, my Sag and Sag risings. I'm looking at Jupiter and Leo. That's your planetary ruler. Here's the deal. So Jupiter is now in your 9th house. So it's friendly for you by sign. You're going to be experiencing some grand fire trines, especially if you're like the first, I would say, 10 or so degrees of Sag, Sun, Moon, and Rising, because it's trining Neptune, your planets, and it's in the 9th house, which is very good energy. The vibe that I'm getting for you guys this month is that you're really feeling like, okay, expansion, intensity, and idealism are like all on the menu. But so is the call to transform your beliefs. And that's really what July is going to be about in a nutshell. So your chart ruler is Jupiter, and Jupiter rules your home and your family, and it rules you. And as Jupiter is going into the 9th house, a lot of my Sag and Sag risings are feeling like they're opening themselves up to the bigger picture of who am I out in the world? What do I believe in? Where do I want to travel? What do I want to learn? Some of you guys are going to publish memoirs. Others are going to be feeling like you want to learn about children, about creativity. Maybe you're hoping to get out of the house and go and get some trips in this summer, which I definitely think you're going to do. Wanderlust is very real when Jupiter is in your 9th house. It loves to be there. But it is coming into some aspects, it's coming into a lot of aspects with outer planets. And so it's cool because I've talked to a lot of Sag risings recently, and a lot of them are just kind of like, relationships are blowing up, work is not consistent, I don't know where home is, I'm, catching flights, not feelings, which is, that's why I love you guys. But I think that it can be very interesting to see some of the aspects that Jupiter is going to make. Jupiter in the 9th house, if you need a lawyer, if you need a teacher, you need a guru, or you need a vacation, those things will happen. And it's sextiling Uranus. So if a relationship is changing on a dime and you need a lawyer, you can get one. If you are suddenly having some change and, friction going on with relationships and you need a trip, you can take one. Maybe this means that you're also going to be focusing on doing training or, getting certification or going back to school so you can counsel and work with other people. I mean, I've seen a lot of Sag risings that are like, I want to learn astrology. Why? I want to take clients. And I'm like, well, you got to learn first. So while Jupiter's in your 9th, going and learning astrology could be one manifestation of this, or working with an astrologer or a therapist. Jupiter will trine Neptune, which is feeling very divinely inspired and creative and fulfilled, and where travel and art and children or romance all kind of intertwine, which is good. And then there's the opposition of Pluto. So that's the one thing that I think is going to kind of get your goat, is oppositions represent two things being 180 degrees apart. It's like being in a boxing ring. It's the energy of Aries and Libra. Aries wants to fight, Libra wants to be diplomatic most of the time. So what you're going to find is that there is definitely a bit of a standoff, and Pluto can represent your blind spots, your subconscious, your fears, negative thought patterns, how you're talking to yourself, what you're thinking, problems with neighbors, issues with cars, issues with siblings, and a pretty stark difference of opinion or beliefs. So it can create some much heated debates for you. Now, obviously, the other big energy that you're going to see is, you've got Venus meeting with the South Node, and then you've got Mars and Uranus that are meeting in the 7th. So very disruptive energy in relationships this month. And then simultaneously either feeling like you need a break from work, or you're kind of falling out of love with what you used to do, or that you're feeling called to kind of like maybe go in a different career direction. So all of those things are going to affect you because they're happening in mutable signs. But probably the biggie is the Pluto-Jupiter opposition. I'll talk about more of that in a second. And Mars conjunct Uranus in your 7th house, in your opposite sign. So if you're a Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising, I would say 0 to about 6 degrees, you're going to be feeling the effects of this opposition. Now, on the 4th, although it really, I would say the disruptive energy is the whole first week of July, Mars and Uranus are going to be meeting. Sag, I want you to think about what's been happening recently. The North and the South Node, they already squared Uranus. And here comes Mars. Mars rules children, romance, creativity, drama, self-expression, and things that are hidden, and it comes into your 7th house. So some of you guys who have children are going to be like, oh my God, I'm having conflict with my kids. Like, why are they being so obstinate and like they're not listening? Others are going to be like, okay, well, you know, I'm getting more serious in the romance or the commitment department, or I really want children, or because you can't see eye to eye about how you're feeling or being loved, it can create some pretty dramatic situations, you know, in your relationships where Mars and Uranus is going to be dealing with people who are very rambunctious, they're independent, they don't want to be told what to do, they're confrontational, and you just kind of have to roll with the punches. The positive is that if you're using this energy in a good way, you know, you're going to experience excitement around your partnerships, your marriage, your one-on-one kind of dynamics. So expect more of the unexpected with partnerships. While Uranus has been disruptions, Mars is going to come in and it might cut or sever things. So it's either going to be breakthroughs or it's going to be breakups. There is no in between here. With the trines to Pluto in your 3rd house, you can overcome some of this conflict by changing and transforming the way you think and the way that you communicate with people and being a little bit more detached. Neptune's going to station retrograde on the 7th in your 5th house of, you know, romance, creativity, joy, self-expression. So maybe you're reevaluating and reassessing, you know, how is my home going to change? You know, because Neptune rules your home. How do kids change my home? What, you know, are my kids coming back to visit me? Do I see myself going back to old hobbies, old creative projects, that type of stuff? I think Jupiter trining Neptune is very much that as well. So finding things to kind of calm your mind and things that are creative or spiritual or kind of sports related things that you can kind of participate and do on your own is good. And then the same day, there's going to be a last quarter moon that's supporting releasing control issues around self-expression and children. Now you're going to see on the 10th of the month, Venus will go into Virgo in your 10th house, which is generally a time where you love work, you're socializing more, you know, you're getting recognition, you're collaborating with other people, but Venus is debilitated in Virgo, right? So what you're going to notice is when Venus goes into the 10th house, it's going to conjunct the South Node. And this is a significant karmic release around career, reputation, life direction, status. You know, Venus rules your health and it rules your goals. And so you might feel like you actually need to change something about your routine or about your job or your office space because you feel like it's just not pleasing you anymore. And that's playing off of Chiron in your 6th house. So some of you guys might be experiencing health-related issues or problems with coworkers or things where like somebody's like, oh yeah, they had to take the day off, you know, because they're sick, or like, oh, somebody's actually like got a medical excuse and they're not coming back, or it could be you that's feeling like some health-related things are impacting your ability to serve. Now, what you'll find is that there's fated events with bosses, public roles. Professional goals may highlight where you have tied your worth to perfectionist kind of achievement and critical work environments, maybe unbalanced services in your public life. And it's about letting go of outdated professional personas or dynamics that just no longer reflect your soul's direction professionally. So this clears space for more compassionate, more authentic and spiritually aligned career paths and like public expressions. But it's going to be a day where you're like, am I falling out of love with what I'm doing? You know, a woman from the past can come and help you with work. That's possible. And this is powerful preparation for kind of claiming your true authority. Now, on the 12th of the month, you're going to see a Mercury Cazimi in Cancer in your 8th house. I know you're probably sick of these Cancer transits. They're almost over. But this is the halfway point through the Mercury retrograde. So where the ninth house sun connection is your beliefs, your philosophy, your travel, your education, and Mercury is your relationships and your career. This is a powerful download day where I think a lot of you guys are going to be like, okay, there's clarity around my intimacy, my psychological hangups, my shared resources, my deep bonding tendencies. And it's with Cancer, so it's family oriented. The Cazimi can really illuminate emotional communication in close family relationships, romantic relationships, and realizations around shared finances or trust, and important messages that are kind of related to psychological healing. Since Mercury is retrograde, it may involve revisiting, past intimate conversations, dealing with, overcoming things that partners have said and working it out in therapy. It could also mean that your partner is reevaluating or reassessing something about their financial situation if you are deciding to make a shift with your career or your professional life. This, I think, is, where conversations are gaining emotional intelligence around merging with other people. And it's a wonderful window to kind of illuminate depth when it comes to your closest bonds. Now, the reality is if you have been waiting for a loan, if you've been waiting for an inheritance, if you've been waiting for any kind of clarity about joint money, assets, a tax matter, I've seen actually quite a few Sag and Sag risings in my life that have been like, I'm strapped for cash, I've got this situation going on, I don't know what I'm going to do. And then come to find out their family kind of steps up and they're like, hey, we've raised the money that you need to fix your house. Or, hey, we want to give you this car for your son. And like suddenly other people in the family are kind of stepping up and saying that they will help you. So that can be good where you're getting support from others. You will then have a new moon in this part of your chart in your 8th house. And that's going to be happening on the 14th. So it's a powerful time for resetting intentions revolving around intimacy, vulnerability, shared resources, and deep transformation. I want to remind you that Mercury is still retrograde. Okay, so some of the, I'm going to apply for the loan or increase the credit, or I'm going to be, going back to therapy. There's going to be a process here that's going to take a little bit longer to kind of work through that until we're getting into like August. But definitely if you're wanting to emotionally or psychologically change, or if you're wanting to grow resources, you're wanting to kind of expand, I think it's going to give you the opportunity to do that over the next 6 months. Now, you're going to see mid-month, Jupiter's making all those aspects that I was talking about. Big focus on expansion of your beliefs and education. And then mid-month, it will trine Neptune, where your travel dreams, your romantic dreams, your education dreams can become a reality. It will sextile Uranus, where it can definitely bring, I think, a lot of sudden unexpected weddings. I think some people are going to find that they're like, okay, we're actually going to elope. Uranus is a quick marriage. Jupiter in the 9th house could represent travel. But we could just as easily see relationships kind of break or shatter with Mars and Uranus. And then people are like, I just need to get out of town. I need some space. I need to talk to a lawyer. So it depends on your personal astrology. What you're learning about relationships, I think, is just a big focus. And just watch out for the Jupiter in opposition to Pluto, because this brings significant growth mixed with transformation. And the transformation is changing and transforming the way that you see things. Jupiter could mean you have a different perspective than your family, right? And you and a sibling might get into it about family dynamics, or you might have a different perspective about your country or about the rule of law, and you'll have like a debate with a neighbor or somebody, and it could be quite a heated exchange. And we know you guys like to get on your soapbox, but I would say be careful with who you're going to be debating with. You're then going to see on the 22nd, the sun's going to enter Leo. So this is highlighting now travel opportunities, career-related themes, education, stuff that's connecting to your belief systems, and it's going to trine you by sign. So I think you're going to like Leo season for the most part. The key here is that, you want to travel, but you're waiting for Mercury to go direct. So if you're a Sag or Sag rising that's wanting to travel, I recommend doing it after the 23rd, or booking all of that stuff after the 23rd. And the Mercury retrograde will end in your 8th house, where mental clarity around intimacy and shared resources seem a little bit better. At the end of July, you're going to see the North Node go into Aquarius. So for the first time in like 18 years, it's moving into your 3rd house, and the South Node is moving into your 9th. So this is interesting because, usually when you have the South Node in your 9th house, you're like, I'm not going back to school. I'm not getting on an airplane. I'm not, traveling internationally. I don't believe in that. And Jupiter's there. So some of you guys are just going to completely cancel air travel over the next 2 years, or you're going to completely change the way that you get around town. Some of you guys might be debating whether or not you want to move or relocate to another country, and you're having to deal with paperwork and documents to get your residency and live there. And then the North Node is going to go through the third house, which is much more about local travel, road trips, learning, siblings, communication, language. And it's just kind of paradoxical because Pluto and the North Node are here. So a lot of you guys really are seriously thinking about moving to another country or learning another language or, relocating or like escaping from it all. While Jupiter and the South Node are here, which is saying like you have to really know the law. You have to reevaluate your beliefs. You have to maybe do some research or some education on how you can kind of swing it. And so it's kind of like backwards in a way. What I would watch for is with that North Node going into your third house, it's emphasizing now communication, learning, daily thinking. It's all being redirected towards innovation, towards future ideas. And your voice matters more than ever. And you'll see that over the next couple of years. Writing, blogging, tweeting, media, even podcasts, stuff like that, apps. These are going to be really significant for you. And then you will see Saturn station retrograde at the end of the month in your fifth house of romance, children, creativity, and self-expression. Saturn rules money. Saturn also rules your mindset. So it can be having you reevaluate how much money you're spending on your kids, how much money you're spending on activities, on courses, on travel. And really romance, creativity, and children now require a little bit more serious review and like restructuring. So this really is about, I think, play being more authentic, not performative. And it's about you feeling like you need to make more time for joy. At the end of the month on the 27th, the Sun in Leo in your ninth of travel will trine Neptune in your fifth house, which is going to be dealing with this inspired alignment between travel, your perspective, your worldview, and your creative expression. Followed by the end of the month on the 29th, we're going to see a full moon in Aquarius in your natal third house. This is a difficult full moon. I know you're going to hate me for saying this, but Sun conjunct Jupiter is touted as the luckiest day of the year. And certainly as a Sag rising or a Sag in general, you guys look forward to this every year, right? All right. The key here is to pay attention to what happens early in the month when you start to see, Pluto and Jupiter oppose, because it's going to highlight some of the same things under the full moon. So, Sun and Jupiter meeting in your ninth house is some of you guys are graduating, some of you guys are traveling, some of you guys are, going to celebrations, graduations, weddings, and the opposition to Pluto and the full moon, which by the way, the moon rules your eighth house of change, other people's resources, and endings, really highlights that there is like this really powerful situation. Could be a conversation, could be something with a sibling, something you're learning, a document you get that's challenging you because it opposes Jupiter and your sense of emotional or financial well-being. So there could be a bit of like a heated conversation about what is mine versus what is yours. There could be a bit of like a issue that you have with a sibling. There may need to be something that you're dealing with on the home front. It could also be positive, where you're finally overcoming something that's been challenging you, or you're finally willing to have the conversation you've been afraid to have, and you have a breakthrough. But that opposition tells me that there's a culmination around communication and learning, and you may find something out, or you may learn something that radically changes and transforms what you have always believed in. You read an article, there's some kind of world event that comes out and you're like, oh my God, like I didn't know this was the case. And it totally shifts the way that you kind of see, the world at large. So it can be a little intense under that full moon. Usually the third house is like moving, traveling, contracts, signing anything, learning, and stuff with siblings and neighbors. So the advice that I'd give for Sagittarius this month is like, look, partnership chaos can be generative. Mars and Uranus in your seventh house might feel like relationship volatility, but the truth is that it's really breaking you free from codependent patterns. So if you're married, you're in a committed relationship, that person is going to shake things up all month long. I would go and look at where Mars and Uranus is in your partner's charts so you have an idea of what's going on, because they're going to bring some kind of excitement or they're going to bring just pure chaos. If you're single, it can mean that there is something unexpectedly, or one or two people that just kind of drop into your life and you're like, what the heck do I do with this? And it can be exciting, but Mars is the 12th house. So hidden fears, subconscious issues, resentment, things that you've been holding on to can just come out in conversations, and it can really instigate a lot of like relationship conflict. And some of you guys will be meeting and connecting with people very unexpectedly. The expansion of your worldview is going to happen, but it needs to do so consciously. And I really feel like the problem with Jupiter in opposition to Pluto is going to be the truth of what's going on in the world versus the media you watch, the echo chamber you're in on your social medias, the news that you watch in your country. It's not going to be telling you the full truth. Jupiter is the truth, and you want to find out the truth. So you're going to have to probably go and look at alternative media. You're going to have to go and look at international news. You're going to have to go and look at the international sites that are more so willing to tell the truth about the things that you don't know about and you're not as well informed on. And it might be shocking, but Jupiter in the 9th house is really about choosing to explore new beliefs, not just reinforcing old ones. This is also about making time for play. Saturn and Neptune in your 5th house is about asking you, what are you creating? Why are you creating it? Are you creating for approval, or are you creating for joy? So you need a little bit more playtime, time with your kids, a little bit more romance. And your voice is also your power now. With Pluto in your 3rd, North Node moving into your 3rd, full moon in your 3rd. This is about communicating, and that communication that's changing being your path to growth. Speaking your truth, even if it's scary, is really important. Being willing to, start that blog, have that discussion, write that letter. And it's picking up the energy of Uranus, because Uranus rules the North Node, modern day ruler. So it can mean that you're having to tell people what is up, which I know you're good at. It can also mean through the energy with Saturn that you're having conversations that are with your children, with your romantic partners. Maybe part of your creative process is writing or putting something on, media, or creating a website. So use it. Your best days are going to be on the 12th when you have a Mercury cazimi in the 8th, although for some of you guys, it's going to be some really intense either financial or relationship news, but I think it's necessary to have a breakthrough, and intimacy and transformative kind of clarity will come through. On the 14th, when you have a new moon in the 8th house, because it's good for, transformation, for power, for renewals of intimacy and connection. And the 18th through the 21st, when Jupiter is in your 9th, making all these aspects. You're going to see on the 22nd to the 23rd, the sun goes into your 9th house for travel, and Mercury goes direct. So you're good after the 23rd for that. You'll have more clarity about your beliefs too. And then on the 27th, when the sun trines Neptune, and this is like where your worldview and creativity start to align. Red flag days are definitely going to be the first week of July, because Mars and Uranus are going to meet and they're still squaring the nodes. So that's going to bring a lot of relationship volatility, or it'll bring somebody into your life unexpectedly, like a therapist, an astrologer, or a manager of sorts. The 5th through the 7th, Neptune is going to station retrograde. So you have to really reevaluate your love life. There could be some romantic fog, some confusion creatively or with children. And the Venus South Node connection, that's going to happen on the 10th, followed by the 13th when Venus squares Uranus. And this is kind of karmic release in career and also relationship tension. In fact, a lot of the relationship tension is connected to stuff that's going on at work. And then finally at the 26th, you'll see the North Node go into your 3rd house, which is putting an emphasis on communication and your voice. And you're going to have that full moon that's going to be highlighting that as well. Sag is never boring, it's never boring, but to see your chart ruler aspect damn near everything in the skies, and granted, Gemini's got that, Aries has got that, Aquarius has got that, but this massive, I guess it's like technically, it's not even a bisextile anymore. There's like 4 different signs that are all kind of feeling the effects of it. You guys are all in it together, and air and fire likes to feel each other. So it's about you upholding the optimism, I think, in Leo. You and Leos are supposed to be the ones who are like, yeah, bring on the change. Change needs to happen. So let's ask the cards. What does the tarot say for you in the month of July? What do you need to be aware of, or what messages do my Sag and Sag risings need to hear? Oh, I love this. I love this so much. You got the Queen of Swords. That's so very much the North Node moving into Aquarius. Look, the first, and I didn't learn this until recently. It was like a couple years ago.
that the first 10 degrees of the 7th house, okay, represent confrontation. You know, basically getting everything out in the air, confronting people. Doesn't mean it has to be an all-out brawl, but it's about confronting them. And so I kind of feel like with Mercury influencing Mars and Uranus in retrograde, asking the deeper questions in relationships, going and being a little bit more, can you expand on that? Can you give me clarity? Can you tell me, you know, what you were thinking? Can you tell me what happened? You know, can we talk about it? Can we go deeper? That's very much the Queen of Swords. And as is the North Node going into your 3rd house. What people don't realize about Aquarius is that Aquarius does not care what other people think. Leo cares what other people think. Aquarius doesn't. So you already are known for being outspoken, and I say that lovingly. But it's like your words can either, you know, create destruction or major transformation. And I think that's the key. The trine to Mars and Uranus is like changing and transforming the way you think and you communicate and how you wield your power, Queen of Swords. And maybe it means that instead of getting into an argument with somebody, you need to write a letter, you need to send a text message, you need to leave a voicemail, you know, and communicate in a different way to really get the point across if you're really feeling kind of fed up and needing to kind of confront some of these uncomfortable kind of relationship dynamics. Now, it could also be Gemini, it could be breaking it off with a therapist. It could be, you know, having an issue with your sibling or with your neighbor. And I think that what will surprise people is if you don't burn the house down, because Lord knows you guys love to burn the house down, as do all the fire signs. But I think that the opposition to Pluto is instead of burning everything down, you become cool, calm, collected, and detached, and very matter of fact. This is what happened. This is what went on. This is how I feel about it. This is what I'm going to do about it. And not arguing and not trying to change other people. It's about being more direct with where you're going and less kind of focused or, you know, hung up on what other people did wrong. How you wield your words this month matter. A Gemini, a Libra, or an Aquarius can kind of help you with that process, but this is about really honing in on what you have to say, being very detached about it, very matter of fact, and getting down to the details so you can really clear out some of this conflict maybe that comes up in relationships this month. So be strong, be intelligent, be bold. Let me know what happens. Definitely leave me a comment, and I will see you guys back here next month in August. What's up, Capricorn and Capricorn Rising? Welcome back to my channel. This is going to be the July 2026 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. As you know, Capricorn, you're ruled by Saturn, so we are going to be putting a heavy emphasis on the Saturn retrograde this month. That's going to be the one big thing that you're going to want to watch. I would say second to that is the fact that you are going to be seeing a continuation of the Mercury retrograde in your opposite sign. So there's a lot of reevaluating, reassessing, redirecting relationships. People from the past coming back, old relationships maybe getting phased out, renewals and other ones as well. And I think this month is really asking you to kind of balance structure with soul. And you're really being asked to find security in vulnerability, not necessarily just achievement. Now, I guess the big theme that you're going to be seeing is Saturn is going to be going retrograde in Aries. Okay, Saturn's your chart ruler. It rules you, your values, and your money. It's continuing to go through Aries. It will stay in Aries, and it will retrograde for about 5 months. So if you have anything 15 to about, I would say 7 degrees of Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising, you are going through a Saturn square this year. You're being asked to get out of old, outdated ways of living, maybe move, relocate, reassess your living situation, your family dynamic, family karma, and that's all coming up. And so what's going to happen when Saturn retrogrades is like you're going to pivot and reevaluate the direction where you're going with your home and family matters. So watch for that. That retrograde will happen on the 26th. Now, because it's connected to reviewing your identity, your body, and your values and your sense of security through your first and your second house, this is how it's applying to your home or your emotional foundation. Now, if we look at some of the other transits that are going to be happening throughout the month, it's going to start with the first week of July, so right around like the 4th or the 5th. You're going to see Mars coming into conjunction with Uranus in Gemini, okay, in your 6th house. Capricorn, this is a sign that inconjuncts or quincunxes you. You guys don't really see eye to eye. And it's possible that there can possibly be some accidents or some injuries under this transit. So you're one of the signs that I would just say, please be careful. Sixth house is accidents. Uranus can be anything that is electrical or anything that is kind of shocking or surprising or things that blow up. And then Mars is going to be connected to speed, heat, and anything sharp. So if you work with heavy tools, if you're working with automotive, if you work in electrical, you have to really pay attention to these transits. Now, the other thing that I would say is that this is playing off of the Mercury retrograde. And we know that Mercury is retrograding through your relationship zone. So there could be a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress going on in the body because there is just a lot changing in relationships. And this is 12th house to your 7th. So it can mean that, partners are acting kind of weird, or they're, sometimes being a little distant, or they're being a little evasive. And you're like, oh, what's going on? I'm so anxious, and it can create some tummy troubles. It can also bring up for you guys just health matters and daily service and unexpected shifts when it comes to work and your kind of fellow coworkers. So starting new jobs, quitting jobs, having unexpected kind of health stuff come up can all happen. Neptune is going to retrograde on the 7th, and this is going to be in your 4th house, and it's asking you for a deep review of your home, your family, and your emotional security. I have found that Neptune retrogrades are times where, especially when I have it in my 4th house, but it reminds me of like something that's been hidden now becomes revealed. So if you're a Capricorn and Capricorn rising and you're like, oh, I wonder why my sister's not calling me back. That's your 3rd house. Or I wonder what's going on with the neighbors. Or, I wonder where this leak is coming from. You're going to find out. So keep an eye on what's going on at your home, especially anything that deals with kitchen, under the sinks, in the basement, things that might even be in the bathroom or like washing machines. And this is going to be going hand in hand with the last quarter moon, which is supporting and releasing overwork and imbalance in your daily life. Now, then you're going to see on the 10th of the month, Venus is going to go into Virgo, which might be easier for you and Taurus, honestly, because it's a fellow earth sign. So at some point it will be trining your Capricorn placements. Venus is going to be dealing with children, your belief systems, romance, creativity, career, and status. So Venus going into your 9th house means that you're wanting to find pleasure through higher mind, education, traveling. You're more willing to say, oh, I'm going to, upgrade my seats on the plane, or, yes, I'm going to treat myself to a little getaway and maybe go and take a course or a workshop even. And so what you're going to find is that it's about releasing karmic alignments and changes in your belief system or your educational path, maybe travel experiences or some kind of philosophical outlook. Around the 10th, you're going to see you might encounter fated meetings with teachers, journeys or realizations that kind of prompt letting go of critical kind of worldviews, dogmatic beliefs, or attachments to should and how you seek truth and expansion. And really it's surrendering to these to allow more compassionate, intuitive, and kind of like liberated understanding of life to come in. So profound healing through travel, study, spiritual seeking that aligns with your soul rather than kind of like external standards. A few days later on the 13th, you will see Venus in Virgo then come into a square with Uranus in Gemini in your 6th house. So you got tension between your health habits and routine and, health kind of through Virgo, travel, legal matters, or your belief system. So this tension is really, I think, bringing unexpected learning experiences, travel disruptions, job disruptions, unexpected legal matters, philosophical shifts in things that are going on that impact your job or your well-being. And like Uranus in your 6th house is like this ongoing innovation that's kind of taking place when it comes to your daily work. So the square brings relational or value-based friction, and I think the key is about being flexible and innovative to your approaches that honor both a quest for meaning and your daily needs. Breakthroughs in integrated living, alternative health, and like maybe traveling for health services. There could be some scheduling issues with travel or with health, and I would also say that a lot of you guys have had disruptions with your daily routines purely either because of relationships or because of some family dynamics that are going on. So hopefully that starts to settle after that conjunction and that square. And then we get to the 12th of July and you'll have a Cazimi taking place in your house of relationships, Well, Mercury is about things connecting to ceremonies, marriage, graduations, travel, and the sun is about change and transformation. So likely this is a big breakthrough day in regards to a relationship of some sorts. Now, this is a positive aspect because the Cazimi is basically saying it's relaying an important message about your one-on-one relationship. So breakthrough with a therapist, heart-to-heart with a spouse, a meeting, with an important client or a business partner. And it's about change. And so the Cazimi is illuminating insights about emotional communication and close bonds and how you nurture in relationships. So important messages from partners can come in. Yes, your ex can call 100%. That can happen. It can also be the ending and the beginning of a phase in a relationship. So I've seen some Capricorn and Capricorn risings that are like, yeah, I'm going to be, officially divorced in July. I've seen others that are like, oh, well, I'm getting ready to get married, or you guys will get engaged. So it matters like what other aspects you have going on in your chart. It can also just highlight your relationships that you have with your family and that your family needs your support more. And that could be a sibling or that could be a grandparent. Keep an eye on the health of grandparents. That's something I would watch through the 7th house because the Cazimi is going to be at a 20, or just a new understanding within a relationship and a merger. Let's see what else. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Because Mercury's retrograde, it might involve also revisiting past relationships. So that's something to think about. But it's good for illuminating relationship and partnership understanding. Then mid-month, around the 14th, you'll have a new moon in Cancer. Granted, Mercury is still retrograde, but you can set new intentions in regards to relationships. And it's excellent, I think, for resetting intentions. And if you're single and you want to meet somebody new, you set intentions under that new moon. Just know that Mercury is retrograde. So it's basically saying you're looking for somebody, but they might be further away, or it might just be not quite working with your schedule to kind of get back into dating, but you'll see things kind of progress as the year goes on. And then Jupiter in Leo, which is in your 8th house for the year, is making a ton of aspects mid-month. So the 8th house is interesting because it's like, even if you have a benefic planet like Jupiter or Venus going through the 8th house, there is still some kind of ending or beginning, okay? So I just have to really highlight that. Jupiter is going to represent endings, closure, foreign places, healing and privacy, siblings, communication, learning, and short distance travel. So I think of like traveling to foreign lands, signing tax documents, signing agreements, financial related matters, and illuminating all of that stuff. Even like documents that you have to sign connected to wills or inheritances or insurance matters can come up. So eventually, Jupiter going through the 8th house, can it bring you more money? Sure, but it's through other people. So it'll be loans, your partner, inheritance, windfalls, whatever. And like the 8th house is a house of death. So it can mean that something is being left to you or something is being given to you throughout this year. So it wants to grow your partner's resources. It wants to grow your intimacy and your connection in that sense. But it's also going to make a ton of aspects. So it will be making a sextile to Uranus. So this could represent where physical fitness, wellness, breath work is enhancing your emotional or your psychological well-being. And how you're adapting financially to changing circumstances with work. You're going to see Jupiter is going to trine Neptune. So that's going to be bringing a sense of like endings and completions, honestly, or like changes with your home situation and now merging with another person. So if you're wanting to move or get a mortgage, or let's say you want to buy a house or you want to make a big change with your family, that's being brought on through some kind of change through joint resources of some kind, but that's good. And then you're going to see the big bad wolf, Jupiter in opposition to Pluto. And like, honestly, you and Cancer are really the ones who are going through, I think, the most financial drama during the Pluto-Jupiter opposition. Because in your case, Jupiter is in the 8th house where it says, well, actually somebody else has the bag. Whether it's the bank that's holding on to an inheritance you're supposed to get, or if it's going to be somebody who's holding something over your head financially, or it could represent money that's coming from another person, or other people who are seeking support from you, and you have to kind of stand your ground with Pluto in the 2nd and be like, am I actually going to give up some of my wealth or my resources? Now, Jupiter could be your sister, it could be a sibling, it could be about whether or not you're going to go and get a new car and take on, some kind of debt for that. It could also mean that there's unexpected kind of expenses that may pop up because the eighth house is about having to pay things off. So be very careful with finances mid-month when Jupiter and Pluto oppose each other. Now, the good news is Jupiter is eventually going to bring you more resources, but it's going to be like, why should you have to pay for it? And I can just tell you, after going through similar transits myself, Jupiter in the eighth house taught me, if I get a bill, I better follow up and make sure that, you know, my insurance is 100% not going to pay it, and I would fight for it and they would end up paying it. It's also taught me that, you know, having a bigger, I think, credit card limit is not necessarily a good thing. You know, it made me realize I need less credit cards, I need less loans, I don't need to be taking as much stuff out. And I think you guys are going to see the balance between, okay, just because I have it doesn't mean that I should blow through it, and also other people have to pull their weight. And this will be a whole year kind of theme. But yeah, Jupiter wants growth and expansion and intimacy, and mid-month when that opposition to Pluto hits, it's going to be like, okay, reevaluate my resources versus other people. Now the sun will enter into Leo on the 22nd, so it's emphasizing this deep transformation. Then Mercury goes direct on the 23rd, so the misunderstanding, miscommunication, issues with relationships back and forth now seems a little bit more clear, and it improves. And then as you get to late July, the North Node moves into Aquarius in your second house. And it's really highlighting for the first time in like 18 years, your values, your money, your self-worth, all of it's being redirected towards innovation and future-oriented resources. What you value, not just what you earn, becomes key. Here's what's interesting. Pluto represents what you have earned, right? Because Pluto is earnings from work. And then you've got Jupiter in opposition, so there could be unexpected payouts, or, you know, some of you guys will be retiring, or you're tapping into, you know, your retirement accounts or your investments. But you're going to have to look at things and go, I have earned it, and other people want access to it. Should I just blindly give it to them? So you have to think about that, okay? In the conversations you have about money and financial documents and things that you're signing, think about that. Now, we had an eclipse there in February. My feeling is with the North Node going through the second house is like you're going to work hard for the money. It's not going to come easy. The North Node makes you want to work, makes you want to build. It makes you want to consume more food, shopping, and all kinds of things. And I would say part of Aquarius being there is like you realizing my goal is not necessarily more things. My goal is freedom. And the way that you look at money is going to change, and the way that you look at material goods is going to change. Can you have more financial growth? Yes, you can. But also, this is about expenses. So it's picking up the energy of Uranus, where you're like, well, I got to spend money on my health or my pets, or, you know, I have to spend money on my business, or maybe it's picking up Saturn, which is the co-ruler. You know, the resources are powerful to change and transform my home. So you're kind of having a lot of these conversations with other people this month. And then you're going to see on, let's see, the 26th, that's when Saturn turns retrograde. So your chart ruler is turning inward for 5 months. Major event for you. It's structuring everything around your home, your family, your emotional foundations. Your sense of security is now under review. And you've been kind of building something, and now you're kind of rebuilding it a little bit deeper. So if you're hoping to move, if you're hoping to buy a house, sell a house, you know, make a big family change, it might feel a little bit delayed. In August, though, you will see Jupiter trine Saturn. So you might see a little bit of movement, but you're still reassessing some of these bigger changes in terms of where and how you live. Now, Saturn will, the sun in Leo in your 8th house will trine Neptune. And this flows from the 4th to the 8th house. So they're more emotional. It's about inspired healing around your home and also intimacy. And then finally, at the end of the month, we have a full moon in Aquarius in your natal 2nd house. Now, with that being said, you know, we had an eclipse here in February. The North Node's now in your 2nd house. Now you have a full moon here, which is picking up the energy of an eclipse that was seated in February, and it's conjunct Pluto. So it's time for you to get serious about your financial goals. Sometimes there's a big payout when you have a full moon in the 2nd house. Sometimes there's a big, you know, purchase that we make. It can be about land. It can be about valuables. It can be also spending a lot of money on social things because of Pluto. And it's going to oppose the Sun and Jupiter in your 8th house, where it's almost like if you've been going through a bit of a financial crisis or feeling strapped for cash, suddenly there's about to be some significant change or windfall that's coming in. And it can take a couple months as Jupiter gets into your 8th to help you pay your debt, to inherit money, to help you grow resources, for other people to be more generous. And there's a lot of stuff going on with money and values. Now, Uranus is also the ruler, and it's in your 6th. So it can be expenses pertaining to health or pets or work, or maybe you're making more money because you have a second job, Gemini. And it's also picking up Saturn energy, which is in your 4th. So it can mean that you're wanting to make some big moves financially when it comes to your home. Now, for Capricorn this month, I would say my advice for you would be like, look, work chaos is coming up, or unexpected health shifts are coming up with Uranus and Mars in your 6th. And it can take you by surprise because you are not seeing it directly through the in conjunct or the quincunx to your sign. So this is where accidents happen at work, when you're driving, when you least expect it. And there could be just a lot of stress that's either connected to work or your relationships. So things feel a little disruptive, but it's kind of freeing you from unhealthy work habits, or it's freeing you from unhealthy financial habits or unhealthy relationship habits. Home is also where the healing is. I think that with Saturn retrograde in your 4th house, it's asking you to build emotional foundations that can actually hold you, not necessarily look good. So trying to like rush through moves, making changes with your home or your family is not always the easiest or the smartest move during a retrograde. It's saying stop, reevaluate, reassess, do the work while Saturn is the teacher out of the classroom. And when he comes back in, you're hopefully going to be able to kind of like pass the test. Just reflecting on when Saturn retrograded in my 4th house, I remember that 2.5-year period. And like the retrogrades were always times that I was like, yeah, I thought I was going to move, or I was going to go back home with family, or I was going to, make some changes in my living arrangement. And then when the retrograde came, I was like, it's not time yet. And remember, Saturn in Aries can be impatience, right? But things start to break through as you're getting into August. Even though we'll be in the middle of a retrograde, that'll be one of the windows that you'll see. This is also about values over valuation. As the North Node goes into your 2nd house, it's really about what you value becoming more important than your net worth. You have to ask yourself what truly matters, okay? And I think it's freedom in your daily routine, freedom when it comes to your finances, not having to answer to anybody. And this is about, asking you to really just marinate on what matters, what you value the most. And then also this month, allow yourself to be vulnerable, because both Saturn and Neptune are retrograde in your 4th house, which is a very emotional house. It can mean that through these retrogrades in Aries, you have to ask yourself, Capricorn, how do you feel, right? It's not just about achievement, output. It's about, do I like where I'm living? How am I feeling? What am I healing? And how can I better kind of connect to my inner world? It's about really being your own parent, letting your guard down. It's about nurturing yourself and being a little bit more vulnerable in the process. All right, so for you guys, your best days, I think, is going to be on the 12th of July when you have the Mercury Cazimi, where there is some surprise, exciting moment, change, or transformation in relationships. On the 14th, when you have a new moon in your relationship house, where you can hit reset. The 18th through the 21st, where you see Jupiter, that's going to be making all sorts of aspects, right? And then that's also just bringing opportunities for deeper bonding and expansion. And then when Mercury goes direct in your relationship house on the 23rd, where you have better relationship clarity. And then on the 27th, when the Sun is in a trine with Neptune in your 4th house, where it's good for home, family, bonding, and healing. Challenging days for everybody will be the Mars-Uranus square, but I think even more so for you. So be mindful of that, where there could be work and health volatility. The 5th through the 7th, when Neptune retrogrades in your 4th, where there's home, family, or confusion in regards to your living situation. And the Venus South Node conjunction in Virgo and the square to Uranus. So this is like the 10th through the 13th, where there might be a change with travel plans. There might be a shift in terms of your views. There can be belief and travel versus work and health tension. And it's like health could limit your ability to travel. Travel could limit your ability to get work done. And they're kind of at odds. And then when that North Node goes into Aquarius at the end of the month, this is all about value system transformation. And really, to me, it looks like what you value is having free time. Capricorn. Quite the month. And it's like this for all of the signs. So if you don't believe me, go and listen to your rising and also your sun or moon sign so you can kind of get a better idea of what's happening. But let's ask the tarot, what do you need to know for the month of July? Okay, well, that's a good card that jumped out for you. It looks like you're going to handle it like a boss. King of Coins. Which, I mean, Capricorn, right? Even if you're a woman, this is just kind of like leveling up and being like, okay, I'm all about my business. Could it be another Capricorn, a Taurus, or a Virgo that comes in to support you in a physical, financial, health, or kind of like work-related way? Yeah, that's very possible. I think that this is just really highlighting like the fact that the North Node's going into your second, where you're like, okay, I've got big plans, you know, financially over the next couple of years. And I think a lot of it's about financial freedom. For some of you guys, it's trying to figure out how you can align yourself in that way, and you're making investments, or you're kind of moving with your money in a way that's giving you more freedom in the future. It's also possible that there could be big business decisions, big financial decisions, which I think is going to happen under that full moon anyway. And you guys might find that it's like a more money, more problem month, where it's like you have a good, you know, month, but like you have to pay off bills, you're dealing with debt, you're helping a spouse, maybe you're potentially, having to, pay stuff off, and vice versa. I mean, I could see Jupiter going into your 8th house is like right when you need it, the money comes in. And I would say just be responsible with what you're doing with your resources. Because what is it that Baz Luhrmann says? He's like, whether it's an inheritance or a wealthy spouse, we never know when either one of those might run out. That's the feeling that I'm getting for Capricorn risings this year. As much as I hate to say that, Jupiter is almost like the carrot that's being dangled in your 8th house, and it might bring in a lot of support, but it'll meet with the South Node. Mars will meet with the South Node, so it may not last forever. So building your own independence financially, and also just a stronger sense of self-confidence and self-esteem, and focusing on your health. The Pentacles can be about the health, and making that your top priority, I think, is going to be key this month. So good luck, Capricorn. Let me know what happens. I'll see you guys back here in August. What's up, Aquarius and Aquarius rising? Welcome to your July 2026 overview. I would imagine you guys have been waiting for this for a little while. Oh boy, we got so much stuff going on this month, and you are one of the main characters, okay? So many things happening for you. It's just mind-boggling. I mean, it's just a laundry list of things, and I don't want to keep repeating myself, but let me just say this, like, this is your month. The North Node's entering your sign on the 26th, and this is like a once in an 18-year shift that's going to define, the next year and a half for you. You are at the center of it. But first, you're undergoing a major personal transformation, and I think that's because Pluto's continuing to go through your sign. You're going to see your modern-day ruler, Uranus, meet with Mars in your 5th, which is going to create some creative sparks, some excitement in your love life or around children. And then your traditional ruler, Saturn, is going to go retrograde, so you're reevaluating how you communicate, think, and your mindset. And then we will see towards the end of the month, Jupiter in your relationship house oppose Pluto in your 1st house, where there's some major tests in relationships and whether or not you want to merge, connect, and collaborate with other people. Wow, quite a month for you. All right, so let's start first with your co-rulers. So Saturn is in Aries. It's going to continue to be in Aries in your 3rd house. And at the end of the month, around the 26th, it's going to station retrograde, which means that you need to review, reassess, rethink how you communicate, what you're learning, if you're moving, what's going on with vehicles, and your mindset. Then you're going to see later in the month, actually earlier in the month, I take that back, right around the 1st week, Mars and Uranus are going to be meeting in your 5th. Mars is how you communicate in your mindset or travel or movement. 5th house is creativity, children, or lovers, and you are Uranus. So we're going to see a lot of Aquarius risings that are going to want to be party animals. We're going to see a lot of you guys that are going to have sudden creative breakthroughs, hanging out with your kids, new romantic partners, and just really being very innovative and like out of the box. So on one hand, you see Saturn going retrograde where it's like, well, you need to focus more on communication and learning, but Mars and Uranus in your 5th house is like, I want to go out, I want to party, I don't want to study. And you just need more spontaneity and creativity in your life. And then on the 26th, that North Node moving into your sign, you're being called to step into your authentic individuality as the path to collective progress. Now, I'll talk more about that a little bit, but I'll just say this is picking up the energy of the eclipse that we had in February, where you had an eclipse in your sign squaring Uranus, where a lot of you guys felt like you needed to kind of find your individuality outside of relationships, outside of your home, outside of your career. And it made you probably feel like there was a lot of pressure to make some changes when it comes to like your home and your family. So that full moon in your sign at the end of the month is that kind of culmination of what you were feeling 6 months ago. Now you're going to see it come through and it's going to pack a punch. Anyway, let's start at the beginning. First week of July, let's say 4th, 5th, 6th, you got Mars and Uranus meeting. Mars is a malefic planet, by the way. Okay, so it does represent where there's tension at work or with authority figures or with communication in your 5th house. So the positive is like you feel really adamant about, doing something creative, writing a book, creating a podcast, sharing information, being on media, and it's just like boom, 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 like your mind's going a mile a minute. On the other hand, you will have issues with authority figures. You will resist being told what to do, per usual. You might find that your kids are just acting crazy and rambunctious and they're all over the place. If you don't have kids, there can be unexpected pregnancies this month between Mars and Uranus meeting and also a full moon in your sign. Surprise. And it would be shocking. And the other thing that I kind of think about is that a lot of you guys are just going to have this sudden development, excitement, or disruption in romance, creativity, children. So this is a high voltage transit for you. It's very creative. It makes your love life like on fire. And there could be unexpected makes and breaks and patterns with relationships. So watch for that. Neptune will retrograde in Aries on the 7th, and it's asking you to review thinking patterns, communication style, and how you think about and communicate in regards to your resources, your values, and your money. Neptune rules your 2nd. Also on the 7th, you're going to see the last quarter moon that's releasing outdated communication beliefs and habits. And then on the 10th of the month, we're going to see Venus go into Virgo. All right, so here's where things get interesting. Venus going into Virgo is not the easiest transit. It does represent needing to clean up, heal, work through issues or problems in finances or relationships. And it is connected to your home and it's connected to your belief systems, legal matters, and travel. So Venus hitting the South Node can go one of two ways in your 8th house. It can mean that if money is owed to you or if something valuable is owed to you, let's say something went missing at home, it might turn up. It can also mean that there is some kind of change or transformation or releasing of old family values, old tangible things, old furniture, art, and maybe you're donating or throwing stuff away. It can also mean that, when it comes to the South Node, it's karmic. It's a karmic release in intimacy and in shared resources. And there can be fated events or deep realizations that kind of highlight where you've been overly critical or kind of perfection seeking in your intimate relationships and too attached to financial entanglements, holding on to psychological patterns that block, kind of surrender and rebirth. So letting go of unbalanced, merging, jealousy, or sacrificial tendencies in relationships is important. This is clearing space for more compassionate, more authentic, spiritual aligned intimacy and resource sharing. And it's really profound kind of like soul alchemy, preparing you for greater freedom in love and creativity. But passion, jealousy, intensity, loss is all kind of themes when Venus goes into the 8th house, so be careful. Now you will see then on the 13th, Venus will square Uranus, which is your modern day ruler. And this might ruffle your feathers a little bit. Venus in your 8th house is wanting to transform intimacy and relationships, and it's squaring Uranus in your 5th. So it creates tension between deep intimacy and, kind of transformative processes and spontaneous, creative, romantic, self-expression. So the 5th house wants surface connections and having fun. The 8th house wants to go deep. So it tells me that, part of you might just be like, hey, I just want to have fun, and you kind of have to kind of cut something off or let something go because you don't want to be attached to it. And it's also possible that with Uranus in your 5th house, it's already bringing, kind of erratic romance and creativity. The square adds more practicality to it. It's more discerning, and it's about having this critical pressure between dating and also like fully committing. And the friction invites releasing, controlling, or overly analytical approaches to intimacy and creativity. Breakthroughs come when you embrace the liberation, when it's about authentic pleasure and creative flow and kind of honoring some of the more transformative energies of Venus in your 8th. Now you're going to see on the 12th of the month, there is a Mercury cazimi, where Mercury is going to be conjunct the Sun in your 6th house of health, habits, and work. Mercury rules children. It's about, research or things that are kind of hidden. This can mean that there is some kind of breakthrough at work. There is some kind of news relating to your health. And it's a powerful moment of clarity around your health, habits, and routine. The cazimi is meant to illuminate how you communicate in your work environment, or if your pet's going through an issue. Maybe it's about kind of finding a solution for your health and really tapping into your intuition when it comes to your daily tasks and nurturing your body. Because Mercury is retrograde, it means that it might involve reviewing old patterns and gaining clarity on how to be more emotional when it comes to your routines. And it's a good window for improvements that will come your way through your health and your lifestyle. But most of you guys will get some kind of like health insight or job insight, or somebody's going to give you some perspective about your habits that's going to make you kind of rethink them. Now, what you will see is mid-month around the 14th, there is a new moon in your 6th house of work, health, and habits. So it's great for setting intentions around work. If you want to find a new job, reorganizing your office, getting back to the gym, committing to a new health and like lifestyle kind of dynamic. And this is also good for wanting to potentially make changes to your schedule, so you're making more time for romance, for creativity, and for your kids. And once again, also around mid-month, you're going to see Jupiter continue to move through your opposite sign in your 7th, and it's going to make a lot of aspects. So when planets are in angular houses, life gets loud, right? So all the fixed signs are feeling it. And Jupiter represents your money, resources, and values, and also your friends. And Jupiter goes into your 7th house, where it's blessing you with expansion, with partnerships, new romantic partners, meeting new friends, making more money, feeling chosen, feeling a part of a union. But it's starting to come into opposition with Pluto. And I want to focus on that first, because Pluto retrograde in your 1st house might represent being reluctant to changing, letting go of power, letting go of control. That's very Pluto. And wanting to partner and kind of be with another person. So, people are coming in to partner with you, work with you, be with you, and like there may be some reluctance to want to do that. And then you're also going to see Jupiter is going to sextile Uranus, which is helpful because relationships can feel like a whirlwind. It could be romantic, something that you thought was just a casual connection could end up being like a really good long-term partner, and it's really romantic and exciting. And then we also see Jupiter that's going to try Neptune in your 3rd house, which I think is helping you feel more inspired in how you communicate and connect and meet people. So lots of Jupiter aspects that are kind of going on. That's bringing significant opportunities really within one-on-one dynamics if you're open to it. Then on the 22nd, you're going to see the Sun moving through your 7th house, emphasizing relationships, highlighting one-on-one partnerships with your therapist, your astrologer, maybe even with your romantic partners. And it's just really highlighting just relationships in general. And this is going to be very active for the next month. Next month, you're going to have an eclipse there. Now, I kind of see like Jupiter in your and the Sun in your 7th house as people who are romantic and they're excited and they want to be with you and they want to connect with you. And Pluto retrograde is like some of you guys being like, why are they so happy? Or what is it they want? Or what do they want with me? And like, I would say, try to be receptive to the people that are coming into your life that want to boost you up and support you. Whether it's in a committed relationship or not, it's going to be people who are coming in that are wanting to work with you and they're wanting to show you how much they value you. Then you're going to see on the 23rd of the month, the Mercury retrograde ends. So there's more clarity around work, your health, scheduling, and timing. And then at the end of the month, the North Node enters your sign. If you're an Aquarius or an Aquarius rising old enough to remember, it was like 18 years ago. That was the last time that the North Node was in your sign. I'm old enough now to remember that. And it was a really interesting time. I mean, planets were in different places, but it was exciting because I felt like the future seemed different, right? And so I want you guys to think about what happened then, what changes you went through. That North Node in your sign is a major turning point for your identity, for your life direction. It's also about being more innovative and being more authentic. And for the next 18 months, your path to growth is about being fully and uniquely yourself, not conforming to groupthink, but contributing your unique gifts to the collective. Well, the South Node is going to swing into the 7th house, and this is where everything is like literally ass backwards, paradoxical. It's not going to make sense at first, where usually Pluto in the North Node is like, nope, I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to go my own way. I'm going to keep to myself. Leave me alone. And the South Node going through the 7th would be, not that relationships have to end, but there's less focus on relationships, more focus on the self. The problem is that Jupiter's going into the 7th house. So some of you guys will see that if you're meant to get into relationships, you probably will in the next year. If you're meant to reunite with somebody, if you're meant to reconnect with a romantic relationship, you may, and people from the past can come back. And so it's going to be a little bit like back and forth. Once again, going back to, Jupiter opposing Pluto, it's like, you've got people who want to grow with you. It's about being receptive and trusting the process. Now, Saturn will station retrograde in your 3rd house on the same day around the 26th. So that's telling me that it's time to really reevaluate your thinking, communication, and learning style, and it requires serious review. And some beliefs or communication patterns need to be kind of dismantled. And then on the 27th, the Sun in Leo is going to trine Neptune in your 3rd. And this is inspiring communication in relationships, maybe travel with partners, meeting people online. And then the big, beautiful, bold full moon in your sign on the 29th. Well, going back to what I said, in early February of this year when you had the eclipse there, it probably felt like you were just crawling out of your skin. Family was driving you crazy. You weren't entirely sure what direction you were going with your relationships. You just felt like you just needed to do you. And so now you have this full moon where there's a culmination of whatever you've been working on for the last 6 months. Can be a big breakthrough period of profound change and transformation. You could look differently. You could be having big career breakthroughs because it's connected to Pluto. It can also represent where everything is finally starting to go your way. But it's also the moon, so it's bringing attention to your health and your habits. So you have to pay attention to your health here. And it's opposing the Sun and Jupiter in the 7th. So it's saying that a lot of the personal fulfillment is actually coming through the support partnerships with other people. So it could be a therapist helping you go through big changes, a coach. It could be a spouse supporting you. It could be a business partner helping support some of your creative dreams. And the only thing that I would watch is just for being moody and intense, because you're going to realize something really big is changing. And that moon Pluto will sit in your 1st house. So if you have anything like the first, I would say 2 to 6, 7 degrees of Aquarius, it's going to impact you directly, and it will oppose Jupiter and the Sun in your 7th. So it can mean that you're a little testy with a friend. Jupiter rules that. Maybe a little testy and you're confronting people about a financial situation. Jupiter rules that as well. And it's really, I think, going to be showing you where other people are trying to help you through some kind of personal change period. Advice I would give my Aquarius and Aquarius risings is something to think about with the North Node going into your sign, and with conjunctions to Uranus and a full moon in your sign is like you're a main character. I've said this, Aquarius, Aries, and Gemini are all main characters. Now Leo gets to join the list, right? So as the North Node's kind of going into your sign, stop trying to fit in. You do better when you're different, right? And maybe you're weird, maybe you're different, maybe your unique perspective is actually what the collective needs to hear. Care less about what other people think. The critics, even partners, any of that stuff, you can work with them, but you have to be more focused on, nope, I got to do it my way. I have to be different. And that's probably how you communicate or how you create and have fun. Communicate your truth. Saturn and Neptune are retrograde in your communication zone. So this is clearing outdated beliefs and communication patterns, teaching you to speak more authentically and not because there's some kind of expectation. And know that there is a lot of creative chaos that's happening, or kid chaos, or feeling like you're just going on a bender and you need to kind of party and have a good time. Mars and Uranus in your 5th house is destabilizing for some people. And Mars is a malefic, but I think it's going to have you guys traveling, writing, or learning. And I think that this is also about letting go of creative expressions, and that they're kind of dying off to make room for new ones. Like a lot of my Aquarius risings who have adult children, like their kids are moving, is what I've noticed. And maybe it's making space for new hobbies. You know, others, it's about this new creative expression that's kind of coming in, but it doesn't seem fully formed yet, and it's more kind of experimental. And also, you know, relationships are going to reflect the self this month. You know, the 7th house is your mirror. So when you have the Sun and Jupiter here, which is like, hey, things can be really good, but it's opposing the Moon and Pluto in your 1st house, you can choose to listen to the wisdom, the advice, and the positivity that people are bringing you. This would be a month that I would work with an astrologer, or I'd work with a therapist, because I think that they're going to be like, well, yeah, things are changing and that's difficult, but like change can be good. And like, you know, this is how I'm going to support you. You need people who have your back, and people who believe in you and tell you they believe in you and that they value you. But Jupiter in the 7th is really inviting partnerships that support your authentic self. Just make sure it's not ones that are diminishing you, because it's opposing Pluto. So you can get kind of threatened and feel like, well, partners are preaching, or they're telling you what to do, or they're forcing you to change, and you're not going to like that very much. So you need people who understand who you are. And now that the South Node's going into Leo, it's not that relationships aren't a focus, but they can't be all consuming, right? All right, so your best days are July 12th, when you have a Mercury Cazimi in your health zone, where there's some work or health clarity. The 14th, when you have a new moon in your health zone, where you want to have a work health reset, good for looking for a job as well. The 18th through the 21st, when Jupiter's in your 7th, and it makes all those aspects, which is about expanding your relationships. And the 22nd through the 23rd, when the Sun in your 7th house is trining Neptune. And also we see Mercury go direct, so there can be better clarity with work and also with health. And then on the 26th through the 29th, we've got, well, the North Node that's in your 1st house. We've got a full moon that's in your 1st house, and it's a big identity breakthrough. You guys are going to have to be the judge. You're going to have to tell me. You know, the 4th, 5th, and 6th of July, I have labeled as a challenging day, because Mars and Uranus is very disruptive, and it's still squaring the North and the South Node. But you guys may feel like, well, today where I'm feeling more creative, or I'm feeling like writing, or I feel like playing or traveling or having fun. But you can see some volatility with risks, with finances, and with kids or romantic partners. Creative breakthroughs are possible here. And then on the 5th through the 7th, Neptune stationing retrograde is having you reevaluate your communication and what you think and what you have to say. The 10th through the 13th, where Venus meets the South Node and then squares Uranus, is a time that you have to really watch for karmic release and intimacy and shared resources, and changes with joint finances, and then transformation when it comes to creativity and also romantic relationships. And then on the 26th, when you see that this identity shift comes through, you know, yes, Saturn retrograde is trying to get you to really rethink how you communicate, but the North Node in the 1st is being unapologetically yourself. So Aquarius, you guys are one of the signs that I'm most curious to see what's kind of happening for you this month. This is only the beginning, so we don't have to have it all figured out quite yet. But let's ask the cards, what do you need to know about this, you know, this month ahead, this full moon in your sign, this nodal change, Mars, Uranus. I feel like the last couple of months, it's just been one thing after another for my Aquarius and Aquarius rising. What do you guys need to know? Okay. We get the 6 of Coins, which is probably one of the cards I would have picked intuitively for you guys anyway, to kind of balance out this kind of karmic seesaw effect that's going on with Pluto in your sign and Jupiter in your 7th. Give and take, balance. You know, where am I stronger in partnership with another person? Where do I need to be asking for help versus where do I need to be alone? Where can I give assistance versus where can I receive assistance? Everything in balance. And that's what the opposition teaches us. So it's really trying to get you to balance the actions you take, your own personal identity and desires, and where those are changing in relationship to partners and others. So it can be financial balancing. It could be balancing in terms of, taking responsibility for things in your relationship, your home, your family, and helping others when you can. But I think Jupiter in your 7th is generosity. I think other people are going to be like, hey, I've got it, I'll pay for it, or let me help you, or let me support you, or how can I donate to what you're doing? And you're gonna be like, what? And it's about receiving. So I think that 6 of coins makes sense because the North Node's about to leave your 2nd house, right? You have been working your tail off for all of the resources that you have. Now that you see Jupiter going into the 7th house, some of those resources can be shared with other people, but other people are also gonna be like, hi, I wanna be a part of what you're working or what you're building. So let other people help you. Don't say no. Don't say I'm going to do it all by myself. 2 is definitely stronger than 1. Good luck. Let me know what happens. I'll catch you guys back here next month. All right, my Pisces and Pisces risings. What's going on, guys? Welcome back. These are your horoscopes for July 2026. Pisces, it's always a pleasure to connect with you guys. You're the patient ones who wait till the end. We got a lot going on this month. Conjunctions to Jupiter, your traditional ruler in Leo. We have got some pretty interesting kind of explosive energies on the home front with Mars and Uranus still squaring the nodes. Venus meeting the South Node in your 7th of relationships and dealing with the past, and Neptune, your modern day ruler, going retrograde in your money house. Pisces. This month is really emphasizing, I think, the integration of your spiritual depth with practical reality. And it'll make sense why I say that in a second. Neptune retrograde is asking you to question your illusions, and Jupiter is inviting you to expand your work, health, and your possibilities. So both of these planets rule you. Jupiter in Leo, moving through your 6th house, this is your traditional ruler, is brand new. You just recently had this in June. You have a whole year of this. And what it's asking you to do is bring expansion to your work, to your health, to your daily routines. Jupiter is you. It's also going to be connected to your career. So all of you guys are going to start suddenly going, I want to start teaching for a living, or I want to get involved in the health field, or I want to work with children. I want more time for artistic or kind of creative related things in my life. I want to be more proactive. I want to offer new services. While Neptune going retrograde in your 3rd is going to have you reevaluating, in your 2nd, in your money house, is going to be having you reevaluate your financial life, your values, your expenses, anything that deals with your physical tangible assets. So there can be some big kind of record scratch moments where you're making some changes with your spending habits or your budget. And that'll happen on the 7th. Really good time to review your money, your self-worth, and just with a greater sense of spiritual kind of like an intuitive awareness. And you will start to see happening this month, like Jupiter and Neptune are also kind of trining. So both of your rulers are in alignment. And if you're wanting to make some adjustments to your financial situation, Jupiter in the 6th house is like, okay, well, I'm willing to take on a hobby, or I'm willing to take on a side hustle, or I'm willing to kind of offer a service to kind of like recoup, some of my financial changes. So the month's going to kick off with Mars conjunct Uranus in Gemini. And this is going to be happening around the 4th of July, but it could really be the first 7 days. For my Pisces and my Pisces risings, if you guys live in an urban environment, like a city, if you live in like multiple units, if you live with siblings or family, if you live in a place where there's tornadoes, or if you live in a place where there's earthquakes, be prepared, because there can be some stuff that can be going down on the home front that can seem a little chaotic. When I say tornado, very Mars and Uranus and Gemini is why we've seen all these tornadoes, but it could mean that you have a roommate that's just acting a fool and being crazed. Your house might feel like it's a mess. You might also feel like there's some family drama that's kind of cropping up. So just be prepared and watch for sudden developments around home, emotional foundations, or your living situation. Now, Mars is going to be tied to money and resources. It's also going to be tied to legal matters, travel, or kind of education. So some of you guys might be promptly feeling like, hey, I need to quickly make a move. I need to make a change. And it can be very unexpected or like out of left field. You will also notice with, Neptune going retrograde in your second, it's asking for a deeper review of your money and your values. And so I think like that factored in with the last quarter moon around the 7th. It's about releasing scarcity consciousness and like working through financial illusions. Now on the 10th of the month, you're going to see Venus enter into Virgo in your 7th house, which is not inherently a bad transit. Venus likes being in the 7th house because it brings relationships, partnerships, clients, and Venus is connected to the 3rd house of siblings, communication, and travel. It's also connected to intimacy, shared resources, and psychological matters. So there could be some like hidden conversations maybe going on in relationships, or uncovering or maybe reviewing old conversations with partners. Yes, people from the past can come back with Venus conjunct the South Node, but Venus is debilitated here. So like usually with Venus in the South Node in the 7th, you're not feeling called to connect in partnership. You're not wanting togetherness. You're wanting to release someone or something. So with Venus conjunct the South Node, it's a major karmic culmination in partnerships, and maybe fated events, conversations, or realizations with significant others might highlight outdated patterns in relating. It can also show where there's been a sense of being overly critical in love, or, high expectations of partners, or unbalanced service and sacrifice that drains the connection. So it's about letting go of old relationship kind of like templates that no longer serve your growth. And this is about releasing something compassionately, whether it's through conscious endings or healing or profound shifts towards more authentic, equal, and kind of spiritually aligned bonds. Clearing here is essential for your emotional foundations because it prepares you for, I think, like the nodal shift that's getting ready to kind of come in. Now, a few days later on the 13th, you're going to see Venus in your house of relationships square Uranus. That's disruptive, especially if you've got anything within like the first 5 or 6 degrees of Pisces. Because Uranus is representing the shocking, surprising, unexpected events going on at home or with family, and things that are kind of blindsiding you. It's connected to your 12th house. And 7th house is marriage, partnerships, one-on-one relationships. So it's creating tension between close relationships and your home and family. Likely unexpected developments in relationships are going to impact domestic life or vice versa. And Uranus in your 4th is already bringing surprises or innovations in your home or your family. And so this square is adding relational conflict or kind of value-based dimensions. And there may be friction between wanting a perfect partnership balance and embracing unconventional home or living arrangements. Emotional expressions can be intense. And breakthroughs can arise by kind of releasing overly critical standards in relationships and in your home life. I got Uranus in the 4th. I see this every year when Uranus, in my natal Uranus squares off with Venus, and it's always like a lot of, well, what does my partner need, or what's going on in my relationships versus my home and my family and how I'm feeling. And there's like always tension there, So like I understand what you're going through. Uranus in your 4th house is already bringing surprises or innovations in your home or your family. So sudden moves, changes with parents, kind of up and relocating or rearranging furniture. And I think that this friction between wanting this perfect partnership balance and embracing unconventional home relationships is important. Breakthroughs arise here. So by releasing overly critical standards in relationships and home life, you can allow more authentic, kind of flexible, integration of love and relationships and home to kind of come to the surface. So AKA, you can't please everybody, right? You might have situations where your partner is not totally pleased with your living arrangement, or your living arrangement is not capable of being able to host your partner, or vice versa. And maybe you're just moving because now you're being set free in a relationship. All right, Mercury, Cazimi, and Cancer. So this will be on the 12th. This is kind of cool, actually. So it's in a fellow sister water sign, so it's friendlier for you. Mercury does rule relationships. So for a lot of you guys, the Mercury retrograde is like, am I connecting with my partner? Do I love them? Do they make me happy? Is there something better out there? Or it can be just about healing your inner child, reconnecting with children, reconnecting with hobbies. And so the Cazimi is like a beautiful moment of clarity around creativity, romance, children, and self-expression or pleasure. And the cazimi is meant to illuminate insights about emotional communication in creative or romantic matters and realizations around nurturing your inner child, joy, or important messages related to how you express love and creativity. Since Mercury's retrograde, it may involve revisiting past creative or romantic patterns, or reevaluating your childhood and what you've experienced and where there's hangups in relationships. Maybe it's about gaining emotional intelligence about what truly makes you happy and lights you up. So it's a wonderful window for like illuminated self-expression and joy. There can be good news coming from your children. There can be unexpected pregnancies, or, Mercury can be tests. So it can be also like sharing some kind of pregnancy news with a partner, or it can be about you getting back into the dating game and potentially meeting somebody and like feeling like, hey, I can actually fall in love again. Now on the 14th, you're going to see a new moon that's going to be in Cancer, and it's planting new seeds for creative endeavors, hobbies, romance, children, pregnancy. And I will just tell you guys, like with the Mercury retrograde in your 5th and the cazimi, and then next month you have an eclipse, I think a lot of Pisces and Pisces risings are either going to get pregnant, or I think that they're going to have a new creative like baby or creative birth. Or some of you guys are going to fall in love and you're going to meet someone. So this is an important transit. That new moon wants you to set intentions around what you're giving birth to, literally or figuratively. Creative projects, romance, children, self-expression, what's going to make you happy. This trines you by sign, and I think that it's helping you kind of believe in joy and creativity again. Now, we talked about Jupiter and Leo being in your 6th house. It'll be there all year, but honestly, the entrance of Jupiter is like larger than life. So where this year you're more focused on your health, you're working out, maybe you're getting into a new office, maybe you have new pets, this is all 6th house stuff. Jupiter's making a ton of aspects. So through health, habits, and productivity, it's helping you kind of shake up the way that you live and the way that you feel. It's also trining Neptune, so it's going to help you feel more divinely inspired to do work or make money that feels like in alignment with your purpose. And really the heavy hang up is that Jupiter is going to oppose Pluto in Aquarius. Okay, so for you and for Virgo, you see this opposition in your 6th and your 8th house, which are kind of houses that things can get a little convoluted, they can get confusing, it can be messy. Essentially, Jupiter in the 6th house says, I want to work, I want to be of service, I want to be healthy, I want to be productive. But Pluto in the 12th house is saying, can I do that if my mental health is not all there? Can I do that if I'm not sleeping well? Is it possible if I feel like there's these intense things that I'm holding on to that I don't want to let go of? And that opposition can get a little sticky when it comes to balancing the body, mind, and spirit, work and productivity with rest, and also healing and being, I think, aware of what your soul needs. So it's really emphasizing work and health. And you're going to see that, the mid-month Jupiter aspects are bringing significant opportunities in a practical area of your chart. And then on the 22nd, you're going to see the sun enter into Leo in your 6th house, emphasizing more of this work, productivity, and health. And then Mercury will station direct, and that's going to be happening on the 23rd in your 5th house, where you have clarity around children, creative projects, maybe romance, maybe even dating, okay? Romantic matters can also return, so you can get back into dating when you're feeling ready if you've taken a break. Now at the end of the month, we're going to see the North Node leave Pisces, and it's going to go into your 12th house, and the South Node is going to leave Virgo. It's going to go into your 6th house. So you get a break because the nodes are no longer in mutable signs. That's great. Next month, you got a Pisces eclipse that's going to be in your sign, and then at the beginning of 2027, there's going to be a Virgo eclipse, and then I'm pretty sure you're done with this stuff. So the nodes changing signs helps, but you're still going to have eclipses, in your 1st and your 7th house over the next year. With the North Node going from your 1st house, which is the self, the body, what's visible, to the 12th house, which is invisible, things that are hidden and behind the scenes in your subconscious, everything is going to be more about spirituality, reflection, meditation. You're being redirected towards collective ideals, being a part of the world, spiritually seeking. This is also about, inner world mattering to you quite a bit now. You do crave more alone time, rest, and recuperation, sometimes travel to a foreign land. Sometimes you just want to escape it all. And Uranus is connected to this. So it does kind of talk about needing some alone time, or maybe some time away from, your family or your home, or maybe you're exploring another country even. 12th house can be foreign lands. Well, the South Node is going to go into your 6th house, which is releasing old patterns, old ways of working, old ways of providing service. Now, you're going to see Saturn retrograde in your 2nd house on the 26th. So this is a bit of a record scratch moment with money. I do think with Saturn retrograde, it means that for the next 5 months, your values, your money, your self-worth are all requiring more review. Restructuring, focusing on material security becomes like a spiritual practice because Saturn and Neptune are retrograde in this house. Saturn's also going to be connected to your goals and your friends, as well as kind of like things that are hidden. So you might be reevaluating what friendships you value, where you're not seeing so clearly with your budget or your financial matters. And I would say stick to a budget, be on top of it, be more frugal, because in 5 months' time, when Saturn goes direct, it wants to make sure that you have actually been really structuring these things. Now, on the 27th, you'll see the Sun in Leo in your 6th house coming into a trine with Neptune, your modern day ruler, in the 2nd. Great day. This might be a time where, the 6th and the 2nd house is offering inspired alignment between a new job, a new routine, a new work structure, a new health routine that involves feeling more optimistic about your health and changing your diet or your habits. Can also mean there's a new job, a new workspace that comes in, a new opportunity, and suddenly it's like, wow, this is the way I've always wanted to make money, so don't miss this opportunity. And then at the end of the month on the 29th, you will have a full moon in Aquarius in your 12th house. Now, a full moon in the 12th house is like private, usually there's culmination around hidden matters, spiritual reflection, rest, recuperation, but sometimes we're laid up in bed when we have a full moon in this 12th. The moon is going to be connected to your 5th house of children, creativity, and self-expression. So you could be up at all nights, kind of burning the candle at both ends, working on creative projects. Some kind of matter of the heart can keep you up at night. It could also mean you're up, taking care of children or dealing with kids. But I think that I would be watching if you have dreams around pregnancy or dreams around babies or children, because it can signify something's coming in creatively or literally. And that full moon is going to be conjunct Pluto. So it's about a huge psychological purge of your fears while it opposes the Sun and Jupiter. So you and obviously the Sun are better health, better habits, better jobs. And this is basically seated under a solar eclipse that we had back in February, ruled by Uranus. Obviously, it's going to be sextiling Uranus. And I think it's kind of like the universe saying, like, take some time, take a rest. You'll figure out work. You'll figure out some of the changes going on. Trust the process, trust the universe, and really release any of your anxiety or any of your fears. Don't let that get in the way. Your planetary rulers are very well aspected. Okay, even though you have Jupiter opposing Pluto, it sextiles Uranus, it trines Neptune, right? Like there's a lot of good things that are kind of going on here. And as you're getting into August, you're going to see that finances, health, and work are all going to start to stabilize. But sometimes a full moon in this 12th house, like you just need to take a step back because you're wigging out, you don't sleep very well, you're kind of anxious. So do some breath work, maybe do like an energy healing, get some Reiki, go to a sound bath meditation, something that's going to kind of help just kind of settle the soul so you're not feeling so like wound up, right? But there's a culmination around hidden matters and things that are spiritual, and I think it's emotional buildup that's tied either to money or to changes at home. All right, so my advice for Pisces this month is, look, yes, I know things are very disruptive at home, and it doesn't matter if it's a power outage, if it's a chaotic neighbor, if your sibling's going crazy, if suddenly you have to move. Home disruptions are freeing right now. And so Mars and Uranus square the North and the South Node is saying, look, it's chaotic, but it's breaking you free from old emotional patterns that no longer serve you. Yes, you might have to feel like a bit of a rolling stone, or you might have to deal with some noisy neighbors or some, building that's around you. But like, if you don't like it, it's giving you the opportunity to potentially bounce and go somewhere new. This is also a good month to really discern illusion from intuition. Easier said than done. I always say there's like a fine line between psychic and being crazy, and I feel like we walk that line regularly. But with Neptune retrograde in your 2nd house, it's really asking you, all right, is this spiritual insight about money an actual intuitive hit, or am I like having an escapist fantasy? Both of these things feel good, but only one of these things is true. And then later in the month, when Saturn goes retrograde, it's about getting serious about what you truly value and what you possess. Keep in mind, Saturn and Neptune retrograde want you to have less things. Go read Marie Kondo, she'll help you. Mars is playing off of this Saturn and Neptune retrograde, and Mars is through the 4th. You know, it makes it really easy to pick up and move quick when you just get rid of shit. And it can be really hard for some of you guys because I think that some of the changes might come quickly, or the changes with family, or the changes with your resources, but you have less stuff to carry. It makes it so much easier to travel lighter. Practice something spiritual daily, okay? So now that the North Node's going into your 12th house, everyday rituals become your path to transcendence. So we don't skip the mundane. You know, Jupiter in the 6th says you still need to, you know, eat your veggies, work out, take care of your health. But the North Node in the 12th is saying, yeah, but you got to meditate too, right? It's not bad to listen to your astrology. It's not a bad idea to maybe consider, if you're dealing with a bad habit, to work with a hypnotherapist, or to do some kind of spiritual learning, or like reading about esoteric or kind of otherworldly topics. It's good for the soul. And then obviously your values are evolving, you know, knowing that Saturn and Neptune are retrograde in your 2nd. You're rebuilding your relationship with money. It's going to take time. I think that it's also about reworking your self-worth and coming from a place of maturity, not necessarily scarcity. Now, your best days, Pisces, are going to be the 12th, when you have the Mercury Cazimi in the 5th. And I want to hear, does an old lover come back? Do you meet somebody significant? Do you find a creative collaborator? Is there big, exciting news about your kids? Do you find out you're pregnant? You know, creative, romantic, or children clarity is going to come. A new moon in your 5th is planting seeds then on the 14th for new romance, new creativity, new projects, and it's a romantic reset. The 18th through the 21st, Jupiter in your 6th house is making all of these aspects, and it's saying it's time to balance out work and spirit and creative. I would say no, it's more about work and health expansion. And then on the 23rd, Mercury goes direct in Cancer in your 5th house. So there's better creative clarity, better romantic clarity, maybe reconnections with younger people or children. And then on the 27th, the Sun in your work zone is going to trine Neptune in your money zone, where there's a work value alignment where everything feels like it's just falling into place. With that being said, the whole first week of July is very challenging, because Mars and Uranus are in your 4th house, where there could be, like I said, earthquakes, tornadoes, issues with electricity, family fallout, drama, in the home, around the neighborhood, and it's squaring your North Node and it's squaring your South Node. So lots of home volatility. My guess is that it can just involve kids, because Mercury is influencing this. And maybe they're just a little rambunctious, or, just keep an eye on them, especially if they're younger. Make sure that they're safe and they're not bumping their head or, getting into accidents. The 5th through the 7th, when Neptune retrogrades, that's big, because there can be this moment where you're like, wait a second, I'm not seeing myself so clearly, or I thought I knew I had a handle on the financial situation and maybe I don't, and some misunderstandings can come up about your resources. The 10th through the 13th, when Venus conjuncts the South Node, although if something's meant to come back to you, it will, but it's also going to square Uranus, so it's almost like bringing that person back in, blast from the past may not be good, because you're in the process of like moving and reorienting your life. And so you may not feel like you're ready for that romantic connection. But partnerships versus home and family tension is what's going to come from that square. And then on the 26th, you're going to see the North Node go into Aquarius. So it's about now getting into that soul reflection, meditation, time alone, reevaluation behind the scenes. And, maybe hidden matters come to light, really activating Saturn in your 2nd about your values, and Uranus in your 4th about your home and family. So that's it. That's what I've got for you, Pisces. Quite the month. I can continue to tell all of the signs the same thing. Like, once Jupiter and Pluto are out of opposition, it's going to get easier. But as the year goes on, and especially for like you and Sag, Jupiter will eventually meet with the South Node in the fall, and Mars will be there. And they will go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So take note of the Jupiter-Pluto opposition now. What is and is not working? What is and is not healthy? Because it's going to have to be dealt with at some point. Job change, health change. And how many of my Pisces and Pisces risings will get a cat this month? Does a cat show up in your life? Maybe. All right, let's take a look. What messages do we have for my Pisces and my Pisces risings? What do they need to know? Couldn't have picked a better card myself. 10 of Coins. I mean, Mars is your money. Mars hitting Uranus is like, hey, you have a sudden offer. Somebody wants to buy you out of your lease. Somebody wants to buy your house. You have a sudden opportunity to sell and move. By all means, do it. You know, this could be good money stuff. But I think the 10 of Coins is talking about long-term wealth, generational wealth, the legacy that you're building, what you're creating. And I think that's more of like the Saturn Neptune retrograde in your second. Jupiter deals with legacy too, and it's in your sixth. So some of you guys will go into businesses, start businesses, do some things this year that will be like a legacy thing for some time. But I think that the 10 of Coins talks about long-term financial goals, success, family support, thriving business, good health. And these are all things that are on your mind. And with the aspects between the second and the fifth house, it's like, the second and the sixth house, it's what am I willing to spend money on? What do I value? And I will put resources into the things that I value. If it brings me joy, if it brings me creativity, if it brings children, if it brings better health, I'll spend money on it. Otherwise, nope, I'm reserving that for things down the road. So it's not saying that you're totally tightening the purse strings. You just have to be more aware of what you're spending your money on, and if you want things or you want experiences. And I think you want experiences, right? Okay, well then you need less things. And also it's gonna give you more financial support and security down the road with long-term goals about money. And when the North Node goes into your 12th house, I highly recommend doing meditations on resources because Saturn is the ruler. It's in your second, so you can be doing money manifestations. Go and listen to Esther Hicks, the law of attraction, get into the vortex. That's very Aquarius in the 12th house to help shift your philosophy revolving around wealth and abundance and what you receive. And also how you look at change in terms of your long-term family structure. It might feel like, people are moving around, families dispersed, maybe you're seeing changes in your own home life, but you're trying to figure out where you can kind of put down roots and be in the long term. And so I want you guys to be making investments and be making decisions based off of that. So you can have this long-term stability, success, and also legacy, okay? You'll see when Saturn leaves your second house in a couple of years, you're gonna be way better off financially than you've been in a while. And I'm excited to see what you guys do. I hope it's a good month for you, Pisces. Don't forget to leave me a comment. Let me know how this is kind of, tracking for you later in the month of July. And I'll catch you guys back here in August. And for everybody else who is still watching, thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. These are long, they're very detail oriented, but they're a labor of love. So if you found this video helpful, if it resonated with you, please don't forget to give me a thumbs up. Consider sharing on your socials. You can find me on X or on Instagram at BTVAstro. Follow me and you guys can see more of my ramblings. Please don't forget to give me a comment with your rising sign and let me know what's happening by the end of the month. I love reading the comments. It's hilarious to see some of your guys' experiences of the transits. I love giving feedback when I can. And please don't forget to subscribe. Click the bell button below so that way you guys can follow more of my videos. My horoscopes are always out every month and I hope you guys enjoy them and watch more of my other content. Also, check out my link below at my website at beyondtheveiltarot.com. Go and check out my summer solstice sale that I am doing for my courses. Go and check out my transit calendars if you guys want a digital calendar for your computer or for your phone so you can see all the transits for the next 12 months and how it's impacting you, or if you want to book a reading with me. Next month is eclipses, so I'm anticipating trying to put something together maybe for an eclipse webinar of some sorts. So if I can swing it this month, I will. So make sure if you go to my website, you sign up for my newsletter so you can see that information. So if you guys want to pick that up in the next month, you can. Wishing you all an amazing July. I hope you guys have a happy holiday if you're here in the United States. It's America's 250th birthday, so we're going to party. Obviously, Mars, Uranus, we're all going to act a fool and light some stuff on fire. Have a safe holiday, have a good time, and I will catch you guys back here in the month of August. Take care.